That is a lot of coins, how did I even get so many? Rusty glanced at the display screen, his visor fixed on the coin counter. The previous time he completed his mission, he received only 10 summoner coins. This time, he had 67. It was far more than what he earned before, yet he did not understand how he gained it or how to keep increasing the points. What is this little thing here? While checking his summoner points, he noticed another odd symbol. It looked like several sheets of paper stacked together. By now, he understood the system well enough, so he moved the cursor toward the icon and selected it. Summoning log? I do not think this has anything to do with wood. A new window opened with the title Summoning Log. The name confused him for a moment, but he quickly understood its purpose. His visor scanned the entries and revealed a list of numbers. Gain 3 summoner coins for watching over your summoner as they sleep. Gain 2 summoner coins for increasing your bond with the summoner. Gained 1 summoner coin by spending time with your summoner. There were many similar notifications. He earned coins by performing simple, vague tasks. Just by spending more time with Gwen and staying close to her, he had gathered far more resources than before. In the previous trial, he stayed with her only for a few hours. This time, he had been with her for nearly 8 days. Although this bond thing is a little vague and there is no explanation for it. Most of the coins came from increases in his bond with Gwen, but he had no idea how that bond grew. Many points seemed to relate to guarding her during the humanoid period or protecting her from direct harm. There were also strange numbers next to each entry. He did not know what they meant, but when Alexander approached, he offered some insight. Those must be the dates. They show the day, hour, and minute. Only the year is missing. I see. This was an interesting turn of events, and he immediately went into the shop section to see what he could buy with the coins he had earned. Just like before, he could increase Gwen's stats directly and allow her to summon different kinds of living armor monsters, ones that belonged to the E+ rank this time. However, he had more options than that, since a new section had appeared for him as well. Increase storage space capacity. His gaze settled on the first option, which promised an expansion of his stash. One of his ongoing problems as a summoned monster was that he could not use his full storage area. He could not carry more than 1 or 2 replacement weapons, even though there were many items he wanted to bring with him. There were various shields available, some heavier and wider than others, and not always suitable for every situation. His last fight against the Beowulf had made that clear. His shield had been a medium-sized one with little bulk, which made it hard to defend against heavy attacks. This is an interesting addition. It seems that it might be possible to enhance your abilities in that summoner world to reflect the ones you have in the real world. Alexander commented from the side and brought up 2 important points. First, Rusty might be able to bring resources over to restore his body and alter it with different loadouts just as he normally could. Second, he mentioned the summoner world and the one Rusty came from originally. Is that an entirely different world? What exactly is it? That is a good question, and one I cannot really answer. Alexander did not seem ready to explain, so Aberdan spoke up. The possibility of different worlds existing has been discussed by scholars before, although it might simply be an elaborate illusion. Who says that world is different from the one we came from? Just like this soul forge, it might have been created for a purpose, nothing but an illusion. An illusion made for what purpose? To strengthen you, Rusty. Rusty nodded, although he remained unsure about what Aberdan meant. Could Gwen and her friends be nothing more than illusions like those in the training chamber, or was he being sent to another place entirely? It could also be another continent. The world is vast. For all we know, the Soul Forge is sending us to another region. Time works in mysterious ways in the Soul Forge as well. It may even be another time period. Alexander speculated further, only making things more confusing for Rusty, who had not seen much of the world at all. Nevertheless, Gwen and the others felt real to him, so he would treat them as such. With that thought, he examined the options once more. As he had suspected, there was a way to unlock his loadouts, but he was still a few points short. It's there but... The option he had hoped to see was finally available, but there was one major problem. Unlock one loadout slot, 100 coins. Even if he combined what he had earned now with the rewards from previous summoning missions, he still would not have enough summoning coins. This was discouraging because he only had one chance during each evolution. It meant he would probably need to wait until the next one before he could unlock this feature. What else can I get? Rusty asked himself as he continued browsing through his available options. Increase storage capacity, 10 coins. This choice was easy to understand, although he had no idea how much extra storage it would actually provide. The next option interested him more. Increase summoner link range, 25 coins. The description did not explain the amount of the increase, but Rusty assumed it would extend the distance at which he could operate. His current range was within 100 meters. If he upgraded this, he might be able to double or even triple it. With a wider range, he might have been able to protect the flag during the previous mission, since stepping outside the link range had been the main issue. Increase summoner mana conversion rate, 10 coins. This option was also unclear, so he asked Aberdan and Alexander for help. They believed it would improve Gwen's healing and allow her to supply him with mana more effectively. In other words, it would turn her into a far better source of mana for him and allow him to use more skills. That seemed to be it for the options that could upgrade his side of the store, at least among those that were currently unlocked. He noticed several locked choices that appeared grayed out with text wrapped in something that resembled chains. They blocked him from seeing what the options actually were or how to unlock them. He could only assume that they would reveal themselves once his bond with the summoner increased or once he earned enough summoner coins. After scheming through everything, he returned to the section that displayed Gwen's upgrades. Unfortunately, there was still no option that allowed her to summon D-rank creatures, although the steel living armor variants were available. They cost only 10 coins, which made them an easy decision, but another option caught his attention. Upgrade rarity, 3 coins. The bronze living armor variants Gwen could summon now had an improvement option. The same was true for the iron variants. That meant he could spend a few coins to make even the older summons a little stronger. With these, she should be on the level of those two without my help. The two he meant were Eldrick and Aldrich. They were weaker than Arania, but the spider user did not seem hostile toward Gwen, so there was no reason to worry. With these two upgrades and the new steel armor, she would have more than enough strength to survive the B-class trials without his help. Why is this here, though? Unlock Mind Merger, 50 coins. Unlock Summon Fusion, 50 coins. The strange techniques he had encountered during the summoning mission were listed here for some reason. He had questioned their usefulness before, and he had assumed that merging with Gwen would only weaken him. The second skill seemed even more unusual because it required the summoner to ride on top of the summoned creature. He currently had a humanoid shape, which did not suit the role of a mount. Wait, was he thinking about this too narrowly? Who said I needed to stay in a humanoid shape? Rusty thought deeper about the idea. In the past, he had been given the option to switch to a form that combined human and horse traits. He had ignored it at the time, but maybe it had been a valid choice. He could create his own loadouts and change body types whenever he wanted. Nothing stopped him from crafting an armored bear form similar to the creature Bartholomew Woodward rode. He might even be able to create a massive spider body or a simple horse form. The only limits were his imagination and his crafting skill. I'd probably have to study these monsters more, but perhaps I can do it. His head was filled with Alexander and Aberdan's memories, which was likely why the humanoid shape felt most natural to him. That did not mean it was his limit. His skills allowed him to control detached body parts, which hinted that his body was essentially a blank canvas he could reshape. If he wanted to become a creature with 4 arms and 6 legs, it might very well be possible. Now that the summoning mission was complete, he could finally start experimenting. The possibilities seem endless. I wonder if I could make myself look like Gleam. I wonder how she would react. What is endless, my dear Rusty? Aberdan asked as he spotted the excitement in Rusty's tone. For my craft, my thoughts were limited. I can be much more than a simple humanoid armor. Rusty shouted, looking toward Aberdan with strange enthusiasm. Is that so? That is wonderful. I only hope you remember to make a body for me first. Ah! As soon as Aberdan mentioned it, Rusty remembered the amount of work waiting for him. He needed to create his usual 2 suits of armor, the Wraith and the Goliath. He also intended to craft a frame based on light for Alexander and another based on darkness for Aberdan. There is so much to do. Quite. How about we make my body of darkness fur? Before Aberdan could finish the sentence, Alexander interrupted him. Do not make a body for him, Rusty. He cannot be trusted. Why, hero, you wound me. I would never betray my dear Rusty, and you know it. Haven't you tried to run away multiple times already? How silly of you. I was only trying to explore. Rusty's piece had come to an end. The chatter of the teenagers had been replaced by the bickering of his two guides. He did not mind very much, since his thoughts were drifting far from them. His head was full of ideas. The powerful bearwolf and even the immense arachnid he had seen were tempting forms to build, but first he needed to establish the baseline for his new body and consider new weaponry that could make use of the 2 enchantment talismans he had received. While his guides continued to argue, he opened the summoner console. He upgraded Gwen's current summons and gave her the steel variant as well. He decided to save the rest of his points, since he was aiming for that loadout slot. With that taken care of, it was time to return to the crafting chamber. This time, he had more to accomplish than ever. In addition to creating armor and weaponry from enchanted high steel ingots, he also needed to prepare a new mixture for a version of the ingot that would maximize both light and dark energies. Luckily, in here I do not need to smelt everything. With that reassuring thought, he began to work. He had crafted like this many times before, and he was still dealing with steel, only now it possessed a higher level of magical purity thanks to the improved iron ore used in its creation. The rest of the process followed familiar steps, so he settled into his routine without hesitation. His time in this place was always limited, and he intended to make the most of every moment. Hours became days, and days slowly stretched into weeks as he continued to shape and refine his materials. His inability to sleep, eat, or grow tired proved to be a great advantage, allowing him to recreate his usual set of body frames with steady and unbroken focus. Classification: Enchanted Twilight High Steel Gauntlets of Bear Strength. Type: Gauntlet. Grade: Refined. Description: An enchanted gauntlet forged from Twilight High Steel and containing a strength enchantment. The lesser strength enchantment talisman was used on a piece of equipment this time around. The enchantment boosted his strength stat by a flat 10. The lesser constitution enchantment was then implemented into his Goliath frame, making it boost his health even more and making it even more of a moving behemoth. Once all the usual work was finished, he finally had some time for experimentation. His first task was to create mana-infused darkness steel and mana-infused light steel. These were entirely different from the twilight ingots he had been given earlier. The process required ordinary steel ingots, which had to be infused with either dark or light elemental mana, since the twilight metal could no longer be altered. This was not his first attempt at such work, so after a few trials, he produced several rough samples that he eventually refined into standard quality. The results were not perfect, but they were sufficient for the puppet armor he planned to make for both of his guides. Classification: Mana-infused darkness steel standard. Type: Metal. Description: Darkness steel infused with a small amount of mana. Classification: Mana-infused light steel standard. Type: Metal. Description: Light steel infused with a small amount of mana. With the 2 samples completed, he finally had enough material. Thanks to his system, this alone would allow him to recreate shells for both of them later. They would resemble his old forms, as he did not want to spend time creating something more unique. What he truly wanted was to research and experiment with other types of frames, especially ones similar to the summoner mounts. Perhaps he could even build something that could soar through the sky like his friend Gleam. Still so much to do, but also so exciting. With this goal in mind, he hurried into the library to study how other monsters moved. Only through further research and repeated experimentation would he be able to imitate body structures that had been perfected through evolution. I can feel it. Time is up. Rusty looked around the forge with a hammer in his hand. Ever since his adventure in the summoner mission had ended, he had spent weeks working in the soul forge. During that time, he managed to remake many of his weapons and armor pieces using a new and improved high steel alloy, complete with several added enchantments. His blacksmithing skills had grown dramatically, and he had even been fortunate enough to recreate the lightning enchantment he once used on his old halberd and helmet. The soul forge provided the elemental materials he needed, and now his entire body was protected from the weakness that had troubled him for so long. From what he could tell, as long as he received an elemental talisman from a summoning chamber mission, the soul forge would provide the materials needed to recreate it. Since he possessed both the lesser flame and lightning enchantments, he was supplied with everything required to reproduce them. Because of this, he was able to forge weapons that carried both elements at once. From time to time, he sparred with the mercenary leader in the training facility, studying his patterns and even facing multiple opponents at once to sharpen his tactics. After completing his summoning chamber mission, he was also permitted to challenge people like Bartholomew. He spent long hours in the library as well, steadily expanding his knowledge. Yet the summoning chamber remained silent after a single attempt, just as it had before. The lack of response was disheartening. It was the only feature that granted him direct rewards through the talismans, while everything else demanded massive amounts of time and effort. It is time to go. Rusty left the smithing area and entered the central heart of the Soul Forge. Alexander and Aberton were already waiting to send him off. See you on the other side. Alexander said. Do not forget to summon me first and give me my new body. You promised it. Aberton added, though Rusty recognized the lie. I never promised anything like that. He shook his head and moved toward the middle armor. As before, a strange force pulled him in, and the world faded to nothing. Everything seems in order. Rusty appeared in the hidden compartment of his smithy. He did not know how much time had passed in this world, but his life detection skill assured him that everything was fine. Gleam was nearby, and so were the children. This gave him a moment to check his system. Name: Rusty. Classification: Enchanted Twilight High Steel Armor DL1. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 852/852. Magic points MP: 612/612. Special points SP: 100/100. Strength: 127D plus 55. Agility: 89D plus 12. Dexterity: 94D plus 5. Constitution: 135D plus 67. Intelligence: 106D plus 20. Wisdom: 111D plus 21. Willpower: 105D plus 19. Durability: D plus. As always, his stats had increased. He also noticed a pattern. Within the D rank range, 75 points appeared to mark the threshold between D- and regular D rank. This suggested that 150 points likely indicated D+, while the upper limit of the rank seemed to be 225. I should be able to earn many overpoints if I stay on track. Now for the new skill. Rusty could tell he was progressing well. His body had grown strong, perhaps even strong enough to challenge beings of higher rank. Armor Resonance. Active skill. This skill creates a supportive effect for nearby living armors and armor pieces. It grants various beneficial effects to them. He read the description and wondered if the system was guiding him toward a particular path. The skill appeared designed to enhance his puppet armor henchmen by increasing their abilities or stats. It also functioned on ordinary armor, suggesting that he might even strengthen humanoids who wore armor in his presence. Not that good but not that bad either. He had expected something more powerful, yet he could not complain. He was someone who could absorb skills from others whenever a particularly strong one appeared. The problem was the cooldown, which had grown rather long. Even though he had obtained the skill from the Night Hobgoblin quite some time ago, it was still on a 2-week cooldown. It seems the skill uses this world's time standards instead of the Soul Forge. I should remember that. The skill was precious, but the longer he used it, the fewer skills he could take. It was best saved for boss monsters like the Hobgoblin Knight or for powerful humanoids such as the mercenary leader. I should stretch my legs and tell Gleam she can stop guarding my body. Rusty began to move. He stepped out of the compartment, and immediately something strange happened. Oh! He had barely stood up before Gleam launched herself at him, tackling his face. Her antennae wiggled as she examined his new body, which did not look very different from before. He barely noticed her excitement because a window appeared before his visor. Congratulations, the connection with the Soul Forge has grown. Please select what you wish to unlock. Unlock Soul Training Chamber. Unlock Soul Library. Unlock Soul Summoning Chamber. He had not expected this, yet the options were clear. He could now unlock a function that had previously been restricted to evolutions. The smithing area had already been unlocked, and the amount of time he could spend there had increased. Now he could choose one of the remaining areas. Gleam tapped his steel helmet in confusion, which prompted him to respond. Ah, sorry, Gleam. How have things been? How long was I gone? I see. So I was gone a bit longer than last time, and everything is fine. She gave him a quick rundown of the situation. No one had questioned him about seizing the merchants' and nobles' treasure or about attacking the bandit camp. Everyone was safe. That left him free to think about the unexpected opportunity. I do not really need the library. If I do not know something, I can just ask Alexander or a burden. His guides suffered from a strange form of amnesia. They knew a few things, but rarely in detail. For true understanding, he needed the books inside the Soul Forge. Even so, they knew enough that the library felt like the least important feature. That left the training chamber and the summoning chamber. If I unlock the training chamber, I could fight people inside it before facing them in real combat. This would be an enormous advantage. If he could observe an enemy, then enter the training chamber to face a replica and study their tactics, he could win almost any battle. Even powerful foes could be defeated if he understood their patterns. Most beings had weak points that were not obvious at first glance. After fighting the mercenary leader several times, he discovered subtle openings. They were small things, such as a brief shift in stance before a thrusting attack, an opening to perform a deadly counter. But, it is probably more worthwhile to get more rewards from the summoning chamber. The illusory battles were useful, but he could simply grow stronger before facing real enemies. The summoning chamber provided experience talismans as well as talismans with enchantments. With those, he could advance more quickly and level up at an impressive pace. If he encountered a powerful opponent, he could always run away, so the only reasonable choice was to focus on summoning. Wait, does that mean I can visit Gwen whenever I want? Rusty had been saddened by the idea that he could only see his summoner every few months. His evolutions had slowed down each time, so he assumed the next chance to see Gwen would be at least 3 or 4 months away. If the summoning chamber followed the same cooldown pattern as the smithing chamber, then he could meet her several times a week. It sounds too good to be true. There is probably some kind of catch. Gleam was confused about why Rusty had grown distant and was staring into space, but she chose not to prod. Rusty, meanwhile, remained convinced that this new unlock could not be as good as it appeared. Even so, he accepted it, and soon another message appeared. The soul summoning chamber has been unlocked. Is that it? He had expected more, but once the notification faded, nothing else appeared. He opened his system to investigate and discovered a few changes. Previously, there had only been one option to enter the Soul Forge, but now there were 2 separate entries. One led to the smithing section and the other to the summoning chamber. This suggested they now shared a timer. That is disappointing. It looked as if he would need to manage his resources more carefully. The smithy inside the true Soul Forge was still far superior to anything available here. Enchanting would be easier there, which meant he would have to budget his time. To be sure of everything, he needed to see how this new chamber functioned. The earlier version of the Soul Forge had introduced restrictions that did not exist in the real one, so it was likely that this version of the summoning chamber would also come with new limitations. Gleam, could you watch over my body for a while longer? Gleam was a little confused about why Rusty was climbing back into the hidden compartment, but she only wiggled her antennae in approval. Even though he was never unconscious for long when using this secondary method of entering the Soul Forge, the summoning missions tended to last longer and followed their own timing. Once his body was hidden again, he activated the new option and felt his consciousness shift, just as it had many times before. He arrived in the summoning chamber and immediately noticed a few differences. The room looked smaller and there was no exit at all. It cannot reach any of the other chambers. I wonder if unlocking the other 2 will let me walk between them. It was becoming clear that his link to the true Soul Forge was slowly strengthening. The more he evolved, the closer he came to the point where it would become a permanent part of him. Once that happened, he would likely gain unrestricted access to everything it offered. It might even reveal something entirely new that would push his power even further. With that thought in mind, he turned to the summoning chamber console. It looked exactly the same as before, and it did not take long for him to find the missions tab. The moment he opened it he noticed that something was wrong. One of the missions was grayed out and bound by chains. He tapped it to see if anything would happen, and a message appeared. The summoner's stats are too low to summon you. Please wait for the summoner's stats to grow or increase them with summoner coins. Ah! It seemed that because his rank had shifted from D- to regular D rank, Gwen no longer had enough levels to summon him. In the past, whenever he entered the summoning chamber, a significant amount of time would pass, which probably allowed her to catch up. This time, the gap appeared too large and it left him in a difficult position. Should I just upgrade her stats or wait? He could no longer access her mission, yet there were other opportunities available. Some of them could even let him earn summoner coins. He had always wanted to explore the missions offered by other summoners, but focusing on Gwen had seemed like the better long-term strategy. Now that he was no longer as limited, he could use these other missions to gather coins and then funnel those resources back into her, making her stronger. What should I try then? Quest. Hand of Vengeance. Difficulty. Hard. Description. A village has been destroyed, and the souls of the dead cry out for justice. The sole survivor calls for you with their final breath. Answer their plea and avenge the fallen. Leave no one alive. That sounds interesting. Quest. Necromancer's Guard. Difficulty. Medium. Description. A necromancer summons you for protection. Defend them from their enemies and obey all their commands without refusal. Another necromancer. Quest. Dungeon Defender. Difficulty. Medium. Description. Summoned by the dungeon itself, you must protect the core from invading raiders. Drive out all enemies or slay them all. Dungeon Core. Rusty examined the 3 choices and immediately dismissed the dungeon assignment. He refused to become a puppet of something like that again. The necromancer mission was not much better, since it required complete obedience and risking failure or reduced rewards if he denied any order. That left the first quest, the call for vengeance, as the only real option. Once he made up his mind and selected the mission, the familiar sequence began, this time with a visible countdown. Numbers starting from 100 appeared before him in a separate window, and he was instructed to load items into his temporary inventory. Since the mission seemed to involve fighting multiple opponents, he decided to switch to a different frame, the Goliath. He fumbled for a moment because the timer was short and he had not prepared proper loadouts while he was busy crafting. Fortunately, swapping items was simple, and within a minute, he had gathered everything he needed. His body expanded into a heavier form, bulkier than the older Goliath frame. In this shape, he could carry a massive tower shield along with his trusted halberd. Once everything was ready, he stepped onto the summoning circle and waited. His mind raced with possibilities. This was a new summoner in a new place. He still did not know whether he was traveling to entirely different realms or different worlds, but he hoped that by meeting more summoners, he would eventually discover the truth. The world turned white, then red, and a scream echoed through the void. When the light finally faded, Rusty found himself standing before a strange statue. It looked like a creature forged from 2 separate ones, part stag and part wolf. Its antlers rose in a spiral pattern, and its muzzle was carved wide open as if caught in a permanent roar. Blood stained the stone at its base, and nearby, he saw several bodies. It appeared to be a family of 4. The 2 larger humanoids were likely the parents, both curled protectively around a much smaller figure. None of them were alive, and the ground beneath Rusty's feet was soaked with their blood. A breath of wind swept through the ruined clearing and carried with it the faint voice of a lone survivor, the one who summoned him. He should have listened to everyone. He should have listened to his father when he was told to leave the moment the horns sounded. But when the screaming began, his legs locked beneath him, and he could not stop himself from looking back. There, he saw the horrors unfolding, his people being cleaved apart by strange armored raiders. Terrell, move! Do not look back! Screams cut through the night air, sharp and wet, echoing along the wooden log bridges of the village. Torches flickered as something heavy struck a home behind them. Wood cracked, and beams snapped. A burning lantern rolled across the walkway and tumbled into the branches below, instantly setting them ablaze. Do not let any of them escape. Kill them all! The shout came from behind, belonging to an armored man. Terrell looked back and caught a glimpse of his face. It was similar to theirs, yet the ears were much shorter. The humans had attacked. His mother gripped his hand and pulled him forward until strength finally returned to his limbs. Keep going! His father shouted as he ran ahead with a young girl in his arms. All of them had long ears, and their forest village was going up in flames. Terrell had heard his parents warn him about the bloodthirsty humans, yet he never believed such people truly existed. Now, with the walkways groaning under his feet and fire swallowing everything he knew, he had to admit that his father had been right. His mother never let go of his hand. Not when a spear hissed past her cheek. Not when the raiders' laughter rose behind them. Do not look down, Terrell. Keep your eyes forward. Her voice trembled, but her grip stayed firm. His father, broad-shouldered even for an elf, sprinted ahead with his sister held tightly against his chest. She sobbed loudly, her cries lost in the roar of the flames. There! The last ones! Get them! The shout echoed from below as they neared the village exit. Terrell forced himself not to look back. He ran beside his mother while his father led the way. Soon the trees thinned and the clearing opened before them, the space dominated by the statue that overlooked the village. They were almost free, or so he believed. Run! His mother pushed him forward with both hands. A heartbeat later, she screamed. Terrell turned in time to see a sword drive through her chest, a long human blade blackened at the edges. She slid off the metal, her blood spraying across his face, warm and glimmering in the firelight. Mother! His voice trembled as she staggered forward and collapsed near the statue. Jigo, my Terrell! These were her final words before she fell still. His head slumping forward, blood pooling around her and the statue she rested against. No! You bast! His father's cry resounded from nearby, but it was quickly interrupted by a swarm of arrows. Terrell turned just in time to see him swaying, arrows jutting from his back as he tried to shield the baby sister in his arms. Terrell's breath hitched as his father staggered again, knees buckling under the weight of too many wounds. The arrows quivered with each trembling step, yet he still tried to protect the tiny bundle pressed to his chest. Father! Terrell froze. The sight of his father bleeding out was too overwhelming for him to comprehend. His father looked at him with fading eyes that no longer recognized the boy in front of him. Run, son! Run! A sword flashed in the firelight. The raider swung without hesitation. Terrell watched the steel bite into his father's shoulder and carve downward. Blood splattered across the burning grass. His father collapsed, curling around the infant one final time. The baby gave a hushed cry before a spear drove through them both. No, 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 no! Terrell's mind cracked. His breath stalled, yet his legs finally obeyed him. He ran toward them without a weapon, without strength, without any chance of survival. Tears blurred everything. His mother. His father. His baby sister. All lay before the ancient statue as if cast there as a sacrifice. One of the armored humans stepped forward, his sword dripping with fresh blood. Well, look at this one. Still breathing. An arrow pierced Terrell's shoulder and sent him stumbling. He slipped in his mother's blood, fell hard, and clawed his way forward, desperate to reach his family. Please, someone! Someone help! Anyone! The words tore from him with raw despair. He knew no one would come. His village had been destroyed, and he might already be the only survivor. The man behind him sneered as he raised his blade and brought it down on the youth's back. The strike ripped across Terrell's back. Pain exploded through him and he screamed. He rolled onto his side between the bodies of his mother and father. His vision blurred, yet he could still see the raiders' faces twisted into cruel smiles. These were not people. They were monsters who took pleasure in slaughtering everyone he had ever known and loved. Something broke inside him. A tide of anger and hatred surged through his chest, fiercer than anything he had ever felt. He wanted to tear into them and return their cruelty 100 times over. The world dimmed around him. It was not from blood loss but from something ancient and powerful. A warmth pulsed beneath his palms, soaked in the blood of his family. The statue seemed to tremble, as if something within it had awakened. Do you feel that? One of the raiders stopped mid-stride as the air shifted. The others scoffed and closed in with raised blades. It is only the forest burning. Finish the brat. Terrell's fingers curled against the earth. He did not understand what was happening. He only knew that he wanted them dead. Every one of them. Every last human who had touched his family, and something had answered that desire. What? A sudden burst of crimson light erupted beneath him, forming a glowing circle edged across the soil. The raiders jumped back in panic. Some shielded their eyes as the radiance grew stronger and brighter. What is that? Something is coming out. A massive figure rose from the circle. It was broad and heavy, shaped entirely of metal. In one hand, it held a shield large enough to cover a wagon door. In the other, it gripped a halberd that crackled with lightning. It remained still as it fully emerged, its polished plates catching the glow of the burning forest. A spirit. Terrell had no idea what he was witnessing, but he remembered the old stories his parents had told him. Elves had once called upon spirits to protect their people, yet the ability had deteriorated with time. His family had lived quietly in this forest for multiple centuries, and no one he knew had ever summoned anything like this. His gaze drifted to the bodies beside him. His mother. His father. His baby sister. Rage surged through him once more, so strong it shook his entire body. He looked back at the strange being and reached for it with everything he had. He did not know what it was or why it had appeared, but he no longer cared. He would give anything, even his soul, if this creature would help him destroy the monsters who had taken everything from him. Spirit! He called out to it and the metal titan's helmet shifted in a subtle movement that felt like a gaze. It seemed to look not only at him but through him. The red glow of the summoning circle flickered across its armor and revealed plates etched with enchanted symbols. The raiders hesitated and formed a loose half-circle around the boy and the newly risen giant. Terrell could not move because his wounds were too deep. He reached toward the metal being with a trembling hand. Spirit, help me! Kill these monsters, kill them all! You can take my soul, I do not care. Just avenge my family and the people who lived here. They did nothing wrong, and these bastards killed them all. He could not stop himself from crying as he begged the being for help. The humans did not wait. They unleashed a volley of arrows toward the giant of metal. The arrows struck its frame and bounced off as if they were made of nothing more than wood. I do not need your soul, but do not worry. All of them will die. Terrell fell silent as the strange voice echoed inside his mind. Its tone was solemn and held no hatred or animosity, almost as if it meant to calm him. The giant turned and swung its long weapon that resembled an axe. With a single motion, the earth trembled, and the wind rose around it. Gah! No! The screams of the human raiders rose as several of them were cleaved apart. Their bodies fell before they even understood what had struck them. The halberd's arc finished with a heavy thud as its blade cracked into the soil, leaving a shallow crater. The metal titan rose turned around to face the enemies, and soon the burning village was filled with the screams of the ones that attacked it. What is that thing? One man shouted just before the metal being hurled its weapon, impaling him and two others standing behind him. Their bodies flew several meters and struck a tree that had only just begun to burn. Their screams rose in pitch as the flames consumed them, then fell silent as they died. The raiders finally recognized their new foe and released their battle hounds. These beasts were far larger than any normal dog and had teeth as sharp as daggers. Two of them leaped at the metal giant, yet both were swept aside when it struck them with the massive tower shield it carried. Fall back! No, stay back! Stay back, I say! Terrell watched in awe as the metal being carved its way through the human raiders. The raiders had torn through his village with ease, but they could do nothing against this new enemy. Each swing of the halberd or shield claimed another life. Even when the battle hounds bit into the metal, their teeth could not pierce it. Ha, ha! A strained laugh escaped him. Tears blurred his vision as he watched the humans who had brought so much suffering fall one after another. Their cries of pain sounded almost like music to him. He looked toward his mother, then his father, then his baby sister. Look! The spirit is killing the evil humans. He paused and gently placed his hand on his mother's cheek. It came to avenge everyone and to protect us. Everything will be fine once the evil humans are dead, so. His hands began to tremble as fresh tears streamed down his face. So please wake up. Do not leave me alone. His pleas were drowned out by the battle that followed. The last of the raiders scattered, breaking formation, tripping over burning roots, and stumbling across the bodies of their own dead. Some tried to flee into the forest, but the fire they had started blocked their only path, and the metal hulk cut off every other escape. To make matters worse, the bodies of their fallen allies began to move in strange ways. They rose from the dead with twisted, unnatural motions. Some were mismatched, with legs from one body joined to the torso of someone much smaller, and all fitted in heavy armor. They were weak, yet these risen creatures still managed to block the path, trapping everyone so the slaughter could continue. Terrell pushed himself forward until he could see the carnage unfolding. He saw the being fighting with a strange and merciless brutality. The enemies who had caused all of this fell to its blade as if they were insects being brushed aside. At one point, another weapon appeared in its hand, and it used it to unleash even greater destruction. Soon, the forest village became quiet. The cries of the raiders faded and only the crackling of the fire remained. They are all dead. The metal creature stood among a mound of corpses. Its body was covered in dents, scratches, and puncture marks. The humans had fought hard, but they could not defeat this giant. One of its weapons had snapped in half, and still it prevailed. Ha, ha! Terrell laughed as his vision blurred. Now that everything was over and the adrenaline had drained from him, he collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The pain rushed back, and he remembered how gravely he was injured. Yet he did not care. As long as the evil humans were gone, he was content. From a distance, he heard metallic footsteps approaching, and he smiled. The metal giant was probably returning to claim his soul as payment for its services. He feared death, but what truly terrified him was the thought of never seeing his family in the afterlife. If his soul was taken, he would never reach them. At least, he thought, they had been avenged. Slowly and carefully, he walked back to his family. If he were about to die and lose his soul, he wanted to spend his last moments with his parents. They were still slumped against the statue. For some reason, they looked peaceful to him. His mother's hair, usually braided with small wooden beads, was now tangled and stained with blood. His father still held the small bundle that had been his sister, as if even in death he refused to let her go. Terrell reached out to them with trembling hands. "Father! I'm here." His voice trembled. "I'm sorry. I could not run. But do not worry, all the evil humans are dead." He soon heard footsteps behind him. The Metal Reaper had come to claim his soul. He turned while slumping against the body of his mother. The creature appeared, its massive frame towering above him, and he could barely see it through his fading vision. His voice broke again. He could not speak. Images of his life flashed before him. He saw his parents smiling, and he saw the day his little sister was born. Those were days filled with pure joy, but now only darkness remained. Hey! He did not know how much time had passed when his eyes slowly opened. The scenery had not changed, except the trees had been burned to ash. He touched his body, and where there had been deep wounds, there was now nothing. To his side lay several empty bottles, their corks tossed away. His parents were still there, motionless, yet he was alive. In front of him stood the metal giant, its form turning translucent as it began to fade. Why did you save me?" he asked, unsure of what the creature wanted. "Why not? Would your family not want you to live on?" The metal figure answered, then vanished completely, leaving the young survivor alone and confused. He rose to his feet and looked at the bodies scattered around him. The village was gone, everyone he knew was dead, and he was truly alone. "Congratulations! You have completed your mission." The window appeared before Rusty, but he did not even spare it a glance. Instead, he stared at his metallic hand. Only moments ago, it had been smeared with humanoid flesh and blood. It had been punctured, scraped, and dented in several places, yet no signs of damage remained. In their place lingered a strange void within his very being, something he could not fully explain. "Calculating rewards, please wait." Received medium experience talisman X1. Received small experience talisman X5. Received lesser stamina enchantment talisman X1. Even though the mission had been classified as hard, the rewards were worse than those he had received from Gwen's mission. To make matters worse, he had obtained a stamina enchantment talisman, a stat he did not even use as a living armor. The only explanation he could think of was that, aside from difficulty rating, the length of the summoning also played a role in determining the quality of the rewards. That child! Rusty closed his fingers slowly, the metal plates grinding against one another. The battlefield had vanished, replaced by the familiar summoning chamber and the silence that filled it. He had been summoned before and had taken part in many battles, but this felt different. The emotions of his new summoner still lingered and weighed on him. They were far stronger than anything he had felt when called by Gwen. The anger and desperation were almost palpable. The massacre had not been enough. A deep-seated anger remained, accompanied by a strange and hollow sadness. He dismissed the windows and moved to the console to examine the summoner profile. The youth who had brought him forth showed no signs of proper mage training, yet he had somehow managed to summon Rusty in this newly empowered body. A glance at the statistics made it clear that this young man surpassed his previous summoner. Name: Terrell. Classification: Novice Summoner L15. Type: Wood Elf. Strength: F+. Agility: E. Dexterity: E. Constitution: E. Intelligence: D. Wisdom: D. Willpower: D+. Durability: E. Even though he was younger than Gwen, his stats surpassed hers. All of the attributes related to spellcasting were impressively high, yet it was clear he lacked proper training. Worse still, Rusty had only received a measly 5 coins for completing the mission, nowhere near what he had hoped for. "What is the point of this when I have to spend it like this?" Rusty could not shake the weight pressing on him. He felt deeply for the youth. Everyone the boy had known had been slaughtered right in front of him, leaving him with nothing. Rusty's main reason for taking on summoning missions had always been to earn more coins for Gwen and to unlock additional abilities. The only consolation was that some upgrades carried over between summoners, such as the expanded storage space. Others, however, like the skills that increased how far he could move from his summoner, had to be upgraded separately. That meant it might be wiser to invest in shared skills rather than focusing on a single summoner. Still, doing so would only make things more difficult when he was summoned by Gwen, who remained the one he wanted to prioritize. I will probably have to make a decision. The system offered him many summoning missions, and perhaps he would need to narrow his focus to only 1 or 2 summoners on his journey. He had once been certain he would devote himself to helping Gwen, but after the mission he had just completed, even that resolve felt uncertain. That kid needs help. With the meager amount of 5 points, he would not be able to obtain both the bronze and iron armor summons as he had with Gwen. However, he still had some leftover points from his previous summoning, so he could at least give the child something to summon while he was not there. This situation felt far more dangerous. Terrell was seemingly alone, while Gwen at least had the safety of the summoning school, where the teachers would protect her. But who would protect the boy? Is this what the humanoids call a conscience? He mumbled to himself as the cursor hovered over the options. He knew that the upgrades he selected were used by his summoners, but he was unsure whether they were truly necessary for their survival. Even though he had received only 5 points, he had also gained several experience talismans, along with some meant to help with enchanting gear. His metallic hand moved slowly as he spent the coins he had received. A total of 9 points were used to grant the child access to both bronze and iron armor for protection. While those suits of armor were not particularly strong, with the amount of mana Terrell possessed, he should be able to summon many of them. They would be enough to protect the boy from people like the raiders, at least as long as he did not have to face them alone. I have lost 4 coins. But perhaps I can choose another mission. Rusty asked himself as he moved over to the mission section. After clicking it, he was brought to a grayed out screen where the 2 previous missions were displayed. Even when he tried clicking them, nothing happened. Instead, he felt a sudden certainty that time had run out. The summoning chamber began to shift, and he knew it was over. His interaction with his new summoner had been brief, but he hoped the child would survive on his own until the next mission. Rusty knew that with each new mission, the probability of receiving more summoner coins increased. I'm sure he'll be fine. I wonder what Gleam will think of this. With everything seemingly in order and new talismans ready for use, he exited the summoning chamber. Just as he expected, his consciousness returned to his regular body, and he was back to fight another day. However, as he was pushing himself out of the hidden compartment, another scene was playing out, something that he had not foreseen. Dead, they are all dead, everyone, everything is gone. Terrell, the lone survivor, fell to his knees as he watched the entire village burn before his eyes. The humans who had done this all lay dead around him, but even with revenge taken, the young man wanted only his family back. His parents and little sister lay where they had fallen, their bodies growing colder as fire devoured the world around them. Terrell's strength finally gave out. He collapsed onto the ashen ground, his fingers clawing at dirt that still radiated faint warmth from the summoning circle. The smell of smoke and blood filled his lungs, each breath a painful reminder that this was real. The metal spirit had vanished, but the nightmare had not ended. He was still here. They're gone. He whispered, his voice barely coming out. I'm still here, but why? No answer came. The forest, once alive with birdsong and rustling leaves, lay silent save for the crackle of burning wood. Even the flames seemed subdued, as if they too were ashamed of what they had consumed. Terrell forced himself to crawl back to his family. He sat between his parents and gently pulled his sister closer, cradling her small, unmoving body against his chest. Her face was peaceful and untouched by fear, and that hurt more than any blade ever could. Don't worry. I'll be joining you soon, he said as he glanced toward a piece of sharp, broken metal lying nearby. His hands trembled as he picked it up, staring at the sharp, uneven edge and then at his dead sister. Slowly, he brought the metal closer to his own neck. Just as he was about to take his own life, something rose deep within him. A strange warmth spread through his body, followed by a rush of information flooding his mind. His gaze drifted toward the statue, the ancient figure that had supposedly answered his call and given rise to the metallic spirit. Now, as he held his dead sister, he hesitated to take his own life. Instead, he reached out with one trembling hand and spoke. Come forth. Mana flowed from his fingertips, and a summoning circle appeared on the ground. It was far smaller than the one that had brought forth the massive metal spirit, but power still pulsed within it. From the circle emerged a creature formed of bronze, similar to the metal giant but not quite the same. Another metal spirit. His eyes widened as he continued to pour out his mana. The bronze construct finished forming and straightened, its movements stiff and mechanical. It had a humanoid shape, yet he could tell that no human dwelt within it. It was a suit of armor that could walk. This was not the end. The mana kept flowing, and more circles appeared on the ground, each summoning another being. Most were made of bronze, but some were different, formed of iron and clearly more powerful. Suddenly, a sharp jolt shot through his forehead. The pain was familiar, mana deprivation. While he was not much of a spellcaster, he knew a few basic household spells his parents had taught him. Even though he was a wood elf, every elf possessed a natural understanding of magic and a large reserve of mana. His tribe was just a peaceful group, never practicing the ways of combat or attack magic. Soon, all of the metallic spirits fully manifested. There were 10 bronze constructs and 3 made of iron, which seemed to be his limit for now. They all turned toward him but remained still, as if awaiting his command. It's like father said. Terrell knew the old stories of summoners among his elven forefathers. The founder of the village was said to be one of them, and the statue represented one of the spirits he could call forth. He now believed that he had somehow awakened this long-lost power of his tribe. What happened? Wasn't this supposed to be an easy mission? Before he could think further, a twig snapped nearby, and the voices of humans resounded. I don't know, but look at that. 2 men emerged from the bushes. Both were human and wore armor similar to that of the earlier attackers. It was clear to Terrell that they belonged to the same group and had likely come to finish the job. He was the only survivor, yet the fear he had felt before was gone, replaced by something entirely different. The 2 men froze when they truly took in the scene before them. Burned homes, charred trees, and piles of corpses half buried in ash. At the center of it all knelt an elven boy, surrounded by a ring of silent metal soldiers. What in the hell? One of the humans muttered, his hand drifting toward his sword. Terrell slowly stood. His legs were unsteady, but his gaze was not. The boy who had begged a spirit for help was gone. In his place stood someone hollowed out by loss and filled with cold resolve. You. It is all your fault. Terrell spoke quietly, his lips trembling while his eyes remained wide and blazing with rage. The humans exchanged a glance and quickly realized what they were facing. Kill him before he. Before the man could finish shouting, Terrell raised his hand and pointed at them. Kill them. The command was simple, but the way it was spoken was anything but. His lower lip trembled as his hatred surged. The constructs moved. Metal feet struck ash-covered earth in perfect unison. 2 bronze armors rushed forward while an iron one followed behind them, its heavier frame moving louder as it charged. Shit! Steel rang as one man drew his blade and blocked the first bronze armor. The attack was light, and he managed to push the creature back, but he had no time to recover before another bronze blade lunged for his head. From all sides, the living armors advanced, an unstoppable wave of metal. The second man turned to flee, hoping to escape while his partner distracted the summoned creatures. Before he could take more than a few steps, an arrow whistled past his cheek, drawing blood. He spun around to see an iron armor holding a bow, with 2 bronze constructs beside it, both aiming at him. Stop! A spear flew from one of the constructs, forcing him to retreat. His back collided with his companion, and the 2 found themselves surrounded by the metal soldiers. While they could defeat them in single combat, they were hopelessly outnumbered. Worse still, even after destroying several of the constructs, the shattered metal reformed into its original shape, as though the beings were immortal and driven by nothing but vengeance. And no, arg! One of the men screamed in horror as multiple weapons pierced his body. 7 armors swarmed him from all directions, and after delivering several wounds, his legs finally gave out. His partner fared no better. A spear pierced his thigh, and he collapsed to the ground. Please, don't! The human trembled, clutching at the spear lodged through his leg. His eyes darted between the lifeless metal faces and the other man, who was now nothing more than a bloody cadaver. Spare me, please. What do you want? I'll give you anything. I'll tell you anything. He shouted whatever came to his mind, desperation spilling from his mouth. Just as the metal creatures were about to deliver the final blow, they stopped at their summoner's command. Stop! Hold him down! At Terrell's order, the bronze armors piled onto the human, forcing him flat against the ground and pinning his arms and legs in place before their master. You attacked my village. You slaughtered everyone. Why? The man swallowed hard. We were ordered to. That's all. We were told to do it by a noble lord. That's all I know, they don't tell people like me much. I just carry out orders. Terrell's gaze flickered as he didn't like the answer. Who gave the order? A noble, how stole it? That's all I know. I'm just a mercenary, we don't ask questions. The man looked around, his body trembling as he tried to free himself. Terrell, on the other hand, only grew angrier with every passing moment. There did not seem to be any real reason for the attack, and if there was, this man likely did not know it. Delayed. Terrell bent down and picked up the sword the other man had dropped. He could barely hold it with both hands, but it was enough for what he intended to do. No, please. I told you what you wanted. Have mercy. The young wood elf stepped closer and raised the sword above his head, aiming directly for the man's neck while the newly summoned creatures continued to pin him to the ground. Your kind showed us no mercy, so I will show none in return. He brought the blade down. The strike was clumsy and fueled more by rage than skill, but hatred gave his arms a strength they should not have possessed. Steel tore through flesh and then bone. There was a dull, sickening sound, followed by a sudden release. The man was dead, yet the void in Terrell's heart remained. Rage consumed him completely. He lifted the sword again and again, striking the lifeless body over and over until his blood-soaked hands could no longer find the strength to hold the weapon. Kill! I will kill all of you! He fell to his knees and screamed into the distance as the village continued to burn around him. At that moment, he made a promise to himself, one that would have the humans pay for what they did here. Even if he died trying, he would have his vengeance. It was less than a minute. That's interesting. Rusty was greeted by Gleam, his partner whom he had not interacted with in quite some time. Once again, she had watched over his body while he checked out the new function that had appeared. The time he spent in the mini-summoning chamber amounted to less than a minute in this world, similar to the time he had spent in the mini-soul forge. What made things even more interesting was that he now had two separate cooldowns. One applied to accessing the smithing portion of the soul forge, while the other applied to the new summoning chamber. This made things easier, since he no longer had to choose between them, but there was still a drawback. The wait before he could return to summoning was much longer, amounting to half a week. Ah, sorry. It's nothing. I was just thinking about a few things that happened. Why don't we get out of here and stretch a bit? Maybe we could go to the dungeon as well. Gleam seemed genuinely happy at the mention of the dungeon. She had been cooped up in the lair with little to do, which had only added to her boredom. Now that Rusty was back in his regular body, it was time to make further progress. From what he could remember, the section of the dungeon he had previously been unable to access should be opening soon, now that the rare monster that had terrorized the adventurers had been slain. A shame. I wish we could have hunted it instead. I bet it would have had some good materials. Rusty could not help but think about the magical enchantments he could create using new monster parts. With his recent evolution, his crafting skills had grown, and he was now aware of new methods and techniques for producing stronger enchantments. I see you can hardly wait. Oh, and I almost forgot. As he was about to open the door, he stopped himself when he remembered his guides. He had not summoned them since returning from the Soul Forge, and it was always better to have the two of them around. Even though they could be annoying at times, their advice when dealing with humanoids was valuable. There was also another reason for summoning them, as he had a separate project that the two were involved in. Ah, Rusty, when will you learn? You should have saved those precious resources. Why spend them on such a brat who will probably die soon anyway? A burden's light appeared, and the first thing he did was complain about Rusty spending summoner coins on the young wood elf. Alexander, of course, was quick to rebut the claim, and the two began to argue. The child is traumatized. He needs all the help he can get. Rusty did the right thing. Ha, silly hero and his sense of justice. What did following that code reward you with? That's right, death was your reward. A burden cackled, and Rusty almost laughed along with him. At times, he genuinely enjoyed listening to the two of them bicker. However, at the moment, his attention was focused elsewhere, on the metals he had smelted. One was a dark ingot, aligned with the element of darkness, and the other with the element of light. With these, he could create two frames for his guides, vessels they could potentially inhabit and fight through, similar to his puppet armors. There was, however, a small problem he was facing. I need more materials. He had completed the smelting process for both ingots while he was in the Soul Forge, which would allow him to create the ingots directly using SP. However, the number of ingots required for a full suit of armor was quite high. Mana stones were needed to create the steel, and those stones also had to be processed by him. The mana within them needed to be skewed toward either light or darkness. This was a process he had to perform manually, as it was impossible to achieve through SP alone. The only exception would be if he managed to find specific creatures that dropped such resources. Well, first I will need to get enough mana crystals, and then I can start working. Gleam cheered Rusty on as he finally decided to head upstairs. There, he found the smithy mostly empty, as always. The prices for his wares were still high, and the quality of his enchantments was not superior to what other merchants offered. However, in his current state, and with new talismans to recreate, he might finally be able to match his competition. The kids were all present. The twins were outside, sweeping dirt from the entrance and trying to lure people over, while Rollo stayed inside as the main seller. Naisha, on the other hand, was sleeping in the corner, drool dripping from her mouth. Should I just leave it as it is or? Rusty was not quite sure what he wanted to do about this place. He had stolen a large amount of gold from corrupt mercenaries and merchants. By now, he had realized that the group of merchants he had joined was scamming him. They wanted his store to fail so that he would be unable to pay the fees. The reason was not entirely clear to him. Perhaps they simply disliked him, or perhaps they wanted to take over his shop. With the extra funds, he could pay them off for a while, but it was not a permanent solution. There was also the risk that his scheme would be noticed. Humanoids were not that foolish, and they might start wondering where all the money was coming from when he was not selling any wares. If that happened, guards could be sent to tear his shop apart. While they would not find any gold, since it was hidden within his system storage, he was not sure the shop itself would survive such a search without needing repairs. Well, I'm listed as an adventurer, so I can offset things with what I earn. Rusty made a mental note of how he would tackle the problem, and then he looked towards Rollo. Why don't you close early today and go eat something? I'll be stepping out for a while. Ah, are you sure? Yeah. Rusty said, with the head of Edmund residing behind his helmet. Rollo was certainly happy at the prospect of closing early and eating with the others. Once he decided, Rollo was quick to poke Naisha awake. Whoa. The girl opened one eye, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and then perked to attention. Food. Her other eye snapped open as she shot upright. We're eaten? She asked with her hands stretched toward the ceiling. Rollo chuckled and ruffled her hair. Yeah. Mr. Edmund says we're done for today, so go get Ria and Ison. Yay! That was all it took. Moments later, the shop was locked up, and the twins carefully dragged the large sign they were carrying back into place. The five of them made their way to the current kitchen area, which had been properly remodeled. The house, once quite decrepit, was now something a human could consider a home. However, Rusty was not planning on joining them, as it was time for him to head out. With everything he had gained, he wanted to push his progress further. The summoning chamber upgrade was useful, but he had to do much more now. With access twice a week, a new problem had presented itself to him, a lack of levels. Usually, he arrived at the summoning chamber with his level maxed out, but now things had changed. This meant that between each summon, he would need to strengthen himself as much as possible. The challenges ahead would likely be greater, and to have the best chance of earning more summoner coins, he needed to become stronger. Let's go then, Gleam. We'll go through the gate this time and show them that we are actually working. Gleam knew that Rusty sometimes used the secret tunnel to avoid being detected by the guards. It was mostly to hide how much time he spent in the dungeon, as well as how much he was truly earning. Soon, the two made their way through the city. The day was well into the afternoon, and many people were bustling about. This is kind of refreshing, he thought to himself as they headed toward the dungeon. He had been forced to remain around his summoner for a while, and this was the first time in a long while that he could stretch his metallic legs. Having a master he was stuck to was not that great, but here he was the true master and could do as he pleased. That's a good question, Gleam. We'll check out that third path with the crystals around it. Perhaps we can even find mana crystals that I can infuse. As they passed through the gate, Rusty focused on his next adventure. The point of interest was the strange, shimmering tunnel leading into a dungeon area he had not yet explored. The place was called the Crystalline Cavern, and as the name implied, shiny crystals were scattered everywhere, along with supposedly sparkling monsters. For someone who used materials to craft bodies for his two guides, this was the best place to visit, and his guides agreed. Walk faster, Rusty. We need those mana crystals. A burden urged them onward. Rusty still was not sure which guide he should focus on first, but Alexander seemed the safer choice. At an increased pace, he managed to reach the Crystalline Cavern rather quickly, with only a few monsters getting in his way. It appeared he was not the only one heading there, as several adventurer groups were already on the same path. It's not being blocked by anyone this time around. Rusty stepped past the threshold, and the world changed. The Crystalline Cavern swallowed sound first. The usual echoes of steel against flesh and distant monster cries were muted, as though the cavern absorbed noise itself. Light came next, or rather, the unusual source of it. Instead of torches or glowing moss, the tunnels were illuminated by crystal veins running through the walls. It reminded him of the Chaos Gate he had tackled with Gwen and the other summoners, and he moved closer to examine it. The other adventurers did not seem to care, but he wondered whether these crystals could be used for something. He took out a dagger and struck the wall, chipping away a fragment. To his surprise, the glow faded instantly as the mineral came loose. Oh! He picked up the jagged shard and noticed that all the mana had vanished from it. It had become nothing more than an ordinary rock, one that crumbled in his hands almost instantly. I don't think we can use any of these, Rusty. Otherwise, other adventurers would already be mining them. Alexander commented as Rusty reached for one of the large crystals jutting out of the wall. It came off rather easily with a single yank, but as he held the formation in his hands, it quickly lost its luster. Within a few seconds, it crumbled, turning into nothing more than dust. Is this just for a show? He felt a hint of disappointment at the revelation, though it did make sense. The crystals were everywhere, yet no one bothered to approach or collect them. However, according to the information he had seen at the guild, some of these crystals could be mined. Certain pockets had to be buried deep within the labyrinthine tunnels, and he knew he would likely need to spend some time searching for them. Let's go then, Gleam. If you see something interesting, let me know. Gleam, his white ant companion, was a good tracker and highly sensitive to magic. With her help, he hoped to discover hidden veins, just as he had with the mana-infused iron ore in other sections of the dungeon. Soon, the two departed to start their search, but instead of minerals, they encountered a different scene. The main tunnel opened into a vast hollow chamber, far larger than the passages that led to it. The ceiling arched high above, lost in shadow, while clusters of crystals poked out like ice blocks. Some grew in jagged spirals, others in smooth hexagonal columns, all of them faintly glowing with soft hues of blue, violet, and pale green. The light refracted endlessly, bending around corners and casting distorted reflections that made the cavern feel alive. From this chamber branched dozens of tunnels. Some were narrow and winding, barely wide enough for a single adventurer. Others sloped downward into darkness, their walls pulsing with crystalline veins that flickered at a strange tempo. Rusty could feel it. The mana density here was far higher than in the outer layers of the dungeon. It pressed against his senses, heavy and rich, as if the cavern itself were alive. Yet, I see it too. This place is probably a maze. It's going to take a while to explore all those side tunnels. The floor was littered with old scorch marks and, more importantly, blood. There were clear signs of recent battles and injured adventurers. One of the tunnels showed fresh footprints, while the others were untouched. The sound is muffled, but someone is fighting in that direction. Rusty placed his metal arm against one of the walls and felt the vibrations traveling through it. Though the sound was muted, the stone quivered beneath his touch. For a moment, he wondered if he should investigate and see what he was dealing with, rather than risk encountering a monster on his own. Let's go, Gleam. The two moved toward the source of the vibrations, but before they could continue, Rusty stopped. I almost forgot. Before heading in, he opened the system window and selected all of his experience talismans, activating them at once. The experience bar began to fill, and soon he was rewarded with a level up. Only one? Well, it's more than last time. He felt a flicker of disappointment, but it quickly faded. With the summoning chamber now a repeatable resource, there was no reason to worry. Soon, the armor and the ant delved deeper into the unexplored dungeon, searching for greater power and hidden treasure. Rusty slowed his steps and raised a hand. Gleam immediately froze beside him, her antennae twitching. Better not get too close. Some of those adventurers probably have high-level detection skills. While he was not planning on attacking anyone in the dungeon just yet, he was unsure how people would react to a lone adventurer emerging from the shadows. He knew from experience that the morality humans displayed in open cities often vanished the moment they entered a dungeon. They crept forward until the tunnel widened enough to give them a clear view of the next chamber. Rusty pressed himself against a crystal-studded outcropping and peered around it. Gleam scuttled up his shoulder and settled there, her silvery white body blending almost perfectly with the pale glow of the cavern. What they saw made Rusty's visor widen with interest. A group of 5 adventurers was locked in battle at the center of the chamber. Judging by their equipment, posture, and coordination, they were all D rank. Poor formation. Mediocre gear. Overconfident. A burden's voice echoed inside Rusty's helmet, his dark glow emanating from one side of the visor. They are alive, though. They seem to be managing. Alexander replied quietly as they continued to observe the fight. They aren't that bad, but neither, good. Rusty had only recently evolved and grown stronger, reaching the middle of D rank himself. Even so, as he watched the way they moved and fought, he was convinced that he could have defeated the entire group even in his previous form. The monster they were fighting was unlike anything Rusty had seen before. It resembled a massive lizard, roughly the size of 2 horses standing side by side. What made it truly interesting were the crystals erupting from its flesh. Jagged growths of blue and violet crystal burst from its shoulders, spine, and tail, as if the creature had grown around them rather than the other way around. Each movement produced faint chiming echoes as the crystals brushed against one another. Its scales were dark and matte, absorbing light instead of reflecting it and making the glowing crystal growth stand out even more. Mana pulsed visibly through the veins inside the crystals, flashing brighter as the creature grew more enraged. As the battle dragged on and it sustained more injuries, the glow continued to intensify. It's around the strength of that bear, but not quite. Classification: Crystal-hide giant lizard L5D. Type: Reptilian. Description: Crystal-hide giant lizards are found within deep crystalline regions where ambient mana seeps into living creatures over long periods of time. Their bodies adapt by forming mana-conductive crystal growths, which both protect vital areas and amplify mana discharge. After reading the description, he was intrigued. These were not ordinary reptilian monsters, but creatures that stored vast amounts of mana. They seemed similar to Gleam, and that resemblance quickly became obvious as the adventurers jumped back to protect themselves. The massive lizard thrashed about, releasing mana from the crystals embedded in its body. The result was a dazzling light show, with small beams of energy shooting in every direction. To make matters worse, the beams began to bounce off the dungeon walls. It's as if the dungeon is helping that big lizard. Rusty commented as he took in the adventurers' predicament. Some were grazed by the attack, but fortunately, the beams were not that powerful, and each refraction weakened them further. Even so, it was an assault that would likely eradicate F and E-ranked adventurers and monsters alike. He continued watching the fight. It seemed that the best tactic against these monsters was to shatter the crystals protruding from their bodies with heavy weapons. 2 fighters in the party focused solely on that task, one smashing the growths with a large mace while the other wielded a 2-handed great hammer. Once enough damage was dealt, the monster's magical output dropped, making it much easier to target. It seems to have some kind of lesser mana veil surrounding its scales. Best be careful of that, my dear Rusty. A burden commented as Rusty slowly moved away from the area. The battle was coming to an end, and he did not want the adventurers to think he was waiting for the right moment to strike. Still, his research continued, as there were other parties farther ahead. He crouched and peered through a curtain of crystal growths that jutted from the wall like frozen flames. Beyond them was another chamber, smaller than the last but more dangerous. This time, the adventurer party was actually losing. A group of 4 D-rank adventurers had formed a loose semicircle, their breathing ragged, armor scorched and chipped. At the center of the chamber stood something that barely resembled a creature at all. Classification: Crystalline Golem L14D. Type: Inorganic/magic. Description: Crystalline golems are constructs formed naturally in high-density mana zones where crystalline growths accumulate and achieve autonomous motion. Their bodies are highly resistant to physical damage, refracting both force and magic. The core crystal functions as both a mana reservoir and control nexus. Destruction of the core results in total collapse. The monster was enormous, taller than his Goliath form, and the group fighting it was struggling. There were 5 of them, but the one who looked like an archer appeared to be down. It seemed the group had been attacked from behind, as their formation was odd and disorganized. They were packed far too closely together, and the fighters were having difficulty keeping the monster away from their physically weaker party members. Maybe we should help them, Rusty. Alexander called out to him, but Aberdan instantly dismissed the idea. Why should we do that? It would be far better to wait and let that creature dispose of them. Then we can pocket their equipment and resources. As always, the two disagreed, and Rusty was left to decide whose opinion to follow. From what he could see, the group was struggling against a slow-moving yet powerful monster. If they had not started off on the wrong foot, they were probably capable of defeating it, but as things stood, they were about to be steamrolled. I do not really want to waste much time on this. In truth, Rusty did not care much either way, as he had his own plans. There was no real reason to use underhanded tactics against either the adventurers or the monster they were fighting. His monster rank had reached a proper D rank, and even if he simply walked over there, he would likely be victorious against all of them. He reached into his storage and took out one of his newly modified bows. It was made from the same steel mixture as his body, and he notched a standard arrow into it. After taking aim at one of the crystal joints, he let it fly. The arrow flew in a clean arc through the air and struck exactly where he intended, causing the crystal-covered giant to topple over from the force of the impact. The effect was immediate. A sharp crack, clear as a ringing bell, rang out as the arrowhead bit into the joint where crystal met stone. The crystalline golem staggered, its massive frame listing to one side as mana shone wildly within the fractured section. Light pulsed erratically through its body, and it tumbled forward, breaking several crystals along the way. The adventurers jumped back as it fell and realized they now had a chance to counterattack. The golem tried to raise itself, but the damaged joint refused to fully cooperate. Its leg began to move, but before it could stand, the adventurers rushed in with their heavy weapons. Like the other group, they carried hammers and maces, ready to smash the joints. With Rusty's help, the tide of battle shifted. The injured archer was pulled away to safety, and for a moment, he locked eyes with Rusty's form in the distance. Rusty did not hide or flee. Instead, he waved at the group with Gleam perched on his shoulder. Bah, why did you help them? Aberdan muttered angrily. Well, it's best if some people see me in these dungeons. Having some good rumors spread could be beneficial. Rusty was no longer the naive suit of armor he had once been. He understood very well how relationships among humanoids formed and what they could become. Helping in this way was enough. If he did too much, most would grow suspicious. This, however, was sufficient. The group was now indebted to him, and they would likely spread word of an adventurer with a silver ant on his shoulder. As his reputation grew, new doors would open. It was a small investment in the future that exposed him to little danger, just enough to stir the waters. If you frame it like that, then fine. It seemed that as long as Rusty was not helping others for altruistic reasons, Aberdan was satisfied. Alexander did not comment. That alone was enough to show his approval, though Rusty suspected the former hero wished he had done more. I think you might be overdoing it a little, Gleam. Rusty spoke in a cheerful tone as he watched his ant partner wiggle across his shoulder, performing her usual little dance. It's fine, I bet those guys won't forget your shiny form. With that handled, he headed into the deeper parts of the caverns. Armed with information about potential enemies, he soon encountered his first real opposition. A large crystal-encrusted lizard stood in his path, and there were 2 of them. The coast seems clear. Let's go, Gleam. The battle began as he transformed into his largest Goliath form. A massive tower shield filled one hand, while a mace rested in the other. He clashed with one of the monsters, and just as expected, it was sent flying. A creature that normally required 5 adventurers working together was hurled back by him alone. Yet despite this display of power, Gleam was not as fortunate. She climbed onto the ceiling, out of reach of the second lizard, but even with this tactic, she could not deal much damage. It was magic against magic, and the crystals scattered her beams harmlessly away. It's okay, Gleam. Leave it to me. Gleam felt sad that she could not help much, but he was not worried. Like him, she was still evolving. If one type of magic did not work, another might. These monsters were weak to blunt attacks, and that kind of magic existed as well. As she clung to the ceiling, the lizard could not reach her. The two monsters used their specialties, turning the chamber into a brilliant light show. Yet even when the beams collided with his massive body, they failed to pierce his metal hide. It would take much more to damage him, and he knew it. His mace struck one of the large crystals on the lizard's back, shattering it into tiny shards. Another blow crushed its knees, and soon its head was being driven into the ground. The battle was going well, but Gleam was not about to let it end like this. She emerged from her hiding place after the laser show faded and focused her energy. Her silvery body began to glow, mana swirling around her as she gathered her power on the remaining enemy. The ceiling soon started to rumble as a chunk of earth forced its way out, dense and solid. The block of stone hovered for a moment as it shaped itself into a rough sphere. The crystal-hide giant lizard snarled at it but could do nothing against such a distant foe. Rusty watched in awe and stepped back, leaving it to his partner. "You got it, Gleam!" He cheered as the stone began to spin, then surged forward toward the last monster. Gleam's antennae trembled as she concentrated, her tiny mandibles clenched with effort. This was the first time she had tried this spell, and her aim was a bit off. The high-speed rock shot forth and collided with the monster's side, shattering one of its crystals but not dealing much damage. She wiggled her antennae in anger and began again. This time, the rock was even bigger than before, but the monster would not allow it. It seemed to recognize the danger and chose to use its multiple beam attack. Even though it could not hit her directly, stopping her casting would be just as effective. "Oh no, you won't!" Rusty, who had been standing by idly, leapt into the fray. His mace collided with the monster's head, breaking its concentration and halting the skill before it could activate. This gave Gleam the opening she needed. She poured all the mana she had into forming another, heavier projectile. It spun forward and struck the largest crystal on the monster's back. When it shattered, the smaller ones lost their luster and with it their special properties. "Gleam, your regular mana spells should work now!" Alexander shouted from within Rusty's helmet, and the little ant responded by bombarding the monster with standard attack spells. This time, the bolts did not bounce off. They bit into the monster's scales and then its flesh. The creature roared in pain, but soon collapsed as Rusty delivered the fatal blow. "There we go!" Gleam jumped down from the ceiling in joy, as this marked their first real hunt since his evolution. Both lizards were down, and with the help of his SP, their parts were quickly stored. It was quite a haul. "Let's see what we got." Aside from the usual claws and fangs, the two monsters yielded a large number of crystals. Some were filled with mana, while others appeared to be useful as alloy additives or alchemical materials. "I might have to ask around to see what all of these are for, but I think this one should work." He held a large mana crystal in his hand. It pulsed with power and was perfect for infusing with either light or dark mana. Now that he had a way to farm them, he could begin his hunt for resources. His two guides had been without bodies for a long time, and now he finally had a way to give them proper forms. No longer would they merely observe. From now on, they could perhaps take part in battles alongside him. Shhhzz. The sounds of crystals shattering resounded through the large cavern as another crystal-covered golem crumbled to the ground. In front of him stood a large suit of armor, wielding a massive two-handed hammer, a weapon usually too big to be practical in underground dungeons with so little room to maneuver. "There goes another one, Gleam. We are really getting a good haul this time around." Gleam landed atop the crystal-covered golem and wiggled her antennae. Before it was fully dead, she chomped down on one of the remaining crystals. "Does it taste good?" She nodded and continued to nibble and chomp. Even though the crystals on monsters and along the walls lost their mana rather quickly, it still gave Gleam enough time to eat them. This place solved his partner's feeding problem, since she had previously been forced to sustain herself on diluted mana water and mana potions instead. Gleam still preferred the texture of crystals and other gems, so this cavern was perfect for her diet. "That should be enough, Rusty. We should head back and fashion our new forms." A burden's light flickered within his helmet as impatience set in. They had been hunting monsters in these caverns for nearly a full day, and Rusty had used up all of his SP storing them. When it came to skill absorption, there had been no reaction from the lizards, and the golems he fought had no true heads, only crystals jutting out from their upper torsos. His storage was now filled with various gleaming minerals, and he was not entirely sure what their purpose was. Thanks to his desynthesis ability, he could process an entire body more precisely than any adventurer, which meant he had to be careful. If he appeared with something that could not normally be obtained as a drop, it would raise questions. He still remembered the fuss people made over a weaker adventurer party he had helped escape. They had discovered a rare drop and were subsequently hunted for it. If he showed that he had acquired too much, people would likely target him as well. He had already robbed the mercenaries recently, and people were on edge, searching for the perpetrators. It was best to remain unseen until he reached higher levels, because even now, his D-rank power was not enough. Monsters like the orc leader roamed the lands, and there was also the humanoid army within the city. He was still far too weak. Perhaps when he reached C rank, his time would come, but for now, he needed to avoid being discovered at all costs, since fleeing would be his only option. Yeah, I think this is enough. Let's head back. Gleam hopped onto his shoulder, and the two departed. This section of the dungeon was the largest of them all. They had previously obtained a map from the guild, yet their exploration had likely covered only 5% of its total size. While he could continue without sleeping or eating, it was best to return once the bodies of his guides were prepared. With a haul this large, he would be able to make exactly 2 suits of armor. With that in mind, he made his way back through the winding corridors, avoiding any further fighting. With the help of the silence spell and Gleam's tracking abilities, they were able to steer clear of most trouble. Rusty's life detection skill did not fully function here. While it detected life within the large lizards, it failed to register the golems, as they were not fleshy life forms and fell outside the scope of the skill. Quite peaceful this time around. Rusty looked around as he reached the exit of the crystalline caverns. Adventurers filled the main chamber, but none of them paid him any real attention. He passed through without trouble and made his way out of the dungeon, appearing as though his work for the day had ended. Once outside, the scenery was familiar, and he headed back toward the city as he always did. The day seemed peaceful, with nothing obviously out of place, but Rusty knew better. At any moment, everything could change for the worse, so vigilance was essential. As he walked through the streets toward the Adventurers Guild, he listened closely to the whispers around him. Why are the mercenaries so active lately? I don't know, but I heard the Lord was angry about something. I think even the mercenary leader was punished directly this time. Even him? Something big must have happened. The citizens spoke in hushed tones. Since Rusty was responsible for the robbery, it would be his metal head that rolled if anyone discovered the truth. Fortunately, there was nothing linking him to the scene of the crime. His suit of armor had also been upgraded to a newer model, so he doubted that anyone could successfully track him now. Best to focus on getting stronger. Rusty thought to himself as he stood before the guild appraisal. There were a few other adventurers ahead of him, some of them also D ranks. They deposited a handful of materials, not much, but it gave him a sense of what the appropriate amount was to hand over without appearing suspicious. Next. From his spatial bag, he pulled out nearly the same assortment of crystals, monster scales, fangs, and claws, making sure the quantity was slightly less than what the others before him had offered. Even so, he received more money, as his system processed everything without causing any damage to the materials. It was a decent sum, which he promptly spent on additional supplies, steel in particular, since his reserves were starting to run low. Once everything was taken care of, he returned to his lair. Just like before, the shop was nearly empty, with not a single customer in sight. Rollo sat behind the counter, looking utterly bored, and the other kids seemed no better off. It's a shame. Children like these should be out playing, not sitting around all day in a weapon shop. Alexander commented with a sigh, and Rusty found himself thinking about the issue. He had the money and the means to earn more without relying on the shop, yet he still wanted to keep it running as a way to launder his wealth to some extent. Even if sales were slow, most of the resources he used had been acquired cheaply. Who cares about them? Rusty needs to make my body. Rusty listened to the two bicker about the orphans as he descended into the basement. Ever since he started being summoned, his appreciation for humanoids had deepened somewhat. Gwen, his first summoner, was a good person at heart, and he wondered if she was tugging at his non-existent metallic heart. Logically speaking, he did not owe those young humanoids anything, though he knew he would be saddened if they were harmed, just as he had been when Gleam was kidnapped. Sure, I'm going to make the ingots now. Just wait a bit. Rusty shook his head and brought up his system window. There, he saw that he could enter the smithing portion while the summoning chamber was still on cooldown. I wonder. Even before he could truly confirm whether his guides could inhabit the new suits, another thought occurred to him. What if he could bring both of the new armor bodies to the summoning world? Would he then be able to summon his guides there to help him at some point? There was no problem with taking armor pieces with him and increasing his storage, and with more summoner coins, this option might eventually open up. While the smithy in his basement was not that bad, it was no soul forge. In his current form, he could remain there for quite some time. Without hesitation, he headed inside to work on the many mana crystals he had gathered from the dungeon. The soul forge came alive with the familiar sounds of flame and mana. The furnace ignited, and enchantments began to glow as he entered its vicinity. His task was not particularly difficult this time. He only needed to create mana-infused steel ingots. Although his current body was made of enchanted twilight high steel, he would not be attempting that. Instead, he decided to take a step down and create mana-infused dark and light steel ingots, hoping for the best. The process was similar to creating regular mana-infused ingots, but with a twist. He needed to either infuse the mana crystals with dark or light mana before the mixture was created, or infuse it directly as the smelting process began. Best to go with the first option. At first glance, it seemed safer and more efficient to work on the mana crystals themselves, but he quickly realized the task was far more difficult than expected. As he pushed a controlled amount of light energy into the basic mana crystals, they began to shatter in front of him. The failures piled up until he was forced to stop after 3 consecutive failures and only 1 success. Regretfully, he could not simply copy dark or light-infused ingots with his system without the proper materials to trade for them. The only way forward was to infuse mana manually. Since the conversion rate was far too low, he moved on to the next test, attempting the infusion while the mixture was being fused. For this, he stood before the mixing crucible and, once the materials combined, plunged his entire metallic hand into the blistering hot concoction. This was not something a normal craftsman could attempt or even consider. However, Rusty was not a normal craftsman. He was not even a man. He was a suit of armor, and extreme heat did not bother him. Since the mixture was only regular enchanted steel, his arm merely glowed red and did not melt. Just like with the mana crystal, the first attempt did not go very well, but on the second try, he managed to succeed. A proper light element-infused enchanted steel ingot had formed, and now he could continue. Time was ticking, yet he pressed on with the infusions. Thanks to the increased time limit, he was successful. I wish I had more time, but this will be enough for today. I'll make more tomorrow. When it came to creating suits of armor using SP, there was a clear pattern to the process. This particular set required a large number of ingots. 4 were needed for the lower body, 4 for the chest, 3 for the arms, and 1 for the headpiece. It was a considerable amount, and he had only just managed to make enough. You're back, Rusty? Finally, it's time for me to get my new body. Aberdan was overjoyed to see Rusty return from the Soul Forge, but his mood quickly soured. Well, not exactly. Aberdan's wisp of light flew around Rusty as he tried to avoid him. Rusty had prepared an armor set with enough ingots, just not for Aberdan, as he had decided to go with the safer option, Alexander. You didn't. My dear Rusty, how could you? Do you really not trust me this much? The former demon lord sounded deeply disappointed, but Rusty knew it was an act, as always. Aberdan was a schemer, and the older Rusty became, the more aware he was of that fact. Still, he was not truly worried about betrayal, since both Aberdan and Alexander were bound to him and could not actually harm him. You made the right choice, Rusty. Alexander floated forward as Rusty took the parts out of his storage. At this point, the armor he had prepared was nothing new. It followed the same design as his recent medium-sized body, only now it was pure white. It was not even silver as the light element had caused the steel to turn as white as snow. Okay then, let's try this. Gleam sat on his shoulder, practically trembling with anticipation. Rusty placed all the white armor pieces on the ground and took a few steps back. Once everything was ready, Alexander floated forward and waited for the puppet skill to activate. The armor pieces were soon surrounded by a pale glow before they sprang to life. The amount of mana required to control this type of suit of armor was considerable, more than 20% of his reserves. After a brief rattle, the armor stood upright before him and remained completely still. Go on, Alexander. Try it and see if you can occupy it. Alexander was different from Aberdan. Instead of rushing in, he hovered in front of the white suit of armor, hesitating as if he did not want to enter it. Rusty was not sure what his guide was thinking, but it had always felt like Alexander lacked a strong desire for life. He knew his old companions had betrayed him, yet rage or a thirst for vengeance never seemed to consume him. Having a body would likely help with that, but perhaps he simply did not want to confront them anymore. Regardless, he did not really have a choice. Even if he refused, Rusty would order him to enter. So, are you just going to float there like a will-o-wisp, or are you getting in already? A burden's tone grew sharp. To him, Alexander was wasting a rare opportunity to regain a body. Yet, I will. I just needed a moment to prepare myself. Alexander replied, prompting a burden to snap back irritably. Prepare for what? You would not understand. After that, Alexander's light sank into the fully white suit of armor. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then a brilliant white glow enveloped the entire frame. Degree. It does look quite sparkly, gleam. Oh, is it starting to move? Rusty deliberately refrained from giving the puppet armor any commands. He wanted to see whether his guide could act on his own. The white glow pulsed once, twice, and then dimmed. For a moment, it seemed like it had failed. Then, suddenly, the white armor's fingers began to twitch. First, the fingers curled, metal grinding softly as the joints aligned. Then the head tilted, slow and steady, reminding him of his own movements back when he had been nothing more than a bronze suit. A faint radiance spread through the room as the light element mana stabilized. I can feel it. Alexander's voice resounded from within the armor's head cavity. As the glow along the metal subsided, the empty eyes of the helmet retained their light. Whenever his guide spoke, they flickered subtly. It has been a while. Clank. The armor took a step forward, nearly toppling as Alexander struggled to control the body for the first time. He fumbled at first, but soon his presence settled into the suit, the armor becoming his new frame. The test was a success. One of his guides now stood with him. All that remained was to gather more mana crystals and repeat the process with the others, but first a few tests were in order. It won't take long to gather the resources for your frame. Rusty said as his metallic boot crunched over a crystal on the ground. Humph! I can't believe you did such a thing. The audacity, the betrayal. A rather unhappy Aberdan replied, his light flickering inside Rusty's helmet. Gleam clung to Rusty's shoulder as the two moved through the corridor. This time, however, they were not alone. A third figure followed them, another suit of armor, this one completely white. Just leave him be, Rusty. He'll be back to cackling in no time. The visor flickered as Alexander spoke. He was now fully encased in newly created light steel armor. This was his first visit to the dungeon after spending time in the basement smithy, and it was the first real test of what his guide could do within the shell he had created. The armor seemed to be a difficult fit for the former hero, as he was clearly still adjusting to its balance. Let's focus on the hunt. Do you think you can defeat it alone? Rusty pointed toward a large lizard not far away. The creature stood still, showing little reaction. In theory, Alexander's armor was nearly as durable as Rusty's previous evolution, which should place him around the D- rank. Still, Rusty was unsure. Alexander's movements were sluggish, lacking the expertise and speed he expected. I'm not sure. It's hard to get used to the way this body moves. It feels much lighter than my old one, or at least I think it does. I don't really remember it that well anymore. Alexander replied while gripping a large mace with both hands. He swung it a few times, nearly being pulled off balance when he put too much force behind the motion. I'm sure you'll get used to it, but can you use any of my skills, or any of your old ones? I think I can, but I'm not sure. Alexander seemed confused in this form. He did not have access to a system window, which made everything more difficult, so they would need to test things slowly through battle and a round of trials. One thing he was certain of was that his guides required a full suit of armor made from this specific metal. He had tried using only the helmet with more conventional armor, but he could not occupy the mismatched pieces. This made things even harder, as the mana usage was extremely high. Come, Alexander. I'll take its attention. You attack it from the flank. Gleam, give us support from the back. Alexander looked at his mace, then at the creature, and finally nodded. Rusty moved first. His mace was smaller than Alexander's, and he also carried a shield. With a few sharp smacks against the shield, he drew the monster's attention. To make things easier for his guide, he activated Provoking Shout, forcing the creature to focus solely on him. The lizard's slit pupils snapped toward Rusty the instant the skill took hold. The crystal growths on its back pulsed with mana, and it gave out a menacing hiss. Good. Eyes on me. The creature lunged, its claws scraping against the stone and throwing off sparks. Rusty braced himself with his shield raised. The impact rattled through his arm, but his frame held steady as he increased his weight. He slid a few centimeters back, boots carving shallow grooves into the cavern floor, but the creature was stopped. Now! He called out to Alexander, who had used the opening to move to one side. The white armor advanced, slow at first, then gradually picked up momentum. It was like watching a child learn to walk for the first time, except this was the relearning of skills long forgotten. Alexander gripped the mace with both hands and swung with all his might. When the mace connected with the lizard's flank, it produced a dull thump that echoed through the cavern. The monster screeched as the struck crystals shattered instantly. It twisted its body violently, trying to hit Alexander with one of its back legs, but he managed to evade the strike as if he had anticipated it. Oh! Rusty was surprised by the movement, as it was not something his usual puppet armors were capable of. They could perform basic tasks and were similar to basic living armor monsters. Alexander, however, showed promise and more finesse. He evaded and blocked with precision, preventing the monster from dealing serious damage. With another swing of his oversized mace, he shattered another crystal, causing the monster's magical defenses to weaken. Not bad, but I'm also here. The large lizard began to turn its head toward Alexander, but before it could react, Rusty slammed his shield into it. Soon, the two armors were pummeling the monster without mercy while Gleam watched from afar and cheered. Only after enough crystals had been destroyed and the mana veil around the creature's body dispelled did she join the fight, showering it with mana bolts. We did it. It's down. Not bad, Alexander. Thank you. Alexander replied. It seems I still remember how to move properly, but this body feels quite sluggish. They examined the defeated monster. It was not strange that the new body felt wrong. Alexander, a former hero who would likely have ranked among S-rank adventurers, had once wielded a body honed by countless battles, miracles, and blessings. Compared to that, this freshly forged shell was of low quality. Sluggish or not, you adapted fast. Rusty said as he knelt beside the fallen lizard and began the careful process of desynthesis. You reacted without me issuing commands. That alone makes you different from my other puppets. Alexander looked down at his white gauntlets and slowly flexed his fingers. Light gathered faintly at the joints, responding to his will with a delay so slight it was almost imperceptible. It's strange, but I think I could cast some spells. He extended his metallic hand forward, and light began to gather. It grew bright and intense, forming something that resembled a spear of light. Just as it was about to take shape, something unexpected happened. Hey! Alexander gasped in confusion as his body began to crumble. His knees buckled, and his entire frame collapsed. The forming spell fizzled out, and with it, his presence seemed to waver. Alexander! Rusty rushed forward to the scattered pieces of armor on the ground. He picked up the helmet and looked inside, but the wisp of light that represented the former hero was gone. Checking his status window, he saw that Alexander had returned to the Soul Forge. There was no cooldown timer, so he summoned him again at once. Soon, a white orb of light appeared before them, and he started asking questions. What happened? Why did your frame collapse, and what was that spell? I'm not sure. I tried casting a spell. I think it was the Spear of Light. Then everything went white, and I was back in the Soul Forge. This was all somewhat confusing for Rusty. He had not gained any new titles or skills when Alexander entered the armor, which forced him to speculate on how to handle the situation. In some ways, his guide acted similarly to how he did when Rusty was being summoned. He could not separate from him, just as he could not separate from Gwen, and there were additional limitations as well. Isn't it obvious? A burden commented, making Rusty turn to him instantly. It is. Indeed. The spell he attempted to create was far too much for his limited mana pool to handle, so it affected your own skill that was holding him in place. Rusty nodded, as this explanation made sense. When he was in Gwen's world, he had seen other summons vanish if they overtaxed themselves or when their summoners exhausted all of their mana. Alexander likely only had a meager amount of MP to work with. Would I be able to learn that mana transfer spell that Gwen used on me, but would it even be worthwhile? He considered whether giving Alexander more of his mana would be a good idea. Without enough MP, Rusty would not be able to cast his own spells or use many of his skills. It might be better to determine which skills and spells his guide could use without cancelling the puppet skill. He wanted them to assist him when he faced multiple foes, but not to become the foundation of his power. Combat was still something he enjoyed and wanted to focus on as he continued evolving toward the highest rank he could achieve. But what was that spell? It looked powerful. I think it's called the Spear of Luminosity, a higher D rank spell. Alexander replied while Rusty tried to recall the spell being cast. In theory, he could wield both light and dark spells and should be able to learn what Alexander had just demonstrated. Bah, let's just get this over with and get the crystals for my body. Then I, the Great Aberdan, will help you with everything. Why even learn that idiotic spell when you can learn from me instead? You know spells like that? Of course I do. Aberdan replied with confidence, but Rusty was not sure. There always seemed to be some kind of blockade whenever he asked to be taught spellcasting by his two guides. However, Alexander had also managed to remember one of his old, powerful spells, so perhaps by giving both of them new bodies, Rusty would be able to learn new spells and techniques. Perhaps we should do that first, then. Gleam nodded, and soon Rusty brought Alexander back into his new body. Their hunt continued. With one of his guides active, Rusty was only able to use 80% of his MP, but it proved worthwhile. In each battle, Alexander showed himself to be a capable companion. Even though his stats were lower than Rusty's, his experience was evident. He could predict monster attack patterns and move to safety with consistent precision. With Alexander around, the hunts went by faster. Having someone to strike the flanks of the crystalline monsters was quite handy. Gleam provided long-range support magic, while Rusty acted as the main vanguard. If he added Aberdan to the mix, he would have a proper party that could potentially help him take down even creatures he would not be able to defeat alone. I wonder. For a moment, he entertained the strange idea of registering both his guides with the guild to form a proper party. However, they did not possess his skills, and lending them the heads of other dead adventurers would likely not allow them to speak either. At least for now, he had to bury that idea and focus on the grind ahead of him. That should be enough. After spending another half-day in the dungeon, they gathered enough mana crystals to create more steel ingots, this time aligned with the darkness element. Once everything was deposited into his storage, he returned to the city. The trip back took some time, and although it was tedious, it was not wasted. The smithing area of the Soul Forge had recharged, allowing him to return immediately and resume the smelting process. This batch will finally give Aberdan a proper body. He won't try to run, right? His second guide was a bit of a troublemaker, but after starting with Alexander, he understood their limitations. They could not escape or harm him in any meaningful way. Well, let's just get to work. He dumped the newly gathered mana crystals onto the workbench, separated them by size, and began the smelting process. Now that he had learned the proper method, there were no failures. He produced enough dark steel ingots for Aberdan's body, along with a few extra for weapons he had not been able to offer before. I cannot bear another moment trapped in this weak form. When he returned and summoned Aberdan again, he was met with more complaints before the body was finally revealed. It looked identical to Alexander's, but instead of white, it was pitch black, like polished obsidian. The black armor absorbed the light in the room, its surface reflecting nothing back. Where Alexander's frame was white and somewhat warm, this one looked more oppressive. Even before Aberdan entered it, Rusty could feel a strange presence. Ah, finally! Aberdan's voice echoed with undisguised satisfaction. Do you have any idea how humiliating it is for a being of my stature to be reduced to a flickering spark inside your helmet? No, not really, now just get in there. Aberdan wasted no time. His dark wisp surged forward and plunged into the armor's helmet. Unlike Alexander's gentle merging, Aberdan's possession was violent. Black tendrils flickered from the entrance point, and the entire suit of armor began to shudder as if overtaken by something evil. The glow that followed was dense, like ink. Even Gleam did not feel comfortable with the display of dark mana. To living creatures, this energy carried an instinctive sense of fear. It's okay, Gleam. He won't hurt you. Rusty called out as the black armor's foot slammed into the ground with more force than necessary. Aberdan rolled his shoulders, each movement exaggerated, as if savoring the sensation of weight. Oh, yes. This will do nicely. The helmet slowly turned toward Rusty. 2 pinpoints of dark light ignited within the eye slits. You made this well. Aberdan admitted it after a pause. Crude compared to my original form, of course, but serviceable. Very serviceable. He stepped closer and stood before Rusty, raising his hand. He swung it forward as if intending to strike, but the motion halted just before contact. His hand stopped a few centimeters from Rusty's body, frozen in place. You know you can't harm me, right? We already tested this with Alexander before. Well, you can't blame a demon lord for trying, can you? Aberdan laughed as he pulled his metallic hand back. He had tried to hit Rusty, but as expected, he could not harm the one who had placed him in the pup-ear armor, no matter how much he might want to. I don't think this is a good idea. You cannot put your trust in this demon. Alexander stepped forward and shoved Aberdan's dark body aside. Aberdan glanced at him and quickly slapped Alexander's white hand away. You want to continue where we left off, hero? I defeated you once. I can do it again. Ha! You can barely control that armor. Let me show you how it is really done. Aberdan's fist began to glow with a dark energy. He seemed far more adept at controlling it than Alexander. Perhaps it was his knowledge of magic, or some other skill he possessed, but either way, Rusty felt a surge of excitement. Even though 40% of his mana was already gone, these two could probably teach him new tricks, and he could barely wait. Could you two knock it off? You were supposed to make all of this easier, not harder. Eyes closed face, see, even Gleam is getting tired of it. Rusty said this while looking at the two suits of armor. Both were pushing against each other, their hands locked together in a contest of strength. It was a battle neither of them could win, as they shared the exact same stats. I will, my dear Rusty, once this buffoon of a hero accepts my superiority and learns to follow tactics commanded by my superior intellect. You're full of it as always, Aberdan. Who would ever follow someone like you? Even your own armies abandoned that so-called superior intellect of yours. What did you say? I could not hear you very well, hero who was betrayed by their so-called friends. If Rusty had a human face, he would be frowning. After creating bodies for both Aberdan and Alexander, they had headed back into the dungeon for another round of tests. Even though the mana cost was high and he had less than 60% remaining, the two proved to be quite useful, at least when he was actually able to deploy them. With them around, battles ended more quickly, but there were several downsides. One was their appearance. They looked like living suits of armor, which naturally drew suspicion from adventurers. Rusty could pass himself off using his special armor and speech abilities, but whenever the two were present, his disguise began to fall apart. Moving as a larger group became troublesome, as it often invited attacks. To alleviate this problem, he would probably need to fashion different frames for them. More unique appearances that could blend in with the people around them and keep their visors or eye slits from glowing. Each time they spoke, the light would flash slightly, indicating that there was no human beneath. The other issue was simpler and far more irritating. The two would start fighting the moment they were given the chance. This diminished their fighting power, as they seemed to be working against each other. They competed over who landed more strikes or who was more useful during battle. While it was amusing at first, it was something that could cost him dearly. In a world focused on power and combat, even a small flaw could lead to disaster. Quiet down, you two. If you keep fighting like this, I'll stop giving you bodies altogether. They were forced to stop, as Rusty's commands were still absolute. Even so, yelling at them in the middle of combat was not advised. If he issued an order that conflicted with their current actions, they would freeze for a second or two, leaving themselves open to damage. Despite this, Rusty remained in good spirits. He hoped that, given time, the two would learn to work together. He had already seen something similar among the humanoids. At first, Gwen and Sibber had not cooperated, but in the end, all of them managed to work together to achieve their goal. Okay, let's try going deeper into these crystalline caver. Ding! Before Rusty could continue, he heard a chime in his mind. For a moment, he was confused, then he remembered a new feature he had enabled recently. Oh, did the summoning chamber become accessible again? His access to the crafting portion of the forging section of the Soul Forge had become available for frequent visits. The same could not be said for the summoning chamber. To make it easier to track its availability, a notification option had appeared. He had previously enabled it for the crafting downtime timer, and it had chimed several times before. This chime, however, was slightly different, indicating that it belonged to the second feature. Now this complicates things. Gleam tapped the side of his helmet as he came to a stop, silently asking what was wrong. We might have to head back, Gleam. I want to use the summoning option as soon as possible. Rusty knew that the timer would only begin once the chamber had been used. The situation was further complicated by the fact that returning now would take several hours, requiring them to travel back through the dungeon and all the way to the safety of the city. Why wait? Just do it here, my dear Rusty. A burden stepped closer, having instantly identified the issue. You've tested it before, right? Even if you enter the Soul Forge, our bodies can still move. That's true. Rusty pondered the idea. They were still in the crystal-covered dungeon, where the monsters were only D rank. The last time he had entered the Soul Forge, he had been gone for less than a minute. This was not a full evolution, only a brief visit where time functioned differently. What do you think? Rusty looked toward Gleam and Alexander, waiting for their decision. Oh, that's right, you've learned a few things. We could do that. Great idea, Gleam. Even before Alexander could answer, Gleam offered a solid proposal. The area was filled with crystals and various rock formations. Normally, it would be difficult to hide in such an environment, but if someone could use earth magic to shift the terrain, that changed everything. I think it's worth a shot, but we should move into an area other adventurers are unlikely to wander into. Alexander shared his thoughts, and Rusty nodded. There were places adventurers avoided since they led nowhere and offered no resources or monsters. A few such areas existed here as well. They could search for one themselves or simply ask a burden, who knew the entire layout from studying maps. It did not take long to reach one. When they arrived, they found nothing but a wall, its sides embedded with crystals. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Gleam's idea was simple. Along with a burden and Alexander, he moved close to one of the walls while she raised the earth around them. Soon, a solid earthen barrier rose and shifted into place, enclosing them for protection. While I'm out, listen to Gleam. No fighting between you two, okay? The space they now occupied was cramped but large enough to fit the entire group. Even so, the two guides ended up bumping into each other and immediately began complaining. Get that elbow out of my face. Only if you move that foot. Is this really going to be fine? I'll leave it to you, Gleam. I should not be gone for more than a minute. Gleam seemed confident that she could handle things. He sat down on the ground and entered the summoning chamber. It looked the same as before. As he approached the console, he tried to see if he could visit Gwen again, but just like last time, he could not. I expected as much. It probably will take her a while to get stronger, so that leaves me with. He glanced at the other summoner he had recently visited, Terrell, but just like Gwen, his icon was grayed out, and there were no missions there with him involved. Why isn't this working? He was able to summon me before, so he should be able to now. This summoner has not decided to call for your help. Please wait until they summon you. Such a thing can happen. The chamber's response was not what he had expected. There were far more restrictions to this process than he had realized. In Gwen's case, he had become too strong, and Terrell did not seem to need his help anymore. Maybe I shouldn't have unlocked those skills for him. He was not sure if that was the reason, but he could not be summoned by the new summoner this time. Perhaps the chamber wanted him to wait until he was truly needed. If he left now, maybe the cooldown would also not reset. That could be possible, but I do have two other options. Quest. Dungeon Defender. Difficulty. Medium. Description. Summoned by the dungeon itself, you must protect the core from invading raiders. Drive out all enemies or slay them all. One option was exactly the same as before, becoming a dungeon core's defender, the very mission he had ignored previously. The other option was similar, but not quite the same. He had always avoided missions involving a necromancer, but this time his choices were limited. It was either this or becoming bound to a dungeon heart once again. Quest. Necromancer's Champion. Difficulty. Hard. Description. A necromancer summons you to protect them. They have lost their old lair and have been driven into a corner by repeated failures. Their power has dwindled, and they have lost most of the equipment that once made them powerful. Help them reach their destination before they are caught by their pursuers and silenced forever. It looked like some kind of bodyguard mission, similar to the jobs adventurers took on. His goal was to protect his summoner and reach a destination, but he was not sure how far away it was or what kind of terrain they would travel through. If brute force was required, using his Goliath frame would be the best choice. If stealth was more important, the Wraith would be better. However, he did not know what he would be facing, so this time he would probably need to use his regular form, which was not too specialized in any one area. There is no reason to go out without completing a mission first. If I run out of options, I will test that theory, but until then. Rusty chose to proceed with the new mission rather than wait for Terrell to decide whether to summon him. The true rules of the chamber were slowly becoming clearer, but he would rather not wait another 3.5 days only to discover he was wrong. With everything settled, he organized his inventory. Normally, he appeared with a halberd in one hand and a smaller shield in the other. This time, however, he decided to change things up. He selected a medium-sized heater shield fashioned from his current alloy and reinforced with a protective enchantment. In his right hand, he equipped a wider longsword, an all-purpose weapon suitable for most situations. Then, into his storage, he placed the usual halberd, a mace, and a battle bow with a full quiver of arrows. That is all the space I have. I should get that storage upgrade soon. After checking that all of his equipment was ready, he selected the mission and stepped onto the summoning platform. Soon, the familiar magic took hold, and his body vanished, drawn into a new place where perhaps the same necromancer he had always ignored now resided. Blast it all, how could everything go so wrong? Someone must have cursed me. None of this makes any sense. First, they somehow find my lair, then they interrupt the ritual and force me to abandon decades of work. It must have been one of those blasted warlocks. If I survive this, I am going to... A hooded figure stumbled through the darkened forest, his frantic thoughts spilling out as muttered words. Just as he was about to curse again, he heard something in the distance, a man's voice. That bastard could not have gotten far. Spread out and find him. Blasted dogs of the church. They managed to track me even here. Is this truly the end for me? He ducked behind a large tree, his knees buckling under the weight of fear and exhaustion. The wind tossed his hood aside, revealing a pale man with white hair and a matching beard. He was thin, with greenish veins spreading across his sickly face. Though frail, he was not yet reduced to skin and bones. I need help, but my mana is low. Should I risk it? The man dropped to his knees, his thin finger tracing a line along the ground to form a circle. His power was nearly depleted, forcing him to limit the spell to summoning a single minion. Even so, the magic was a gamble. While it had the potential to call forth a powerful creature, the chance of success in his current state was barely 50%. Please let it be a death knight. He muttered the words as his thoughts drifted to the past and how everything had gone so wrong. He had secluded himself in his lair, rarely venturing outside, relying on his minions to handle his affairs. That was when the trouble began. One of his lesser skeletons had been spotted, drawing the attention of the church. After a series of strange mistakes that never quite made sense, he found himself here, weakened and clinging to his last breath. Why can't they hunt one of the others? I never bothered the villagers. I'm the most ethical necromancer there is. He spat the words in anger, convinced he did not deserve this fate. While other necromancers experimented on the living and unleashed plagues and massacres, he had done nothing of the sort. The only crime they could accuse him of was grave robbing, and even then, he took care to minimize harm to villages and cities. Yet the religious fanatics focused solely on him, the most peaceful necromancer in this world, or so he believed. If I live through this, I'll turn all those church bastards into my puppets and make them massage my feet. I'll use their skulls as cup holders. After muttering a few more words, he finally managed to draw the circle successfully. Usually, he relied on some kind of medium to summon creatures, most often reanimating them. In this situation, however, he had no corpse to work with, nor any dead spirits to aid him. Instead, he had to focus on a modified summoning spell, one that would bring forth a creature powerful enough to get these paladins off his back. Yes, it's working. The great Vesperus Mortis will not perish this day. As he finished the chant and infused his mana into the circle, it began to glow with a greenish light. At that moment, he knew something was taking shape, and the initial sight was promising. A heavily armored being emerged, resembling a death knight, one of the most powerful undead. His cackle echoed through the clearing, but it quickly died as he noticed something was wrong. Wait, this isn't a death knight. It's living armor. No, I'm dead meat. Vesperus tore at his hair as the monster fully took form before him. He instantly recognized what it was, and in his mind, it was not enough to save him from his predicament. I found him! The necromancer is here! As if things could not get any worse, the spell drew the attention of the church's hounds. One of them burst from the bushes, blade raised to decapitate him. Vesperus nearly made peace with his demise, but then something miraculous happened. The suit of armor he had summoned charged forward without a single command. Its blade met the paladin's in a violent clash, and the armor emerged victorious. Hey! Gah! The paladin cried out in pain as he was sent flying 10 meters back. His body slammed into a tree, bones snapping from the sheer power of the summon. Wait, this armor isn't simple. This energy, yes. Yes. Tears of joy welled in Vesperus's eyes as he finally realized that what he had summoned was no mere living armor, but something far more deadly, something that might actually save him. This guy is a bit strange. Rusty arrived at the scene and immediately defeated one of the humans attacking his new summoner. The man was barely a lesser D rank in terms of power, someone Rusty could deal with casually at this point. Unfortunately, there were many more enemies nearby, and a large number of them were already moving in their direction. To make matters even more peculiar, the necromancer who had summoned him was in the middle of an enthusiastic monologue, cackling loudly to himself. Yes. I knew this wouldn't be the end for me. Rise, my champion. Show these zealots the folly of crossing Vesperus Mortis. The necromancer threw his arms wide, his cloak flapping dramatically despite the near absence of wind. His laughter echoed far too loudly for someone who was supposedly hiding, and Rusty could already hear multiple sets of footsteps converging on their position. So that's my new summoner. He has a lot of mana, but he looks fragile. One of the biggest problems with summoners was their over-reliance on their minions. Their bodies were weak, they lacked stamina, and they required constant protection. Worse still, if they were injured too severely, the summon would be cancelled, and everything would be over. Now Rusty had to protect this man from the approaching attackers while he continued to draw attention to himself. Vesperus Mortis was it? Can you be quiet? You are going to get yourself killed like that. Aren't necromancers supposed to be smarter than this? Ha, ha. The necromancer was taken aback by Rusty speaking to him directly. Rusty knew that talking summons were quite rare, and his reaction was similar to Gwen's, yet still different. This armor is truly special. Of course it is. I am the one who summoned it. The man cackled even louder before continuing. Minion. You shall protect your master and kill all of those pesky paladins for me. Rusty stared at the necromancer for half a second longer than necessary. Right. There was no time to argue semantics. The forest erupted with motion as more figures burst through the bushes. The previous encounter had alerted everyone to the necromancer's presence, and Rusty needed to deal with the situation quickly. Steel boots advanced through the undergrowth, along with blue and white tabards bearing a strange religious symbol he did not recognize. It looked like a 7-pointed star with a circle in the middle. The paladins wore mostly half-plate armor, with breastplates layered over chain mail. Their primary weapons were swords, with some carrying shields as well. There were several obvious weak points. None of them wore helmets, and the chainmail did not cover their legs, leaving their thighs and knees exposed. There he is, kill the necromancer. One of the paladins charged at full speed, a two-handed sword raised high, his eyes locked not on Rusty but on the frail man behind him. Rusty stepped into the charge instead of backing away, meeting the strike with his shield. His recently gained parrying skill activated, and the clash between the two began. Sparks flew on impact as Rusty pushed back, his shield absorbing far more force than a normal human could endure. The paladin's momentum carried him forward, but Rusty shifted his stance, pivoted, and drove his sword upward into the attacker's unprotected thigh. The man went down screaming, and moments later, his head flew through the air as Rusty followed up with a swift secondary strike. Be careful! That creature is not a simple living armor fiend. Once the remaining paladins realized they were not facing an ordinary suit of possessed armor, they slowed their advance. One of them had fallen, but two still remained. Before they could form a tactic, Rusty pressed forward. The enchantments on his body glowed as his skills enhanced his strength, agility, and reaction time. He knocked the two men aside with ease, though the wounds he inflicted were not especially deep. Are they healing themselves? As Rusty backed away, he saw a strange aura erupt from one of the paladins while the other assumed a defensive stance. A golden light spread across the ground as the praying man channeled his power, and Rusty watched as the shallow wounds and nicks he had inflicted began to mend at an alarming rate. While the paladins were not particularly strong, they possessed an unusual ability to heal themselves, and the golden aura also seemed to extend to the summoner standing with them. Gah! Blasted light of healing! Get them away from me, my minion! Kill those two now! Vesperus Mortis appeared to be a human, but the radiant glow of what was likely holy magic clearly affected him. Rusty was familiar with divine magic. While it did not harm him since he was not undead, he had seen priests use it to destroy groups of zombies. This necromancer seemed similar to those creatures in more ways than one. Rusty surged forward again, refusing to give the paladins time to fully organize. His sword flashed in tight, efficient arcs, each strike aimed for a quick kill or a critical blow. A shield bash crushed one man's jaw, and a swift thrust pierced another through the eye socket. Moments later, the last paladin took a brutal kick to the chest that sent him flying into a nearby tree. Rusty raised his weapon, ready to deliver the finishing blow, but then the necromancer shouted to stop him. Stop, my minion! Leave this one alive! Just hold him down for me. Okay. Rusty was not sure what the man was planning, but his summoner was not his enemy. He was also curious about what the pale necromancer intended to do. He soon had his answer when the man placed a hand on the paladin's shattered face and began to channel a strange form of magic. The paladin began to squirm and thrash, his body jerking as if struck by a powerful lightning spell. Sickly green energy flowed out of him and into Vesperus. It appeared to be some kind of life-absorbing magic. The paladin's skin grew pale while the necromancer's complexion became more rosy. Though Vesperus remained pale overall, his body gained visible vitality and even additional muscle mass. For a moment, all seemed well. Soon, however, the momentum shifted as more enemies arrived. Their boots thundered through the forest as at least a dozen more paladins burst from between the trees. Rusty's life detection skill warned him, and it seemed they were approaching from multiple sides. Form up! Shields forward! There's the abomination! Surround it! By the light, purge them both! Metal rang as the newcomers locked their shields together and advanced as one. This was no longer a simple battle where Rusty could defeat them one by one. They pushed forward relentlessly, even as his own shield strained against theirs. What are you doing, my minion? Push them away! Kill them all for your master! I command it! The necromancer seemed rather poor at battle strategy, as the situation did not look promising for either of them. Even if Rusty could defeat a dozen paladins on his own, he was almost certain that Vesperus would be attacked at some point. The man looked more lively after draining one of the paladins, but he was still far from being in peak condition. There are too many of them. This calls for a strategic retreat. Rusty replied to his so-called master as he turned around. Vesperus looked utterly confused when he suddenly found himself lifted off the ground and slung over Rusty's shoulder. What are you doing, minion? I told you to kill them. Are you going against your master? I suppose I am. Your plan is kind of stupid, so hold on. The necromancer was taken aback by the response. Shocked that a monster he summoned would call him stupid. How dare you? Before he could finish speaking, Rusty took off into the dark forest at full speed. Both Vesperus and the paladins were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Only after exchanging glances and losing a few precious seconds did the paladins react and give chase. Rusty crashed through the undergrowth like a living battering ram, branches snapping and bushes exploding outward as his metallic frame forced a path through the forest. Roots threatened to trip him, rocks slid beneath his boots, but his balance held. His body enhanced by skills assisted in carrying the necromancer faster than any man in full armor would ever be able to, but behind him, chaos erupted. After them! Don't let the abomination escape! Loose arrows! Spears, now! He twisted his torso mid-run, angling his shield backward just as the first volley flew. Thud! Thud! Thang! Arrows shattered against enchanted alloy or glanced off at sharp angles. One spear clipped his shoulder plate, skidding away in a spray of sparks instead of punching through. The force still staggered him a half-step, but he did not slow. Vesperus bounced painfully against Rusty's back, half dangling over his shoulder. Unhand me, you insolent construct! I am your master. Put me down at once. If I put you down, you die in about 3 seconds. Another spear whistled past, close enough that Vesperus yelped and clutched at Rusty's armor. You make a good point, my minion. Go faster, don't you dare drop me. Sure, But where? Rusty asked because he had no idea where he was or where he was supposed to go. The mission description implied there was some kind of destination the necromancer needed to reach, and that it would be completed if he managed to get there. Where? Of course, we need to reach the... Vesperus cut himself off, his teeth clicking together as Rusty leapt over a fallen log without slowing. The necromancer bounced hard, hissed in pain, then cursed under his breath. The deathly primeval woods. Only there is the death energy strong enough to harm those blasted paladins. I will construct my new lair there. Okay, so where are these deathly primeval woods? Aren't we already in a forest? Stupid minion. We must pass through the bottomless chasm of 1,000 poisons, then cross the snowy Yeti mountains, and finally traverse the lake of stormy serpents. That sounds like a lot. How long will that take? Rusty was surprised by this turn of events. Usually, when he chose a new summoner, the mission took only a couple of hours at most. This journey, however, seemed far longer than he had expected. At this pace, we should arrive in a week or two, assuming those paladins do not get in our way. Can you not go any faster, minion? I believe they are getting closer. Rusty glanced back and saw more paladins chasing after them. They were closing the distance, but he had one clear advantage over them. His stamina was unlimited. He activated his Lesser Twilight Embrace skill, which boosted all of his stats, including agility and running speed. He surged forward at a pace far faster than the paladins, who continued the chase on foot until they eventually vanished behind the dense forest. Rusty did not slow down. The forest blurred into a smear of green and brown as he navigated the uneven terrain, every branch, rock, and root anticipated by his enhanced reflexes. Vesperus Mortis thumped painfully against Rusty's shoulder, shrieking and flailing in protest. Minion! Minion, do you even listen? Let me down already! Those paladin fools are already gone. Are they? Rusty ended the use of his skills as his mana ran dangerously low. While it was true that their pursuers were gone, that did not mean the mission was over. To make matters worse, this necromancer did not seem like someone who would cooperate easily. Even now, he had not lent a single drop of mana during the whole debacle, something Gwen would have done without being asked. Why are you yelling? I can hear you just fine. We can rest for now, but let's get you to that deathly primeval wood quickly. I still have things to do. Rusty decided to set him down. The old man stared at him with visible confusion, unsettled probably by Rusty's appearance but also by the fact that he was talking back and clearly not following orders. Now listen here, minion. I am in charge here, do you understand? You are in charge. Yes, indeed. I am your master. Are you, though? Rusty stepped closer, his frame towering over the wiry man. The necromancer looked intimidated, but it did not stop him from speaking. Now, calm down, minion. We are all civilized here. There is no need for this. You certainly are not a normal creature. Vesperus backed away. Could the spell have malfunctioned somehow? This minion is still protecting me, but it seems to have a mind of its own. Vesperus circled Rusty as he started thinking things through, glancing at him from every angle. You know that I can hear you, right? The last remark had been spoken only in the man's thoughts. Much like Gwen, he could share them if he wished. Fascinating. You heard that? Do you hear this? Unlike Gwen, his learning capabilities were far greater. Almost instantly, he figured out how to block his true thoughts from Rusty. No, I can't hear that. You learn quite fast. Vesperus froze, then straightened his robes with force as if the reaction was uncalled for. Of course I did. I am Vesperus Mortis. Yes, very impressive, but we should probably move again. Move? Why? We have already. Rusty's life detector warned him that more trouble was coming, and they needed to move. The two of them stood in an elevated clearing, and from that vantage point they could see a swarm of torches advancing toward them. These were not merely a dozen paladins but close to 100, perhaps even more. Blasted, why can't those people leave me alone? I haven't even killed anyone in a while. Vesperus complained, but Rusty reminded him of the man the necromancer had just drained of life. Didn't you just kill that one paladin? That doesn't count. Anyway, let's go, minion. The necromancer stepped behind Rusty and tapped his metallic back. Bend down. How do you expect me to get on your back like this? Rusty was unsure what the necromancer had in mind, but he bent slightly anyway. Moments later, he found himself forced to act as a mount, carrying the man on his back. He had expected the mission to be difficult, but he had not imagined it would involve transporting this individual while avoiding open conflict. Still, if he wanted to earn more points and grow stronger, it was something he had to endure. Well, go on then. We have a long way to travel before we reach our destination, Minion. My name is Rusty, not Minion. Rusty nodded and finally took off, his metal limbs clanking briefly before he activated a silencing enchantment. Soon, the two of them disappeared back into the forest and continued on their way, with the paladins in hot pursuit. Left. Go left, you dolt. Are you sure? The last time I followed your instructions, we ran into more of those 7-star scripture guys. Don't talk back to me, Minion. Just follow my orders, and we'll be at our destination in no time. Rusty would have been rolling his eyes if he had any. A day had passed since he arrived in this place. He was not sure whether it was the same world Gwen occupied or the one belonging to his other elven summoner, but everything he had seen so far was new. The first thing he noticed was the sky. There were multiple moons overhead, 7 in total, or at least that was what the necromancer claimed. They did not all appear at once during the night. Supposedly, that depended on a person's location and the time. At the moment, he could see only 3 spheres hanging in the darkness, each a different size and each glowing with its own shade of blue. Then there was the 7-star scripture, the people who were chasing them, and the main holy religion in these lands. The 7 in their name referred to the moons around this world, which they had decided to call stars for reasons he did not understand. He was not really sure how any of it worked, and whenever he tried to ask, the necromancer ignored his questions and instead hurled insults at the group. It was clear that they despised necromancers and any form of black magic. If he ever returned to this world, they would likely become his primary enemies, so perhaps learning some dark elemental magic would be wise. It stood in direct opposition to the divine, and while both dark and light clashed with one another, his body of twilight metal was well protected against both. Left. I said left. Do you have metal in your ears as well as on your body? I am made entirely of metal, yes. Also, I don't really have ears. Rusty replied flatly as he adjusted course anyway, vaulting over a ravine without breaking stride. And if I keep listening to you, we're going to run directly into another ambush. As if summoned by the statement alone, a horn blared somewhere ahead. Rusty skidded to a halt behind a cluster of boulders just as a squad of paladins appeared in front of them. Their shields were up, weapons ready, and torches lit. You were saying? Ah. Vesperus scratched his head in confusion. I just need more life force, I haven't been able to rest for a while now. The necromancer attributed his failure to fatigue, but Rusty was not sure if that was true or if his new summoner was simply incompetent or terribly unlucky. Every path he chose seemed to lead them into even more trouble, and the paladins somehow continued to find them. They must be using some type of tracking skill, but it could not be that precise. Rusty thought this as he waited behind the boulders. While their pursuers could eventually locate them, they could not directly follow their trail. It was as if the paladins could sense that they were somewhere within a half-kilometer radius, but could not determine their exact position. That uncertainty had allowed them to slip past more than once. Is the bottomless chasm of 1,000 poisons close by? Indeed. It is right over there. Those blasted paladins must have figured out that I would have to pass through here, but how? Their first major hurdle now stood before them, a long bridge stretching across the chasm. It ran for nearly 600 meters, and the drop below was immense. At the bottom lay nothing but poison and corrosive sludge. Supposedly, even metal would eventually dissolve in those pools, and no living being could survive there, not even a necromancer or their undead. They are guarding it from this side, so how do we get through? Rusty paused to think. It seemed the paladins had anticipated their arrival and were already setting up a defensive perimeter. Waiting any longer would only make things worse, as they would soon fortify the area and possibly cross to the other side as well. What do you mean, how? Let us simply massacre them all and cross, my minion. While Rusty was not opposed to killing them, he doubted that it was the best option. The necromancer was weak and would fall instantly to a paladin's blade. To make matters worse, he could not summon additional creatures. The spell used to summon Rusty could only be performed once a week and carried a high failure rate. Creating more undead servants required fresh corpses, and that process took time. If they stopped for too long, the army of religious zealots would catch up to them. Master, that might not be the best solution. I'm sure this is only one of the locations they think we will pass through. Otherwise, there would be more people here, right? You raise a good point, my minion. I bet those bastards have just been lucky. Rusty nodded a few times as he tried to work with his new temporary summoner. He knew that if he wanted summoner coins, he needed to cooperate with this man somehow. Since this mission would take longer than usual, it was possible he would earn a decent amount of points this time around. His relationship with Gwen had been calm and pleasant, so he assumed that if he worked well with this summoner, more coins would be rewarded at the end. Still, it was not easy, as the necromancer was already starting to test even his iron nerves. Bah, it matters not. Let's just go and kill them all. But master. Before the man could move forward, Rusty grasped his wrist to stop him and tried to reason with him. The paladins will know we passed through if we kill them, and some of them could escape. Why don't we just slip by unnoticed after, perhaps disguising ourselves? A disguise? How would that even work? They will recognize me instantly, you silly minion. As expected, Vesperus did not want to go along with the plan or believe it would work. To Rusty, however, it was a perfectly valid tactic. The paladins and priests wore various garments, including long, fitted robes that draped over their armor. To make things even better, they wore white masks marked with a 7-star symbol on the forehead, hiding their faces completely. It was something Rusty could easily wear over his body. It's simple, master. I'll take one of those robes and disguise myself as a priest to cross the bridge. You dolt of a minion. What about me? I won't fit into any of those armors or robes. They will discover us instantly. It was true. Vesperus was quite lanky and too thin to pass as a paladin. The armor would hang awkwardly from his frame, and he lacked the finesse needed to move convincingly in heavy gear, even the lighter armor worn by priests. Still, Rusty already had another idea. Oh, you'll just get inside of me. They are searching for a necromancer and his minion, so they won't expect only one person to pass through. Vesperus stared at him as if Rusty had just suggested jumping into the chasm for fun. Inside of you. The necromancer repeated slowly. Don't be ridiculous. I am a master of death, not some trinket you stuff into your body. There's plenty of room inside. I am hollow, you know. If you just relax, I'm sure we'll be able to make it to the other side in one. I refuse. Before Rusty could finish, Vesperus snapped. Absolutely not. I will not crawl inside a mindless construct that I have created. It is an action beneath someone of my great stature. At this point, Rusty's patience was at an all-time low. In the first place, if the man had listened to his commands, they probably would have made it here before the paladins arrived, and none of this would be an issue. Instead, he constantly ordered Rusty to stop and take breaks. To make things worse, Rusty had been insulted, ordered around, and blamed for all of the necromancer's failures. Gwen had never once treated him like this. He no longer cared about the coins. He decided to do things his way, and so he moved. There was no dramatic wind-up and no shouted threat. One moment, Vesperus was mid-round, and the next, Rusty was behind him, one arm snapping around the necromancer's throat while the other locked behind his head. His grip was precise, placed correctly to perform a rear-naked choke. Wait, what are you doing? Rusty tightened the hold just enough. Calm down and go to sleep. Once you wake up, we'll be on the other side. You're just taking a nap, that's all. Vesperus struggled, clawing at Rusty's forearm, his boots scraping uselessly against the stone. A pulse of greenish mana appeared for a moment as the necromancer attempted some kind of protective spell, but it had no effect. When it fizzled out seconds later, his resistance weakened, and his limbs went limp. Rusty carefully eased him down to the ground and looked at the unconscious necromancer. Finally. Some silence, and I'm still here, so that's good. For a moment, he wondered if he had failed the mission by attacking his summoner and rendering him unconscious, but everything seemed fine. When he had been with Gwen, she could sleep without affecting his existence, so he was fairly certain that knocking the man out would not cause failure. Only death would. He glanced toward the bridge. The paladins were still unaware of what had happened. Their formation was loose as they secured the perimeter and set up a barricade. One of the armored priests had stepped away from the others, standing near a torch and murmuring a prayer. The target was acquired. Rusty blended into the shadows and crept forward, his body making no sound at all. A burst of speed later, his hand struck the man's neck. Though the man shouted, the spell-cancelling sound was active, allowing Rusty to drag him into the bushes and deal with him without making things bloody. I hope this works. First, he carried the robe and mask back to where his summoner lay resting. Before putting on the disguise, he needed to place the man inside his own body. Luckily, his limb control skill would help with that. He clasped his metallic hands around the man's wrists and hoisted him up as the gauntlets hovered in the air. Vesperus's body was completely limp, making the process easier. Rusty began positioning the limbs one by one. First came the lower body, then the boots and greaves. Soon, the necromancer was enclosed from head to toe within Rusty's frame. Once the gauntlets were in place, the body was fully seated inside him, leaving Rusty feeling slightly awkward. With that done, he pulled the robe over his own frame. The fabric stretched uncomfortably over metal, but once it settled, it hung convincingly enough. The mask concealed the rest, and now he was ready. This should do it. Rusty rose to his full height and tested his balance. The added weight inside him shifted slightly, but with the help of the weight-increasing skill, he was able to forcefully balance the limp body inside. He stepped out from the trees and into the torchlight. The bridge loomed ahead, made of wood and hanging over the chasm quite loosely. It wasn't something a lot of people would cross, but he had to. One of the paladins noticed him almost immediately, but his disguise held, the man merely nodded and let him pass. Rusty mimicked the other priest's behavior, raising his hands in a gesture that resembled a prayer as he moved through the checkpoint. Moments later, he was on his way. Luckily, everyone seemed to be in a rush. Other paladins were crossing the bridge at the same time, and he slipped in among them without trouble. His metallic boots clicked against the wooden planks as he stepped onto the bridge. It swayed beneath his weight, and whines howled up from the chasm below. The bottomless chasm of 1,000 poisons lived up to its name. A sickly green haze churned far beneath the bridge, bubbles rising and bursting with faint pops that echoed upward. He kept his pace measured. Moving too fast would draw attention, but moving too slowly would invite suspicion. Halfway across, the bridge began to sway more violently, tugged by the wind and the uneven steps of the paladins ahead of him. Thick ropes anchored the structure to massive wooden pylons on either side, creaking under the strain. Everything was progressing smoothly until something shifted inside him. "Unhand me, you mindless brute! I am your master. What do you think you are doing to me? Let me out!" The voice boomed from within his frame. Normally, he could suppress it with a silencing spell, but his luck had run out. A paladin stood right beside him. He had disabled the enchantment to avoid raising suspicion, and now it worked against him as the necromancer inside him struggled to escape. His body began to move erratically, and his disguise failed. "What was that, brother?" The man turned to face Rusty, who was jerking and twitching as he tried to keep moving. Rusty could not respond. Without a head to possess, he was unable to speak, and he chose not to waste mana suppressing the necromancer with possession when he had to conserve it. "Hey, wait! You are not one of us. Who are you?" Before the paladin could finish his question, Rusty activated his skill. Twilight engulfed him as he surged forward. The sudden increase in power allowed him to force the struggling presence inside him into submission. "Ah!" The paladin screamed as Rusty slammed into him, shoving him hard toward the edge of the unstable bridge. Shouts erupted from the paladins ahead as they noticed the disturbance, but Rusty did not slow. He barreled forward like a battering ram. Two more paladins stood in his path, one still on the bridge and the other just reaching the far side. "Gah, what are you doing, you stupid Minon?" Vesperus shouted within him as Rusty retrieved the concealed shield from his back and held it in front of himself. "Just be quiet in there. I'm trying to keep you alive." His body slammed into the next paladin, tossing the man aside. Soon, there was only one obstacle left in front of him. The remaining paladin stood his ground at the bridge, gripping a large two-handed hammer. Behind Rusty, more paladins swarmed onto the bridge, rushing to aid their allies as he struggled to escape. "This better give me a lot of summoner coins, and some good enchantment talismans." Rusty thought this as the armored paladin swung his hammer against the shield, forcing him to take a step back. He had not expected a summoner to work against him to this extent, but even if he had to bind the man and gag him permanently, he would finish this mission one way or another. "Let me out, you stupid minion, your master commands you to. Be quiet and stop squirming around in me, you're just making this more difficult than it has to be." Rusty replied in an annoyed tone to the necromancer trapped inside his body. The man was not especially strong, but his constant movement made Rusty sluggish. Under normal circumstances, the paladin standing before him would have been an easy target. Now, with the necromancer interfering from within, Rusty was taking hits from the hammer and being driven back. The bridge shifted again as the paladin advanced, boots biting into the planks while he raised his hammer for another crushing blow. Rusty met the strike head-on, shield braced, twilight energy rippling across his frame as metal rang against holy steel. The impact drove him back half a step, and the ropes groaned. "Let me out this instant!" Vesperus shrieked, his voice echoing hollowly inside Rusty's frame. His current summoner was unaware of what was happening outside and that if he continued to squirm around even more, he would get both of them killed. "Shut up already and let me fight!" Rusty responded with growing annoyance as he activated his weight-increasing skill to keep the man inside him restrained. Coupled with the boost to his attributes from his twilight energies, he charged forward without caring about any blows he might receive. His enemy swung a sledgehammer at him, but with his increased weight, Rusty simply plowed through the attack. The paladin was forced back, and both of them flew to the far side of the bridge, where the footing was far more stable. The man slammed into one of the poles holding the bridge in place and, as he rebounded, was struck again by Rusty's shield. "There! We are on the other side. Now I can get the rest of them off my back." He quickly switched weapons. His sword was returned to storage, and he drew his halberd. It crackled with lightning energy as it delivered the final blow to the paladin, who was still recovering from the shield strike. Once the troublesome foe was dealt with, Rusty turned and aimed his halberd at the rope with all his might. "No, stop him, he is cutting the rope." The paladins, still trapped on the bridge, screamed as they saw him hacking at the thick ropes that held the swaying structure together. Some turned and fled, while a few continued to charge forward. Rusty ignored them and kept chopping with all his strength until the rope finally snapped, sending one side of the bridge tipping over. For half a moment, nothing happened. Then the bridge screamed. The severed end whipped free, wooden planks snapping and tilting as the entire structure angled sideways. Paladins lost their footing almost instantly. One man started praying as he slipped, his fingers clasped around the rope that had not been severed. Another tumbled down as the left side folded in on itself. For a moment, Rusty watched a couple of paladins fall into the chasm, but he quickly turned to the remaining rope and started swinging. At this point, the paladins still clinging to the bridge continued moving. On the far side, 2 ropes were still holding, and many of them managed to escape before the second rope was cut and the bridge collapsed completely. To Rusty's surprise, some of the paladins who were still on the bridge survived. They ended up slamming into the far wall of the chasm as the bridge flew to the other side. A few of them even started climbing, and for a moment Rusty wondered if he should pull out his bow and finish them. However, the distance was too great, and the wind would likely make aiming difficult, so he decided against it. Horns blared on the side where the paladins remained, probably signaling for help. As it stood, Rusty was now in the clear. On this side, there were no enemies in sight, only a few scattered items, including a large backpack filled with something the paladins and clerics had left behind. Before he could check its contents, the necromancer trapped within him started complaining again. "Minion, let me out. What's happening out there? I heard something snap." Now that they were here, Rusty had no reason to keep Vesperus locked inside. He released the weight increase and opened his frame. Plates slid apart, and Vesperus spilled out onto the rocky ground in an undignified flop. The necromancer lay there for a few seconds, blinking and catching his breath, before finally screaming. You! Vesperus scrambled to his feet, robes torn and smeared with dirt, eyes blazing with sickly green mana. "You treacherous, malfunctioning scrap heap! How dare you imprison your master inside your own body? I should flay your soul!" Rusty straightened to his full height and used his limb control skill to assemble himself back into a complete suit of armor. "You're alive. You're welcome," he said calmly as he moved toward the backpack. While he could not use much as a summoned monster, there were a few items inside that would aid him if the necromancer refused to cooperate, which already seemed to be the case. "I will not tolerate this disrespect. Begone, you defected creature." Vesperus thrust a hand forward, fingers clawed as strange sigils ignited in the air. His voice deepened as he muttered a chant Rusty could not understand. "Your summoner, Vesperus Mortis, is attempting to cancel the summoning. Will you return from the mission? No rewards will be given if you return now." Rusty looked at the system prompt. His new summoner was clearly unhappy with how things were progressing, but Rusty felt the same. Returning now might have been reasonable if this treatment continued, but he had already overcome one of the biggest hurdles of the mission. Stopping now did not sit right with him, so he selected no. For a fraction of a second, something tugged at him. It was not physical but conceptual, like an invisible hand trying to peel him out of reality. After he declined the option, the sensation vanished, and nothing happened. Vesperus stared at his own hand in confusion. What? He tried again, but Rusty received the same prompt and declined it once more. No. No, 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 this isn't possible. I am the master. I hold all the power. How can this creature keep resisting me? Vesperus cast the spell a third time, but once again, nothing happened. After that, he finally gave up. At that point, Rusty knew he could not trust this necromancer. It was even possible that the man would try to escape on purpose, since moving too far away from his summoner would forcibly unsummon him. Rusty was not sure if Vesperus knew this, but he was not willing to take the risk. Wait, what are those? What are you doing? I'm sorry, but I'm not going to fail this mission. I also don't think I can trust you, so don't resist. Rusty rummaged through the backpack and pulled out a large bundle of rope and bandages. If he wanted to complete this mission, he would have to take the necromancer to the destination by force. No, stay back, you foul creature. I am the great Vesperus Mortis. I will not be bullied by the likes of. Ack! The necromancer let out a high-pitched scream as Rusty jumped on him. He could not resist Rusty's overwhelming strength, and soon his entire body was tightly bound, knees pressed into his chest. Rusty had chosen the position deliberately, as it was the only way the man would fit into the backpack he intended to carry him in. Keeping him inside his body was far too dangerous, but there was still one major problem with the plan. Mana. Hey, Vesperus. I'm your master. This doesn't make sense. Release me. Vesperus continued struggling even though he could barely move his neck. Rusty grew annoyed with the constant noise and struck the man on the head to get his attention. You're getting on my nerves. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, and you really don't want the hard way. Rusty drew his sword and pressed it against Vesperus's cheek. Wait, let's not get hasty here, Minion. My name isn't Minion. It's Rusty. In a fit of anger, Rusty smacked the necromancer's cheek with the flat of the blade. At last, fear began to overpower Vesperus's pride. Ah, yes, of course, my apologies, Rusty. There's no need for violence here. Let's all calm down. Good. Now that you're listening, share your mana with me. I'm almost out. Rusty had already used up 80% of his mana in the previous encounter. Gwen supplied him with energy at a steady rate, but Vesperus had been withholding his own, and even now he was clearly reluctant to give in. Sharing mana? My apologies, but I am all out of it. He turned his head away, as if refusing to look at Rusty would make the problem disappear. A burden said that if humanoids do not cooperate, a bit of torture is the best solution. Torture? You would not. Vesperus flinched as Rusty grabbed his head and forced it to face him. Yes. I believe he suggested starting with broken fingers. The physical damage is minimal, but the pain is excruciating. Fingers. Oh, and he also mentioned pulling out nails or teeth. I think there are some pliers in this backpack. As Rusty turned back to rummage through the backpack in search of the pliers, Vesperus finally gave in. Fine. Take your damn mana, you monster. A refreshing sensation washed over Rusty as his MP was fully restored by Vesperus. When it was over, Rusty discovered something even more useful in the backpack, a map of the entire area. After studying it twice, he located both the Snowy Yeti Mountains and the Lake of Stormy Serpents. Good. With this map, I will not need his help to reach the deathly primeval woods. Thanks to time spent in the Soul Library and watching a burden handle pathfinding, he had learned a thing or two. Their current location was clearly marked on the map, making it easy for him to read. While he might not choose the most efficient route, it was the best he could do now, especially since his summoner refused to cooperate. With his mana restored and a clear route ahead, the journey to the deathly primeval woods no longer felt impossible, only inconvenient. Vesperus, meanwhile, lay inside the backpack with his mouth gagged and all his limbs bound. The rope restraining him seemed unusual, likely crafted by the religious followers who had been hunting him. It weakened his powers, yet still allowed him to function as a mana battery for Rusty, which was all Rusty required. Listen carefully. I am taking you to the deathly primeval woods whether you like it or not. Now be a good necromancer and stop squirming. After slipping on the backpack and delivering a few well-placed elbows to silence the writhing necromancer inside, Rusty set off on his journey. His next destination was the snowy mountain range, home to monsters known as Yetis. The wind grew colder as Rusty moved away from the chasm. Behind him, he could still hear the paladins making noise, but if the map was correct, they would need to take a much longer path to reach him now. That should give him enough time to avoid them for good, or so he thought. The path ahead narrowed into a stone trail dusted with frost, winding upward toward massive peaks that cut into the clouds like enormous horns. Snow crunched beneath his boots as he reached the next location, the snowy Yeti Mountains. With each step, the air thinned and cooled, and faint specks of ice mana drifted lazily through the atmosphere. Rusty did not feel particularly affected by the cold. As long as he kept moving, the ice could not fully settle on his body or impede his joints. Fortunately, the necromancer he was carrying was similar, unaffected by the temperature, much like undead monsters, though not fully immune. MMMPH, MMPH. Rusty sighed and reached back without slowing, delivering another precisely measured elbow strike. Quiet. You will attract something with your squirming. Although Rusty was still annoyed with Vesperus, he took no joy in treating him this way. He made sure to stop occasionally along the journey. They passed several abandoned log cabins where they could have warmed themselves by a fire, though that proved to be a bad idea. Once smoke rose into the air, the Yetis appeared. Rusty left the bound necromancer inside one of the cabins and stepped outside to investigate the source of the growling. That was when he saw it. A massive monster stood hunched just next to a few pine trees, its white fur matted with ice and snow. It was easily twice Rusty's height, with enormous arms dragging along the ground and 4 thick fingers that looked capable of crushing boulders with ease. It was a Yeti, drawn in by the smoke. The creature lifted its head slowly, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. Its small, predatory eyes locked onto Rusty almost immediately. It roared and charged at him with reckless abandon. Its pale blue eyes shifted to a bright red, as if it were under the effect of a berserk skill. Despite its fearsome appearance and raw power, it did not seem to possess much of a tactical mind. Rusty slowly moved forward, both hands gripping the halberd. He glanced back toward the cabin where he had left the necromancer. Because of the restrictions placed on him, he could not move beyond a 50-meter radius from the cabin, but that was more than enough to deal with this monster. As the Yeti charged, it leapt into the air. Its massive arms rose high before swinging down to deliver a devastating blow. Before it could strike, Rusty simply stepped aside. The attack missed him entirely and cracked the ice-covered ground instead. You're slow and predictable. Rusty thrust his halberd forward, piercing the monster's head from behind before it could recover. The blade met some resistance as it sank in, since the creature's hide was tough, but not tough enough to stop a well-made weapon. Crack! The monster released a second roar, louder than the first, before collapsing onto the ground. It lay still as blood spilled from the wound at the back of its head. As Rusty turned to return to the cabin and retrieve the necromancer, he noticed something else. A low rumbling filled the air. Wait, what is that? He could feel something approaching as his metallic body began to vibrate. Then he saw it. A massive wave of snow was cascading down from one of the nearby peaks. Bah! If you had not bound me, we would not be in this mess. What kind of idiot lets a Yeti release its death roar? Every child knows you must sever the vocal cords first when fighting them in the snow. Did you chew through your bandages? A still-bound necromancer pushed his head out of the backpack where he was being kept. Around him, there was almost nothing but snow, spilling in through the windows and threatening to crush the two of them inside. Of course. I am the great Vesperus Mortis. Such feeble bindings could never hold him. Before Vesperus could continue shouting, Rusty wrapped several more bandages around his face, cutting off the rest of his words. They were trapped inside the cabin, with Rusty using his shield and halberd to dig them free from the snow. The Yeti's death had triggered an avalanche, a fact that his new summoner was only now explaining to him. That was close. Rusty thought to himself as he continued to dig, compacting the snow in places with his shield, as free space was tight. Luckily for both him and the necromancer, Rusty was a creature that never tired. After nearly half a day of relentless digging, a tunnel leading outside was finally complete. Hey, hello there! Once he was outside, what he saw was not just one Yeti but a whole crowd of them. Rusty froze at the mouth of the tunnel and slowly lowered himself back inside before he could be discovered. He paused for a moment, then carefully pushed his helmet back out to assess the situation. There, he spotted 7 monsters that had clearly been drawn in by the noise the first one had made. I should have used the life detection skill first. After digging mindlessly for half a day without stopping, he had made a blunder that almost cost him dearly. Luckily, these monsters did not seem skilled at detecting intruders, or perhaps his metallic body was not something they would identify as prey. Nevertheless, he did not fear these foes. The creatures were around the lower D rank, something he could deal with easily. The real danger lay in their death shouts, which could trigger avalanches and alert even more Yetis to his presence. After switching weapons, he grabbed his bow and arrow. From within the hole he had dug, he notched the arrow and focused. Let's take care of one first. After confirming his target's position, he rose up quickly without hesitation. He aimed at one of the Yetis and released the arrow. It glowed red as he activated a skill to increase its power, and moments later, it struck its mark perfectly. The arrow pierced the monster's neck, right where its vocal cords were located. Rusty watched it try to cry out in protest but fail, then collapse to the ground, twitching. So it does work. That confirmation was enough. He burst from his hiding place with shield and sword raised. The Yetis were startled by his sudden appearance and roared before charging at him. Rusty did not hesitate. He rushed forward to meet them, his body well suited for fighting in the snow, as his reduced weight kept his feet from sinking too much. The first Yeti reached him in 5 long strides, snow exploding beneath its fists as it swung wildly. Rusty ducked under the blow, stepped inside its guard, and slashed upward with his sword. The blade bit deep into the creature's throat, sawing through muscle and tendon. The Yeti's eyes bulged as it tried to roar, but only a hiss escaped before it toppled backward into the snow. That's 2. He pivoted immediately, shield raised just in time to absorb a second Yeti's charge. The impact sent a shock through his frame, and he used the force to propel himself backward, landing atop what remained of the cabin's roof, now buried beneath snow. Twilight energy surged as he began fighting in earnest. The monsters were slow and heavy. Their attacks were powerful and ferocious but clearly telegraphed. After dodging a few swings, he adjusted to their patterns with ease. His sword flashed, stabbing and slashing at exposed necks. The Yetis tried to scream as they suffered fatal blows, but no sound ever came. Before long, only one remained. Come on! You're the last one! The final Yeti stood before him, its eyes burning red with fury. Rusty expected a reckless charge, but instead it threw back its head and released the same thunderous roar that had triggered the avalanche earlier and summoned reinforcements. Why you? Rusty charged, but the roar had already done its work. The Yeti lunged at him, and after only 3 exchanges it fell, lifeless, into the snow. The damage, however, was already done. More monsters would come. No new avalanche followed, but staying meant an endless fight, and eventually the paladins would catch up to him. He leapt back into the hole he had come from and shoved the necromancer fully back into the backpack. Rusty knew that if he untied the man now, he would never hear the end of it. Especially after learning the hard way that a Yeti would call for help if too many of its kind were killed in front of it. With everything in mind, Rusty did not linger any longer. After glancing at the map, which had the cabins and peaks clearly marked, he made his way through the hole and back outside. Snow shifted beneath his boots as he abandoned the half-buried cabin and followed the narrow mountain trail upward, then sideways, then down again, letting the terrain swallow his tracks. Behind him, distant roars echoed between the peaks, but he would not stop any more. He knew that fighting these monsters was pointless. It was not because he could not fight them, but because doing so would only hinder his progress. What he lacked was a summoner who worked with him, and it was not as if he gained any experience from the battles. Running away was simply the most logical choice. So he ran as fast as he could, never stopping at another cabin. The necromancer inside his backpack continued to wiggle, but as long as he was alive, that was enough. One day passed, and the Yetis continued to chase him, spotting him here and there. While his smell was not appealing to them, his shiny twilight frame stood out against the snow like a sore thumb. Eventually, he put on the priest robe he had taken earlier, allowing him to blend in better, though the trek through the snowy mountains remained brutal. The second night came quickly, but this time there was no rest in a cabin. He pushed through the snowstorm and never stopped. Even when his joints began to freeze, he kept moving. As long as he did not stop, he would not fully freeze, as the magic animating his body prevented it to some extent. Several times he spotted yetis in the distance, and they chased him for hours, but eventually they tired while he did not. It took nearly 3 days before he finally saw the sun again, and the snowy mountains were at last behind him. MMMPH, MMMPH. Once the second hurdle was behind him, Rusty finally allowed Vesperus to breathe some fresh air. The man did not look too good, and it was clear that the vitality he had absorbed from that last paladin was almost gone. Just let me go. He sounded defeated now, pleading instead of complaining. What he did not know was that Rusty needed to deliver him to their destination. Otherwise, the entire mission would fail, and that was not something Rusty would allow. Do not worry. We just need to cross that lake, and then we will reach the forest. How bad can it be? Before Vesperus could answer, Rusty covered his mouth again, and they continued onward. Luckily, the man was not fully human and did not need to eat or drink much. Rusty could hold him prisoner for weeks without food, and he would still survive. In a sense, he was the perfect carry-on for the living armor. Soon, they arrived at the shore of the Lake of Stormy Serpents. For a moment, he paused at the water's edge and took in the scene. Grey waves lashed against uneven rocks, whipped into a frenzy by a wind that howled like some mythical creature. This was the first time he had seen such a vast body of water, and it made him wonder if this was truly a lake or some kind of ocean. MMMPH. Vesperus's muffled protests came from the backpack. Rusty ignored him and focused instead on the nearby abandoned shacks and what appeared to be a large number of boats. Most were destroyed and filled with water, but a few looked usable, tied to the shore as if someone had left them there for later use. Rusty moved forward to examine the small boats scattered along the shoreline. He had never seen one up close in his life, nor did he know how to use it. His only knowledge came from books he had read and fragments of memories from his 2 guides. From what he could recall, he needed a boat with paddles that could be placed on either side. Finding the right equipment was not easy, as much of it had been ruined by something unknown. He crouched beside the wreckage, scanning each vessel. Many were splintered beyond repair, their wood warped and slick with moss. A few smaller boats were surprisingly intact, though they were missing essential parts like paddles or rope. He tapped the side of one that looked promising. The wood groaned softly, but it held. Good enough, I think. The boat he chose was a small wooden one with a single paddle missing. The remaining paddle was tied to one side, and there was a place to sit where he could use it. I just need to find a similar paddle and some rope to tie it together. Since the remaining paddle was secured to the side, it gave him a clear reference for shaping another. He moved quickly along the shore, sorting through debris. Amid broken planks and tangled fishing nets, he found a piece of wood similar in size and shape to the existing paddle. Fortunately, the boats were built in much the same way, so finding a suitable replacement was easier than he had expected. Soon, he tied everything together and set the backpack in front of him. Just as he was about to push off from the shore, a familiar sound resounded through the air. A horn echoed from nearby, the same horn the paladins used. They caught up to me. Rusty started panicking and quickly began paddling, only to discover that it was not as easy as it looked. The paddles were not identical, and the boat itself was poorly balanced. As a result, he moved in a zigzag pattern, which made everything more difficult. To make matters worse, he was not even sure where he was going, and the name of the lake kept bothering him. If some large serpents jumped out of the water, he would not stand a chance. If his body filled with water, he would sink to the bottom and likely fail the mission instantly. MMMPH. MMMPH. Fine, I'll let you speak, but only if you help me through this lake. Do you agree? MMMPH. I'll take that as a yes. With a heavy heart, he opened the backpack and removed the bandages blocking Vesperus from speaking. He was not sure if the necromancer would be of any use, but now that they were already on the lake, there was no escape. He was also certain the man still wanted to live, so perhaps he could help. HAAA, you finally realize that you need my greatness to guide us through this min. The necromancer was about to launch into one of his monologues, but when he saw Rusty clench his fist, he stopped himself. I mean, Rusty. Do you know a safe way through this lake? Oh, and the paladins have caught up to us. After a brief pause, Vesperus looked behind them and spotted the paladins descending from a hill. They were charging toward the shore, and it was clear they had noticed Rusty crossing the lake in his small boat. Blasted religious zealots! He cursed, then turned back to Rusty. Yes, I know a way through this lake. As long as you follow my instructions, we will not be attacked by the creatures living in it. Ha, those idiots probably do not know the way either. They will all die here if they follow us. It sounded promising, and at this point, Rusty did not really have a choice. But first, how about you unbind me? Not happening. You are not helping me paddle. Just tell me where to go, and I'll consider it once we are safe. Vesperus scowled at the response, but he still chose to help. There were specific magical currents within the lake that masked boats from the serpents below. As long as Rusty stayed within those currents and moved through certain paths, they would remain safe. For once, the necromancer proved to be useful. Soon they were off, beginning another journey that would take more than a day. The paladins followed after them. Some used the small boats along the shore, while others waited for proper vessels to arrive. Storm clouds filled the sky, and the rain never let up. Rusty followed Vesperus's instructions exactly, keeping within the magical currents that pulled and pushed him in different directions. The man had been right. Rusty watched as massive serpents devoured several paladin boats, while his own passage remained undisturbed. Still, the journey was far from safe. The constant rain and the small size of the boat forced him to scoop out water with his helmet. He paddled using his body while controlling the helmet with his limb control skill. It floated beside him, steadily clearing out the rainwater. One day passed, then another. Enormous serpents appeared, each one 10 times the size of his boat. At one point, a colossal serpent coiled around a large paladin ship that was still pursuing them. Thanks to his summoner's expert navigation, this proved to be the easiest obstacle so far. After 2.5 days, they finally reached the far end of the lake, standing before the so-called deathly primeval woods. This was the final hurdle before the mission could be completed. Yet they were not alone. Another large paladin ship loomed close behind them. What did you even do to make these people so angry? I'm not sure, it must all be some kind of big mistake. Vesperus spoke from inside Rusty's backpack, his voice trembling on the edge of tears. The ship was enormous, and even the great serpents had failed to bring it down. The people aboard were powerful and numerous, far more than Rusty could handle on his own. Row faster, minion. I told you to stop calling me that. Just give me more mana. Rusty rode with all his might, pushing himself while several buffing skills were active as they reached the final stretch. His speed was intense, but they were still slower than the massive ship bearing down on them. Suddenly, one paddle snapped, and the rope on the other came loose. Luckily, their remaining momentum carried them onto the muddy shore. Get back in there and just give me more mana. Hey, stop. Rusty shoved the necromancer's head into the backpack and leapt out of the boat in a single motion. His metal boots hit the ground, and he broke into a sprint. At least now the necromancer was cooperating to some degree, and even better, this seemed to be the final part of the mission. They had finally reached the deathly primeval woods. Towering trees loomed overhead, their thick roots clawing up from the earth like grasping fingers. The air was damp and heavy, filled with thick mana and ancient magic. Rusty pushed forward without hesitation, crashing through undergrowth and snapping branches as the forest closed in behind him. Behind them, the paladin ship scraped against the shore, and shouts rang out. There! After them! Rusty ran as fast as his metallic legs would carry him. It was not something he particularly liked, but the ones chasing him were above the D-rank grade. He stood no chance if he confronted these paladins by himself. The forest floor was uneven and treacherous, but that mattered little to him. He vaulted fallen logs, smashed through thorny bushes, and let the shadows swallow his shiny metallic form. The paladins followed relentlessly, their holy auras burning bright and lighting up the forest. They're gaining, Gah, can't you be more gentle? Vesperus shouted since he had not been gagged this time. He did not hesitate to complain about the rough treatment he was receiving. His backpack bounced wildly as Rusty ran with reckless abandon, never looking back. How far do we need to go? I thought this was the destination you. He cut himself off and ducked just in time. Something lashed out at him, not from behind but from the front. What? A monster. At first it looked like a branch, but on closer inspection, he saw fingers curling at the end of it. It's a treant. Just ignore it and run further in. We are close. Rusty was not sure he could trust Vesperus, but he was out of options. With paladins on his heels and monsters ahead, the creatures in front of him seemed like the lesser threat. I hope you're not lying, because if you are, After threatening his summoner with a beating, he swung his sword and cut through the tree limb reaching for him, then pushed forward. The forest seemed to come alive as the trees around them began to awaken. Fortunately, they were not focused solely on him. The radiant auras of the pursuing paladins drew the attention of the larger treants, leaving Rusty to deal only with the ones that crossed his path directly. For a moment, he looked back as a great deal of noise erupted behind him. The paladins were clashing with the tree monsters. Their advance had slowed, but they were still pushing forward. When does this mission end? Rusty wondered. The mission briefing had stated that all he needed to do was deliver the necromancer to his chosen destination, and that would be enough. Would he really have to kill all of their pursuers for it to be considered complete? If that was the case, he would need a different plan. Perhaps hiding Vesperus inside a hollow log while he dealt with the enemies was an option. Unfortunately, he could not tell which trees were ordinary and which were monsters, which made that idea far less practical. Wait, what is that? As he considered his options, something flashed in the distance. A strange aura shimmered ahead, and a powerful magical force pulsed from that direction. He could see mana particles from the environment being drawn toward it. The phenomenon was massive. Even from a kilometer away, the pulsating glow was impossible to miss. Could it be a powerful monster? Or is it? Vesperus had said they were nearing their destination, and he seemed to notice the surge of mana as well. Yes, that is it. We are almost there. Do not stop, me. I mean, Rusty. That was all the confirmation Rusty needed. It could be a trap, but he believed the necromancer feared the paladins far more than whatever lurked deeper within the forest. I sure hope you are right. Vesperus Mortis is always right. Sure. Rusty took off again, this time with a proper goal in sight. He pushed his body to its limits as he headed straight toward the source of the overwhelming mana. The forest grew unnaturally quiet the closer he got to the power. There were no birds anywhere and no woodland creatures in sight. Instead, flying insects filled the air. Flies and mosquitoes swarmed everywhere, while others crawled along the ground and clung to every tree. Suddenly, a dense barrier of trees rose before him. He forced his way in, but the branches were hard as steel. Even his reinforced body began to suffer deep scratches, yet he did not stop. He raised his shield for protection, making sure the necromancer in the backpack was not harmed as he pushed through. Shouts echoed from behind him, followed by arrows filled with holy energy. One struck his shoulder and bounced off, lodging itself in the rigid branches. The holy energy exploded, blasting the trees aside, and the sight sparked an idea. Rusty's body began to radiate light as he activated a skill he had not used in a long time. Once he was enveloped in pure light energy, the trees parted, allowing him to sprint toward his destination. To his surprise, it turned out to be a hut perched on a small hill, surrounded by two massive trees. My light is fading. As he reached the hill, something strange happened. The light he was producing was countered and forcibly suppressed, causing him to stagger forward. The backpack strap finally snapped, and Vesperus rolled ahead in his bound form. Only after the skill fully dissipated was Rusty able to stand and move again. That was close. My body was almost crushed under that pressure. Who lives here? He looked ahead at the structure resting between two colossal trees whose trunks twisted together like entwined serpents. The hut appeared ancient, its crooked wooden planks nailed together at odd angles. Bones and charms hung from rotting logs, while jars filled with body parts and murky liquids lined the exterior. Moss blanketed the roof, and strange runes were carved into the living trees that supported the structure, glowing faintly with violet light. Yes, I made it. Finally. Those pesky paladins and this treacherous minion will know the wrath of Vesperus Mortis. Rusty did not like the sound of that as the necromancer started laughing. He had hoped this would be over, the mission complete, but it was not. Their pursuers were close, and holy energy exploded behind them as 30 paladins of varying power appeared. Some of them were likely above C rank. There he is. Kill the foul necromancer. The armored men surged forward, an aura of light surrounding them. As soon as they stepped closer, they were struck by the same force that had caused Rusty to abandon the use of his light element. Their bodies shuddered, and even those above D rank began to drop to their knees, as if the entire area was rejecting their presence. What is this unholy power? Resist it, brothers and sisters! Their leader shouted as he forced himself upright. He was an elderly man with a grey beard, clad in golden armor. He radiated strength, perhaps even rivaling the mage Rusty had encountered in the past. Yet despite his imposing presence, it was clear that he was struggling. What is all this racket? Can a maiden not leave in peace? The crooked door of the hut creaked open, and something stepped outside. She was hunched and thin, wrapped in layers of tattered cloth and animal skin stitched together with sinew. Her skin sagged like melted wax over bone, grey-green and mottled with age. One eye was milky white, while the other burned with a violet glow that matched the runes carved into the trees. Long black hair clung to her scalp in greasy strands, crawling with beetles that scattered as she moved. What is that? Rusty had never seen such a creature before. She seemed human at first, but the aura she was giving off was far from it. Soon, he attempted to activate his identification skill to shine some light on this question. Classification: Agnus Mortis L. Type: Hag. Description: Hags are magical creatures of immense power, born from spite, ancient magic, and the slow rot of the world itself. They are not simply monsters, nor are they fully mortal. A hag is what remains when a witch, sorceress, or cursed woman survives far beyond her natural lifespan by binding herself to dark ley lines, forgotten gods, or primal locations like forests or chasms with large quantities of evil mana. Time warps them, their body and soul, until they become living anchors of corruption and magic. Rusty could not see her level, which could only mean one thing. She was far too powerful for his skill to properly assess. Even so, the ability revealed two details. She was an ancient being known as a hag, and she shared the same last name as his summoner. Mother, help me! Vesperus? Is that you? Why are you tied up like that? The hag's single sharp eye shifted toward the necromancer, who was struggling against his bindings where Rusty had dragged him. When her mouth opened to speak, her voice sounded strange and seemed to cause some of the paladins a lot of pain. For a moment she just started at the bound necromancer before bursting out with laughter. Tied up? She chuckled, shuffling forward a step as beetles poured from her sleeves and vanished into the soil. Dragged here in a sack. Chased by holy dogs. Her violet eye slid back to the paladins struggling against the oppressive force of the grove. And still useless, why can't you be like your other brothers and sisters? She shook her head in disappointment while Rusty just stood there, wondering how he could get such a strange summoning mission. Mother, please! Vesperus cried, writhing. They were hunting me. And this metal brute started bullying me. Oh, hush! The word was soft, but it carried power. The pressure in the clearing doubled. Several paladins screamed as their knees slammed into the dirt. Golden and silver armor dented inward as if squeezed by invisible hands. The holy auras flickered for a moment before vanishing completely as they started to perish. Hold on, brothers and sisters. We must not succumb to this evil witch. Pray, we must pray together. The paladin leader began performing some kind of ritual. For a moment, his aura burst forth. The insects that had gathered were incinerated by it, but it did not last long. There was no resisting this hag. They had entered her domain, where she was most powerful. Paladins. Always so loud. So righteous. So full of meat. She cackled again, and soon the forest answered her call. The insects Rusty had noticed earlier, flies, mosquitoes, and crawling things, suddenly surged. The air darkened as a living cloud poured out from the trees, from the soil, from inside rotting logs and the hollow bones hanging from the hut. What in the... One paladin shouted, but never finished the sentence as the swarm descended. Beetles crawled into visors and joints. Wasps stung exposed flesh again and again, injecting venom thick with corrupted mana. Ants burst from the ground, flooding greaves and gauntlets, biting until flesh peeled away. Clouds of flies forced their way into mouths and noses, suffocating them and turning their screams into gurgles. Within seconds, the clearing filled with shrieks, choking, and the wet sounds of bodies collapsing. Rusty stood frozen, watching powerful paladins devoured by tiny insects one by one. He had fought monsters and humans alike, but he had never seen anything as horrifying as this. If she is his mother. He did not care much for the paladins, but he knew that if the witch saw him as a target, he would be finished. He had beaten her son repeatedly, and now perhaps this was the end for him. The old paladin leader forced himself upright one last time, his golden armor cracked and crawling with insects. He locked eyes with the hag, hatred blazing through the pain. Abomination, the gods will. Agnes flicked her finger. A swarm of hornets plunged straight down his throat. The words died with a muffled crunch. Silence followed as, within moments, nothing remained of the paladins but empty shells and dark stains soaking into the soil. The swarm dispersed as quickly as it had come and melted back into the forest. The hag sighed, clearly disappointed at her son. "And you?" Vesperus shrank back as much as the ropes allowed. Mother, it wasn't my fault. It's this minion that..." "Silence!" The word struck like a slap. Vesperus's mouth snapped shut against his will. Agnes bent down until her face was mere centimeters from his, her breath reeking of rot and old magic. A necromancer who cannot even keep his own creations at bay is a failure. "But don't worry, my ungrateful son. Mother isn't angry, just disappointed. If only your father were here to see this." Rusty wasn't sure what was happening, but luck was on his side. Just after the paladins were gone and the witch began speaking, the world system reacted to him. "Congratulations! You have completed your mission." He had done it. The mission was over, and his body began to shimmer as he was pulled back toward the summoning chamber. This did not go unnoticed. The hag's purple eye turned toward him as she finally became aware of his presence. "You. A strong force is trying to prevent you from leaving." His fading body was yanked back, tethered to reality by the witch's will. "This child is interesting. It is even resisting me. What is this? Twilight metal? No wonder you couldn't handle it." Agnes raised her hand as power surged through the air, but even she could not stop Rusty from being recalled to the Soul Forge. Strange runes appeared around him, summoning chains that tried to bind him in place. Still, his body continued to fade, and moments later, he was back inside the summoning chamber. That was scary. If he had been human, he would probably be drenched in cold sweat by now. That hag creature was no simple foe. She could even force the system to bend, if only for a few moments. Still, he was finally safe, and now it was time to receive his rewards. "Congratulations on your return. Calculating rewards, please wait." Now that was one strange mission. Rusty was back in the summoning chamber. His mission was over, and he wondered whether he should have worked for the dungeon instead. His new summoner had been completely uncooperative, and now he also had to fear his mother, who had somehow managed to interfere with the Soul Forge. Gwen is still the best one. He made a mental note to prioritize his first summoner, who had been the most cooperative by far. The second one had done little more than force him to spend precious coins, and the necromancer just impeded his progress. Received medium experience talisman X2. Received small experience talisman X6. Received lesser wound enchantment talisman X1. Received lesser decay enchantment talisman X1. Oh! As he stepped off the summoning platform, system windows began appearing before him. He had gained more experience from this mission than from the one involving Gwen, and also more than from Terrell's. It seemed that being chased for a week by powerful paladins and barely escaping was far more rewarding than fighting summoner students. "Congratulations! Your synergy with the summoner Vesperus Mortis has reached a new level. You will be rewarded with summoner coins. For furthering the bonds with the summoner Vesperus Mortis, you will be rewarded with additional summoner coins." "What?" Rusty was surprised by this turn of events. He had stuffed his new summoner into a backpack and kept elbowing him throughout the journey, and yet his synergy had gone up. Looking for answers, he opened the summoning log to see not only what he had gained coins for, but why he had gained them. Gained 1 summoner coin for correcting their attitude. Gained 1 summoner coin by spending time with your summoner. Gained 1 summoner coin for correcting their attitude. Gained 1 summoner coin by spending time with your summoner. I can gain summoner coins for hitting them? For bad behavior. Rusty scratched his metal head as he stared at the logs. He was not gaining much from any single action, but the list was filled with entries about correcting Vesper's attitude and spending time with him throughout the journey. After going on 3 adventures with Gwen, he had ended up with 67 coins. He spent 16 of those on upgrades for living armor summons and a new steel variant. After that, he went on a mission with Terrell, where he gained 5 coins but spent 9. That left him with 47. This time, however, he gained a whole 54, bringing his total to exactly 101 coins. Wait, this means I can get that upgrade. He was overjoyed by the realization. After the way he had treated Vesperus, he had even wondered if he might lose coins for hitting him so many times. Instead, it seemed to have the opposite effect. Carrying him around like a backpack may also have contributed to the steady stream of coins from spending time in close proximity. A strange way to give rewards, but I'll take it. With glee, he moved over to the console. Time was starting to run out, but he still wondered whether any other options might appear. To his surprise, a new option was already there. Add 1 summoner slot, 25 coins. Summoner slots. Rusty was puzzled by the option at first, but soon realized what it meant. He brought up the section showing his current summoners and noticed a small red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. When he clicked it, another window appeared and explained everything. The limit for new summoners has been reached. If you wish to perform missions with other summoners, either increase the summoner slot limit or remove one of the bonded summoners. It seemed he could not go on an unlimited number of summoner missions without some kind of restriction. If the message was accurate, he would need to remove one of his previous summoners before selecting a mission that involved a new one. This complicates things. Of the 3 he had interacted with, he was certain he would keep Gwen, which left the other 2. At first, he thought Vesperus was the worst of them, but if he could earn more summoner coins simply by smacking the necromancer around, then perhaps Vesperus was worth keeping. That left Terrell as the weakest option, but Rusty had already invested resources in him, so abandoning him now would likely be a waste. Time is up. As he continued to deliberate, he felt the pull back to the real world. His physical body was still in the dungeon, hidden beneath a barrier of rocks that Gleam had fashioned. I hope those 2 didn't start fighting while I was gone. The pull grew stronger. The summoning chamber stretched and dissolved, as if it were an illusion, and soon everything went white. Rusty's awareness snapped back into his physical body with a faint metallic chime, and he was back. The first thing he noticed was the noise of familiar voices. This is the last time. I'm going to destroy you, hero. Ha, so you finally lost your mind. What he returned to was Aberdan and Alexander locked in a shoving match, with Gleam wedged between them, trying to calm them down. The earth barrier they were using for cover had begun to crack as the 2 suits of armor wrestled against it. Hey, what are you 2 doing? Cut that out. Are we getting attacked or something? Rusty immediately ordered the 2 to stop, and Gleam was quick to leap onto his chest and wrap him in a hug. Gleam clung to him for a second longer than necessary, her small frame pressed against his chest plate as if she were making sure he was really back. Easy, easy. Rusty said, steadying himself. I'm here. You did great, but what happened, and how long was I gone for? She finally hopped down, looking proud and just a little smug as she glanced back at the other 2. Aberdan straightened first, smoothing an imaginary crease in his armor. I was merely engaging in a tactical disagreement, nothing to worry about, my dear Rusty. A disagreement? Alexander scoffed. You tried to shove me through the wall. Yes, I told you not to move that much, hero. This great lord needs his space. Rusty shook his head and gave out a sigh as he imitated the humanoids. So there was no monster attack or adventurers. Gleam recounted it for him. I see, so I was just gone for a minute, and nothing happened just as we predicted. The coast seemed to be clear, so he pushed against the rocky barrier to produce a fist-sized hole to look outside. There was no one there. No life signals from adventurers and no crystalline golems or lizards waiting to attack them. At least the plan was successful. Let's continue, and I'll tell you guys about the summoning. It was obvious that Gleam was the only one interested in his story, but that was enough for him. He briefly wondered if there was a way to bring her along on one of the summoning missions as some kind of support. Unless he could somehow fit her into his storage, though, it did not seem possible. It's fine, Gleam, save your MP for later, leave this to me. Rusty did not need Gleam to remove the earthly barrier. With a few solid punches, the rocks crumbled, and she did not need to waste any MP. He moved out first, but before continuing, he felt the need to make something clear. All right, deeper we go. But this time, you two. He pointed at Aberdan and Alexander. You are on the same side. This is not a suggestion. It is an order. Learn to work together, the same way Gleam and I do. TCH. Humph. Neither of them sounded convinced, but neither argued. That alone counted as progress. Their dungeon exploration had been interrupted by the summoning cooldown, but now they could finally continue. Before moving on, Rusty used all of his talismans to gain another level. Unfortunately, no new skills appeared. Everything is progressing well. At this rate, I will reach my next evolution in half the time I normally would. He was in good spirits after finishing his recent summoning mission. The experience talismans he had received were a significant boost to his power, and if he continued acquiring them, he could potentially gain one full level every 3.5 days. The rest of his time could then be spent deeper in the dungeon, fighting crystalline monsters and turning their bodies into crafting materials and gear upgrades. With so many crystals available, creating additional enchantments for his body would become fully feasible. With that in mind, they delved deeper into the dungeon. The crystalline cavern sloped downward, the air growing colder the further they went, though it was nothing compared to the Yeti Mountains he had just visited. Light refracted strangely through the walls, producing a rainbow glow that reflected off Rusty's polished dome. Every step echoed, and the veins along the walls continued to shine as they had before. "I see a golem there. Let's get him." Rusty pointed as a large crystalline monster approached. Even after returning from a tiring mission, this was nothing to him. He did not feel fatigue like humanoids did, and his mind would not break even if he were trapped and unable to move for years. To him, this was simply more fun on his journey toward greater power and exploring this world and the others contained within his summoning chamber. The battle raged. He wielded a massive mace, shattering the golem's sides while his guides kept it distracted. Soon, more monsters joined the fray, and they continued clearing them out for nearly half a day before finally deciding to return to the city. "I always forget what time it is." When he emerged, the sun was high, and the streets were bright with activity. Adventurers and townsfolk moved about freely. Here, no one saw him as something summoned by a necromancer or as a noble lady. This was a place where he could relax, at least somewhat. Still, danger existed even here, and one such danger was waiting as he arrived at his lair. "Are those?" Rusty paused when he spotted two armed men standing in front of his shop. Gleam, on his shoulder, was clearly displeased as well. On the ground sat a crying child, Naisha. Standing protectively in front of her was Ria, one of the twins, her expression burning with anger. "Black hounds? What do they want from us?" Alexander spoke as he and a burden had returned to his helmet, no longer using their new frames. They spotted two black hound mercenaries in front of his shop. Could they have found out? No, that should not be possible. Rusty felt a knot of worry form. He had stolen a great deal of money from these men, but he did not believe there was anything that could link it back to him. Still, caution was necessary. Perhaps they were simply conducting an inspection, searching for clues without having any real leads. "When Edmund comes back, you will be sorry." Naisha shouted at the two mercenaries, tears streaming down her face. "Oh? Will he? I would like to see him try, little girl." One of the men laughed at the threats from the frightened child. The other followed suit and pointed his spear at both girls. "Oh, what will this great Edmund do if I do this, hey?" Ria watched the spear tip move closer to her face and shut her eyes. Just as it was about to touch her cheek, a dagger struck the wooden doorframe beside the man's face, embedding itself deep into the wood. "He will do this." Rusty appeared before them in the guise of Edmund the Adventurer, his arm still extended from the throw. The two mercenaries snapped to attention as they saw him approach down the slum street and quickly pointed their weapons at him. "Who are you?" one of them asked. "So you're not just stupid, but also deaf?" he replied, recalling one of the many insults adventurers hurled at each other. The two girls recognized his armor and hurried behind him. Naisha hid behind his leg and stuck out her tongue at the men. "See, I told you Edmund would punish you. Beat them up, Edmund." "Naisha, it's Mr. Edmund." Ria tried to correct her younger sister, though she also hid behind him. Her eyes burned with anger, as if she shared the same wish. Rusty did not fear the mercenaries, though they were still humanoids ranked at D level, even if they were on the weaker end. Seeing two of them stationed outside his shop was strange and suggested that someone important might be inside. His life detection skill confirmed that 3 more mercenaries were within his lair. Before confronting them, however, he needed to deal with these two. "You dare attack me? Lower the spear if you do not want to get hurt, mercenary." Rusty had grown accustomed to acting like a human, and by now he understood his rights. While these men worked for the nobles, they were not part of any official force. They were not city guards or knights, and he owed them no deference. Unless they carried proper documentation and a legitimate reason for being here, no one would question him for removing them by force. Still, there were limits. Killing them would almost certainly bring serious consequences, including imprisonment. The mercenary snarled and did the exact opposite of what Rusty told him. With a shout, he lunged forward, driving his spear straight at Edmund's right shoulder. Rusty didn't dodge. He simply reached out and grabbed the spear mid-thrust. The metal shaft screeched as his gauntlet closed around it, the force of the charge dispersing harmlessly through his reinforced frame. The mercenary blinked in confusion, then tried to shove the weapon forward with all his strength. You'll what? The spear did not move. When more force was applied, it only began to bend. That's all. The mercenary's face reddened as he leaned into it, boots scraping against the stone. Veins bulged in his neck. The spear began to tremble, not from Rusty pushing back, but from Rusty squeezing. Moments later, it snapped. What? The man's momentum carried him forward, straight into Rusty's metal boot as it slammed into the mercenary's chest. He was sent flying into the other man, and both of them tumbled to the ground. Rusty tossed the broken spear aside. Well. Did you grow stronger since our last meeting? Edmund was it, right? As Rusty stepped forward, a familiar voice echoed from within the shop. One person emerged from the doorway. The mercenary leader, Varkas. Varkas wore a faint smile as he stepped into the light. His frame was leaner than that of the other guards, yet he carried himself with unmistakable authority. In this world, size was not indicative of strength or power. Even a massive orc could fall to a small ant if she possessed a higher level. Adventurer Edmund, you never showed up at our headquarters. It is very disappointing when my direct invitation is ignored so blatantly. And now you go so far as to attack my men. I am not sure I can let this slide as easily as before. The man said, his tone somewhat menacing. Edmund did nothing wrong. You are the bad guys here. Naisha jumped out from behind Rusty, pointing at Captain Varkas and the two men regrouping behind him. The moment she did, the mercenary leader's eyebrows twitched, and he reached for his weapon. Children who do not behave need to be punished. Rusty! Alexander shouted from within his chest plate as he felt the killing intent radiating from the man. I know. Rusty raised the shield he had been carrying on his back just in time as Varkas drew his blade. He had faced the man many times in the illusory training chamber within the Soul Forge, but he had never seen him unleash an attack like this. The weapon was similar to the reproduction Rusty had crafted, a single-edged saber. However, it was different. This one was enchanted and attuned to wind. The moment Varkas pulled it from its scabbard, a green blade of compressed air shot forward toward Naisha. She fell backward onto the ground as Rusty leapt in front of her, shield raised. It glowed blue, empowered by its own enchantment, a simple mana barrier. His shield began to glow blue, and when the green blade of wind energy struck it, the force of the air sent vibrations through his metallic arm. The mana barrier rippled violently, and for a split second, the green gale threatened to break through. Sparks of magical friction showered the pavement before the wind finally dissipated, leaving shallow marks on the ground as if a beast had clawed at the stone. Not bad, Mr. Edmund. Varkas chuckled, though his amber eyes remained cold. If you hadn't blocked that attack, that child would be dead. This man is truly deplorable. Alexander commented on the strike, recognizing that it had been powerful enough to kill. Rusty could not tell whether the mercenary leader had been testing him or truly intended to harm Naisha. Either way, it was unforgivable. This child was under his protection now, and at his current level, he could fight back. You tried to kill her. Rusty straightened after taking the blow and pointed his sword at Varkas. He had spent time living among these humanoids, and bonds had slowly begun to form. For this transgression, he was willing to fight. Yet one of his guides felt otherwise. Rusty, calm down. They outnumber us, and you are not in your best form. If you attack this man in broad daylight, there will be consequences. Even if you win, they will use it as an excuse to kill you or imprison you. Just calm down, or all of us will be done for. But... Aberden's words cut through the rage clouding his metallic mind. He was right. Rusty was wearing armor that was not fully suited for combat, and it was not his true form. The head within his helmet was secured, but if he fought someone close to his own power, he could not account for accidents. Aberden was right. Fighting Varkas here, with additional D-rank mercenaries assisting him, was not wise, at least not without access to his loadouts. I know, Gleam, but Aberden is probably right. The mercenaries could not hear the discussion between them, but once Rusty made his decision, he finally lowered his sword. What do you want? I see that you are wise as well, Mr. Edmund. Varkas smiled, as if gloating that Rusty could not oppose him in this situation. If they fought, Rusty could not guarantee the safety of the two children standing behind him. There was little he could do here that would not endanger the girls or risk his identity being revealed. Just a routine inspection. Ever since you appeared, strange things have been happening, Mr. Edmund. People going missing in the dungeon, strange explosions in the city, gold going missing. People go missing in the dungeon all the time, and if gold is going missing, it is probably the Thieves' Guild. Rusty replied instantly. It seemed Varkas was trying to tie his appearance to the recent incidents. While Rusty was responsible, there was nothing in his lair that could connect him to them, aside from Rollo and the children. They had been involved in the mercenary building going up in flames, but Varkas did not seem to be bringing that up. Sir, we did not find anything suspicious. Is that so? As Rusty and Varkas continued to stare at each other, a third and fourth man emerged from the shop. One of them was holding a tool that resembled something called a compass. Rusty could feel mana fluctuations coming from it and assumed it was some kind of treasure-finding device. With everything hidden within his system storage, there was nothing for it to detect inside his home. It seems my men were mistaken. My apologies, Mr. Edmund, and do take care. Once the guards were outside, Varkas changed his tone. Rusty had expected them to eventually come to his home to check for the missing gold, but he had not expected them to do it like this. Just leave. At his words, the mercenaries began to move. Rusty stepped aside, making sure both girls remained behind his metallic frame. The two guards he had thrown earlier did not look pleased, but with Varkas present, they did not seem eager to speak. Oh, Mr. Edmund, if you hear anything about stolen goods, please let us know. Any information about thieves will be rewarded. Rusty did not reply. He remained focused, still treating the group as enemies. His identification skill had leveled up recently, giving him more information about the man before him. As he suspected, Varkas would rank around D+ if he were a monster. Classification: Varkas Swordsman L42. Type: Human. Class Path: Fighter, Sword Fighter, Light Swordsman. Description: A light swordsman is a D-rank class focused on sword combat. Unlike the brutish strength of a heavy swordsman, a light swordsman relies on refined footwork, high agility, and the mastery of specialized sword skills. The text hovered before him in a system window. Varkas' level was 42, and the limit of a third humanoid class was supposed to be 50. While monsters had clear divisions between ranks, humans were measured by class levels and the special skills unlocked at each stage. At level 1, Varkas would have power comparable to a D- monster. Around level 20, he would reach standard D rank, and past 40, he would be close to the apex of this rank. Measuring humanoid class levels against monsters was never simple. Some classes were inherently stronger than others, and humans also relied on enchanted equipment, while monsters usually depended solely on their bodies in combat. Rusty watched them go until their footsteps faded down the street. Only then did he realize that there was another problem. Rollo. He could still feel two life signals coming from his lair. One belonged to Ison, the other twin, and the other to Rollo, the oldest of the group. That life signal seems weaker than usual. In the past, he had used his life detection skill many times within his lair. He had trained himself to sense even the smallest fluctuations, to the point that he could tell whether someone was injured. Rollo, can you hear me? His head snapped toward the shop, but no one answered. You two, stay outside. Is something wrong, Mr. Edmund? Ria and Nasha did not seem to know what had happened inside the shop, and they immediately started asking questions. He ignored them for now and rushed inside. The moment he stepped through the door, he froze. The shop was supposed to be nothing more than a cover for his soul forge, a way to help him fit into humanoid society. It was never meant to matter this much to him, yet when he saw the interior trashed, he could not tell what he was feeling. Weapons and armor lay scattered across the floor. Some pieces were broken, others bent, as if the guards had destroyed them on purpose. They were not worth much, but now nearly half of them were unusable. Mr. Edmund. Rollo, he tried to stop them. While examining the damage to his store, he heard a weak voice from the side. It belonged to Ison. Rusty moved through the wreckage of his shop, his metal joints clicking more than usual. Even though he did not think he cared that much about these humanoids, once he saw what had happened to Rollo, even his core tingled. Rollo was slumped against the wall, his breathing shallow and ragged. His face was a map of bruises, one eye swollen shut. Beside him, Ison knelt with trembling hands, trying to wipe blood from Rollo's temple with a torn sleeve. Rusty's visor locked onto Ison's face, where a welt from a slap had formed. It paled in comparison to what had happened to Rollo. His entire body was battered and bruised. It was not only his face. There were multiple injuries, lacerations, and even potential broken bones. In his right hand, the boy clutched something. It was the hilt of the dagger he kept hidden behind the store counter for protection. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect. Rollo's one good eye opened when he noticed Rusty's large frame standing over him. He could barely speak as blood flowed from his mouth. It's fine. You did your best. Try not to talk. Luckily, in this world, healing wounds like these was not impossible. With haste, Rusty fished several healing potions from his satchel. He handed one to Ison to drink and poured another over Rollo's body. After the first potion was absorbed through the skin and the healing began, he poured another into Rollo's mouth. The result was quick and wondrous, as always. Only demons would do something like this. This child is not even 12. Alexander's tone was filled with anger. Demons? Even I would not do such a thing. It is beneath me. Do not lump me in with those lesser humans and their hobbies. A burden replied as if genuinely hurt by the comparison to people who enjoyed hurting children. It's okay, Gleam. He is going to be fine. These potions are of good quality. Rusty lifted Rollo from the ground and carried him upstairs to where the children had made their beds. Ria and Naisha could not help themselves from peeking inside and rushed in the moment they saw Rollo's bloodied body. Rollo! Shouted Ria. Big brother! Naisha cried, tears welling in her eyes. Soon, all of them were gathered in the upper room, where Rusty laid the child down on the bed they had made. It was rudimentary, with a mattress made of cloth stuffed with straw. His wounds are starting to heal. It is best if he rests for now. Gleam will also help, she is quite good at healing. Rusty said, trying to reassure the children. They took it better than he had expected. Ria returned with a bucket of water and cloth to wipe away the blood, while Ison stood nearby, anger burning in his eyes. The group of urchins had endured much in their lives, and being beaten bloody was likely something they had experienced before. Still, even though everyone would recover, the whole predicament sat poorly with Rusty. It's okay, Mr. Edmund. I'll take care of Rollo. Ison, could you instead help clean up outside? Ison nodded in understanding and slowly stepped out of the room. He glanced back at Rollo one last time. Naisha was holding his hand, tears in her eyes, while he lay unconscious on the bed. Gleam stayed behind as well to help the two girls. She could use healing magic, and once she began chanting, the room filled with a soft, soothing glow. Rusty did not linger. When it came to humanoids, he still felt as though he did not quite fit in. The older girl seemed unusually mature for her age, someone who had clearly been through situations like this before. Once they reached the main chamber, the cleaning could begin, and he could finally ask Ison what had truly happened. Why did they attack you? They said that they were looking for some stolen goods. Ison spat, his voice cracking with a mixture of fear and fury. They came in like they owned the place. That strange man, their leader, he didn't even look at the shelves. He walked straight to the back, toward the forge. Rollo tried to block them. He told them it was private, that the master was out. Then, the story started to make more sense. Ison described in detail how Rollo had tried to stop them from going down into the basement, a place he had forbidden anyone to enter. The boy had even attacked them, which led to the dagger breaking in his hands until only the hilt remained. Then, while one of the guards beat Rollo senseless, the other went down to his smithy to search for the goods he had supposedly stolen. I see. Those bastards didn't find anything and accused us of lying. Ison shouted in anger, while Rusty felt responsible for their predicament. Their attackers were not entirely wrong, as he had stolen their money. Even though that money had originally been taken from other people, it did not matter in this case. Would they do this to other people too? Rusty was not very old, and this was something he had never considered before. The loot he had taken and hidden could not be found easily, but that did not mean the mercenaries would stop searching for it. They might even use the search as an excuse to hurt others, just as they had done now. Perhaps if someone else had money stashed away, it would be taken anyway to make up for the losses Rusty had caused them. So this is all my fault. His metal chest tightened, and for the first time, he felt the weight of consequences pressing down on him. Life in this world was never easy. Every action carried a cost, and now it was up to him to decide whether he would make things right or let them be. They really did a number on this place. A number? I do not see any numbers, just a lot of chaos. It is just never mind. It is probably best we get things in order here. Alexander replied to Rusty as he finally descended into his underground basement. The door had been forced open, one of its hinges damaged, but that was only the beginning. The smithy built there had been completely trashed. Equipment and materials lay scattered everywhere, and even the bellows had been cut open, as if they had searched every corner to see whether gold was being hidden. At least they did not find the hidden compartment. Rusty commented when he noticed that no one had tried to pry open the concealed opening in the ground. Because there was nothing there in the first place, my dear Rusty. If you had been inside undergoing evolution, they would have likely detected something with that magical device they were using. A burden spoke as Rusty stepped forward, his metallic boots crunching over lumps of spilled coal scattered across the floor. He stood at the center, looking around and wondering if all of this had been necessary. Some tongs were bent, molds were cracked, and many of the tools had been cut by something. Why go this far? He picked up a chisel that had been sliced along the side and frowned. They were probably checking whether you had mixed gold into the tools. It is a valid tactic to hide it for later, said Alexander as Rusty went through all the cracked steel tools. I suppose. It was possible to mold gold first and then pour bronze or iron over it as a hidden layer beneath the surface. However, such tools would likely have problems with weight and durability, since pure gold was a rather soft metal. That also explained why the tongs were bent. So they were testing whether these would bend more easily than real steel tools. Rusty nodded and took the bent tool, straightening it with his pure strength. In truth, this was not the real forge, and the tools lying around were mostly for show. Most of them were copied through the system. He still worked here from time to time, mostly handling smelting, which made the damaged molds a serious problem. They even punched a hole through the smelter. There was a 2-finger-sized hole punched through the thick smelter. It had not been made by any tool. Instead, it looked as though something uneven had drilled its way through, leaving behind cuts and gashes along the edges and across the surrounding walls. This looks similar to that magic. Did Varkas do this? It's possible. Wind magic is quite versatile. Alexander responded, as it did appear that magic had been used. The size of the hole could probably fit the tip of a sword, and it was bent slightly, much like the saber the mercenary leader wielded. So he can puncture even thick metal like this. Rusty realized that engaging Varkas directly would be unwise. Taking hits with his metallic body was not something he could afford. His durability was high, but he was not invincible. With the right spell, even a sword, a weapon he was normally well protected against, could cut him in two. This won't do. Rusty, we need to kill that man. Show everyone what happens when they cross you. A burden voiced what Rusty had already been thinking. Varkas had crossed him several times, and his presence was becoming an eyesore. Now he had come to Rusty's lair looking for trouble. The damage was extensive, and Rusty knew that even if he reported it, nothing would come of it. He certainly would not be compensated for the losses unless he was seen as more useful than the mercenary leader by the humanoids in power. Don't be rash, Rusty. We have enough money to fix this. It would be wiser to wait until a proper opportunity presents itself. Oh? You also wish to slay this man, hero? A burden sounded surprised that Alexander was not dismissing his attempt to provoke Rusty. Is it the children? Is that where you draw the line? Shut up. Alexander snapped back at the Demon King's taunts while Rusty continued to think. His anger was growing, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Varkas. Still, acting now, right after his home had been vandalized, would be far too obvious. He needed to wait for the right moment. I will get him for this, but not now. When the time is right. Rusty picked up a dagger from the floor and drove it into the wooden table with force. When the time comes, that man will die. He stared at the dagger embedded in the wood. A moment later, the table's legs gave out, and it collapsed to the ground. Well, let's clean up first. Alexander broke the silence as a burden cackled at the sight of the ruined table. Rusty could only stare at the splintered wood, momentarily speechless. Fine, but you two are helping me clean this up. You want me, the great Demon King, to help you clean? Preposterous. A burden was not too keen on the idea, but Rusty knew this would go much faster with more help. He could summon puppet armors, but they were not very intelligent, so asking them to clean would be difficult. His two guides, however, were competent. With the children upstairs keeping watch over Rollo and cleaning the main shop, he could safely summon them without being noticed. Yes, you will clean. With that, Rusty brought out the 2 suits of armor he had made for them and used his skill to let them inhabit them. The light armor and dark armor surged to life as his guides took control. Now work together to clean this place. I will fix the door first and make sure none of the children come in here and see you too. The suits of armor stood motionless for a brief moment as the skill finalized. The light set rolled its shoulders first and, without a word of defiance, grabbed one of the nearby brooms that had somehow survived. I will start sweeping. You gather the larger pieces from the ground and place them on the workbench. Alexander said to a burden, who instantly refused. Do not order me around. This is highly undignified for someone like me. Just do what Alexander told you. He is in charge of cleaning. Rusty cut in immediately, leaving no room for argument. You heard him. Now get to work, Demon Lord. Alexander's tone was openly mocking, but with Rusty's order in place, even a burden could not refuse. The 2 suits of armor began to work in silence. Rusty moved to the door to examine the broken hinges. The door itself was mostly intact, but a strong force, probably from 1 or 2 enhanced kicks, had torn it from the hinges. For now, a few nails in a replacement hinge would suffice, though the door would likely need to be replaced in the future. It proved unable to hold back a few D-rank class holders, so making it out of enhanced metal would probably be needed. Should I enchant the door so that it explodes when too much force is applied to it? Such an enchantment would damage the inside of his smithy, but it would likely kill whoever tried to force their way in. Still, with children living here, he was not sure he could risk experimenting with that kind of magic. Things could always go wrong, and if the door exploded after a child knocked, he would never be able to forgive himself. Best save that one for later. Instead, I should focus on the best moment to strike. As he worked, his thoughts returned to Varkas and the Black Hounds. The mercenaries were hired by the current noble, Boran Vexen IV. Even if Alexander claimed he was not a true noble, his word was law here. The mercenaries formed a core part of his power, a force that operated without restraint. If something went wrong, they would likely be blamed and discarded without hesitation. Should I ambush them again when they transport more gold? No. They would increase their guard, maybe even bring in knights or adventurers. Time passed, and he began to strategize. There were not many places where he could realistically attack. The man was a mercenary who rarely went anywhere without support. He was also not an adventurer, so attacking him inside the dungeon did not seem like an option. Still, Rusty was not entirely sure, as he did not know much about Varkas. In the past, he had avoided confrontations like this. His main reason for being in the city was to grow stronger, and the shop was meant to be only a temporary measure. It existed to take advantage of the humanoids' ingenuity in trading goods. He had not considered the downsides of living in such societies, where bonds naturally formed. Even if he would not remain here forever, he wanted to make this place safer for the children living in his current home. Okay, everyone. What do we know about the Black Hounds and this Lord Boran? A few hours later, the door had been fixed, the shop cleaned, and all the children had fallen asleep beside Rollo. That left Rusty, a burden, Alexander, and Gleam to think about future plans against the mercenaries who had crossed them. Not much, I'm afraid, said Alexander from within his suit of armor. He shrugged while studying the board they had put together for the occasion. It listed some of the major players in the city, such as its lord and the mercenary leader, along with others they could identify, including the Adventurers Guild Master and the head of the merchants. This calls for some espionage. A burden said it, and Rusty simply repeated the word. Espionage. Indeed. We will keep watch over this little mercenary leader. Learn where he goes, discover his weaknesses, and once we have all of that, coming up with a plan to end him will be rather easy. But that would require someone to watch him for quite a while. You want to do it? But then you won't be able to go to the dungeon and advance your evolutions, Gleam. I see. Gleam seemed even more enraged than Rusty and was willing to give up some of her precious time to trail Varkas and the Black Hounds. But perhaps before that, we should also focus on his base of power first. As a burden deliberated, he also came up with a secondary objective. Why don't we whittle them down bit by bit? Instead of focusing on their leader, let's deal with their lieutenants first. Once their power structure crumbles, that will be the perfect time to strike. That might not be a bad idea. While there was one main leader, there were many other members in the group that they could target first. Some would likely be easier to reach and eliminate before the final confrontation. That is a sound plan. Even if we deal with Varkas, another leader could simply be chosen afterward. It would be better to destroy the entire organization so it cannot be reformed under a different name. If we cut the limbs before taking the head, the body will die twice as fast. Alexander tapped his gauntlet against the table, his lust for revenge overriding his usual moral reservations. My, hero. You are absolutely right. Varkas is the charismatic core. Without his lieutenants, the ones who handle logistics, bribes, and muscle, the Black Hounds are nothing more than a pack of disorganized thugs. If we remove them, the noble Boran will see the group as a liability rather than an asset. Aberdan finished speaking and Rusty nodded, as it all made sense. He was not sure how large the mercenary organization truly was, but after everything that had happened, he had no reservations about wiping them out. Even without their leader, they had abused Rollo and the others long before he found them. We should probably focus on those above E rank. The 4 who were with him today might be part of his inner circle. You think you can track them, Gleam? Rusty did not feel completely at ease assigning Gleam this task, but it was the perfect time to begin their reconnaissance. The trail was fresh, and Gleam could fly to escape if needed. Her magic allowed her to hide to a certain extent, so as long as she kept her distance, she should be safe. Good. Just be careful, Gleam. If you are in any danger, flee immediately. For now, we only need to know where they live and where they like to go. Besides the mercenaries, the next problem would be the noble and the orcs. In Rusty's mind, there were 2 major factions at play. One was the humanoids, led by a false noble, and the other was the Orcish tribes hiding within the forest. He had already encountered one of their powerful leaders, a Sirank orc that had nearly killed him. If he ever wanted to make the city truly safe, he would also need to eliminate the monster threat lurking beyond its walls. Those orcs will not go down easily. It would be best to use those lowly humans to deal with them, but this plump and lazy noble seems content to keep his forces tucked away inside his little fort. Aberdan cackled as he mocked the man running the city. Alexander, on the other hand, responded with a repulsed tone. I bet he is doing it on purpose. There is always money in war and monster parts. It probably also makes ruling the city easier. Fear is a powerful tool. Rusty had to agree. Humanoids were creatures ruled heavily by fear, and when it was present, they were far easier to control. If the orcs were gone and the people's minds were at peace, they might begin to notice just how much corruption was festering within the settlement. Right now, Boran was seen as a protector, and his soldiers and mercenaries were regarded as keepers of safety. They were allowed to act without restraint because, without them, the orcs would overrun the city and kill everyone inside. Eliminating the tribe would also help end the rule of the false noble, but it would likely be impossible until he reached C-rank power. As always, it came down to levels and skills. He needed to go to the dungeon to level up and complete as many summoning missions as possible. A plan of action was beginning to take shape. First, the Black Hounds, then perhaps the Corrupt Merchant Association, and finally, the nobility. Hey! Where do you think you are touching? Stop that! Do you even have enough money to pay? Hehe, what do I need money for? I'm with the Black Hounds. They'll pick up the tab later. A drunken man placed his hand on a woman's hip as he stood before a red light district establishment. He was not alone. Another similarly intoxicated customer was trying to enter the same building, but the guards stationed at the entrance were having none of it. Dear customer, if you wish to partake in Our Ladies, you will have to sober up first. Please come back tomorrow with the correct amount of money and... A large bald man spoke calmly while 4 other men stood behind him, their weapons ready to be drawn. Before he could finish his short speech, the drunk hurled his nearly empty beer mug at him. Why are you talking back? Do you know who you are talking to? We are part of the Black Hounds. We own these streets. Yeah, move it Baldy. Soon, the other man joined, and they started shouting at the establishment guards. The shouting drew the attention of nearby onlookers and even a pair of city guards who began to approach. What are you doing? Just move along. The city guard barked the order at the mercenary. Even in his drunken state, the man knew that provoking soldiers owned by the nobles was a bad idea. Please visit our establishment again, good sirs. The large man said, smiling as the 2 troublemakers began to retreat. Some of the crowd chuckled, which caused the two to turn around and shout. Screw you! You'll all be sorry. Yeah, you better watch yourself from now on. People go missing in these streets every day. The two mercenaries moved on. The bald man's perfect smile twisted into a menacing frown the moment they were out of sight. His fist slammed into a brick wall, which cracked under the impact. Fuckers! Boss, was that really all right? Asked one of the guards standing behind the large man. Two of our girls have already gone missing. I won't let it happen to another one. The other men frowned. They all knew it was true. Every one of them clenched their fists, wishing they could chase after the two mercenaries and beat them to death, but they were powerless. It's fine. Get back to work. The night is still young, and there is money to be made. The bald man trailed off as his gaze drifted down the street. For a brief moment, he saw a strange, robed figure. He could not make out much, but moonlight reflected off something shiny beneath the hood before the figure disappeared in the same direction the mercenaries had gone. Back to your positions. If I catch any of you sleeping, I'll break your bones. Yes, sir. The men shouted, and everything returned to normal. With the trouble gone, customers began filing back in, and laughter once again filled the place of debauchery. Meanwhile, the two mercenaries headed alone toward the slums, shouting profanities as they went. Those fucks! Calm down. You'll get us in trouble. The captain helped us get rid of that mess last time, but he said he would kill us if he caught us doing it again. So? We just don't get caught. That's true. Both men laughed as they continued forward. Once they entered this part of town, the lights faded, leaving only the pale glow of moonlight. There were no guards, no one who would interfere. Soon enough, to their surprise, they heard something interesting. You boys want to have some fun? I'll give you a good price. A sultry voice echoed from one of the nearby alleyways. The two had not expected to find anything worthwhile, and they could barely make out the speaker due to the lack of light, but her voice was undeniably enticing. So, you boys want to have some fun or not? The voice came again, clearer this time, soft, breathy, and sensual. It drifted from the narrow alley to their right, where the moonlight failed to reach, and shadows pooled thick and deep. The two mercenaries stopped and looked at each other, gulping hard. Ha! Did you hear that? Yeah. They turned, squinting into the darkness. At the far end of the alley stood a slender silhouette, half hidden behind a stack of broken crates. The figure looked inviting, but the moment the two men focused on her, she slipped away deeper into the alley. They exchanged glances, then slow, devilish grins spread across their faces. This was the slums, a place without guards or even the protection of hired muscle from the red light district. To them, she looked like an easy target. They had only a few copper coins left, but they did not care. In their eyes, they could simply take what they wanted. Hey, wait up, sweetheart! The taller mercenary called out, his voice thick with lust and ale. Don't go running off now. We've got plenty of appreciation to show you. They stumbled into the alley, boots splashing through puddles of stagnant water and filth. The air grew heavy, reeking of damp stone and rot. With every step, the light from the street faded until it was nothing more than a thin sliver behind them. Where'd she go? One of them scratched his head as they reached the end of the alley, only to find a dead end waiting for them. I saw her slip behind those barrels. Maybe there's a door she went through. I don't see anything. Did she figure it out and run away? But where? The two men were dumbfounded. They could not see any way out. The walls were steep and far too slippery for a woman to climb, especially if she were trying to escape trained mercenaries. However, just as the two men turned away from each other, something happened. Arg! One man screamed, prompting the other to spin around. To his horror, he saw his companion's head gripped by large, strange metallic hands. They were not normal hands. They looked demonic, sharp like the talons of a beast, and made of gleaming metal that reflected his own terrified expression. Help him! Before the man could finish the word, his whole body was yanked into the darkness above. His friend grabbed his ankle in a desperate attempt to pull him back to the ground. The drunk mercenary's weight shifted instantly, his boots tearing free of the muddy earth as he was hauled upward along with him. A sharp crack echoed from above, as if something had snapped. Who dares attack the Black Hounds? He shouted the name of his mercenaries as his grip slipped from the other man's ankle. His body crashed back onto the damp ground, yet his gaze remained fixed on the dark unknown overhead. From within the shadows came more sickening crunches, followed by the sound of something falling. Ah! He screamed again as the other mercenary's body tumbled out of the darkness. His head was twisted backward, clearly broken. The rest of him was no better, marked by deep claw gashes and shattered joints and bones. It was obvious that whatever had done this possessed overwhelming strength, enough to mangle even a battle-class holder. Shit! As strength returned to his legs, he quickly turned and ran. He was no stranger to death and violence, so the sight did not disturb him as much as it should have. In his mind, he knew that if he could escape this alleyway and make it back to one of the other districts, they could find whoever had done this. Whoever you are, you're going to regret this. Suddenly, his body slammed into something solid. Confused, he staggered back. Nothing had been there before, yet now an invisible force blocked his way. His hands went to the sword strapped at his side, and he struck forward, but the blade bounced off a magical barrier that had appeared out of nowhere. What's wrong? Don't you want to have some fun? Goosebumps rose along his arms as he realized he could not break the magic. A sultry voice echoed from behind him. He turned, gripping his sword with both hands as it began to tremble. Who are you? Get back! Oh, don't you remember? Why don't I help you remember then? A figure emerged from the shadows, no longer hidden beneath a robe but fully exposed. Moonlight reflected off its metallic form, sleek and tall. Its arms and legs were unnaturally long, and while its hands ended in sharpened claws, its feet appeared much the same. What are you, monster? The figure crawled along the wall, clinging to it like glue as it crept forward, a predator stalking its prey. Its head was metal, yet within it was a woman's face. Her cheeks were scratched down to the bone, her flesh torn and decayed. You had your fun with her, didn't you? You might have forgotten, but her memories of that day still remain. Who is the real monster here? For a brief moment, something was recalled in the man's mind, a memory tried to surface, but he was given no time to grasp it. The creature lunged at him with terrifying speed, its form blurring like an insect in flight. He raised his sword and slashed forward, trying to intercept the oncoming monstrosity. Claws collided with steel, and the outcome was immediate. The long sword shattered under the immense force, and the claws tore into his flesh. His body was thrown back against the invisible barrier that had blocked his escape. Ugh! He could not even scream. Multiple claws, each as large as a knife, pierced his lungs. Blood pooled beneath his feet as the creature leaned closer. His vision blurred, but he could still clearly see the half-decayed face of the woman he once knew, the woman he had killed. It would be best if we don't do this too often, or they will eventually realize. A black wisp of light floated out of the metallic figure that had once been Rusty, now housed in his improved wraith frame. The head of the woman within his current shell had belonged to a lady of the night, someone who had worked in the city not long ago. Good job with the barrier, Gleam. Rusty spoke as his ant companion popped her head out from the alleyway entrance. I know. Both of them deserved it. Even Alexander agrees, don't you? Alexander's white light emerged from Rusty, drifting forward to examine the two dead mercenaries. Scum like this can't be saved. The woman's body was something Gleam had discovered while keeping watch over the movements of the Black Hounds. At first, the plan had only been to observe and eliminate their sub-leaders so the organization could not easily recover after Varkas was dead. However, once she began following the trail left by some of the group's members, she uncovered hidden truths. By tracking a trail they had left behind, they found a dumping ground filled with bodies, some buried and others simply thrown aside for monsters to clean up. The head Rusty now wore had belonged to one of those victims, killed by the very man lying dead before them. Her memories revealed a horrific encounter with drunken men that ended with her being drugged and eventually murdered. It quickly became clear that this organization was far more foul than they had anticipated, and dealing with it would probably require much more work. From within the pile of corpses, Rusty decided to remove a few heads. With his possession skill, he could read old memories and use them to identify his next targets. These two were just the beginning. Let's go to the next spot. This night is far from over. The head within his helmet vanished from his frame, and soon the same happened to the two men he had just killed. Once their lives were fully extinguished, he placed the bodies into his storage system. While he could not get rid of the blood, removing the bodies bought him more time to act and less time for his enemies to realize he was responsible. Soon, his form was climbing the walls, claws gripping stone with ease as he leapt several meters into the air. This body, capable of moving on all fours, was perfect for a nightly crawl. He had paired it with various enchantments that kept it silent and deadly. With the help of his weight control skill, he moved through the night like a shadowy prowler, and even if he were discovered, he could slip into the darkness and remain undetected. His next targets were mercenaries who frequently gathered at a particular gambling den hidden within the slums. Thanks to the head he was currently using, he knew exactly where it was concealed. The city did not yet truly have a thieves' guild, but certain places served a similar role. The victim whose face he now wore had been a thief, not a good person, but no worse than the people he dealt with. While there were gambling establishments elsewhere in the city, some were tucked away in the slums, hidden and untaxed by the Lord. They were run with the quiet assistance of the hounds, without the hounds themselves realizing it. The perfect place to strike. They won't be able to report this to the Lord. Rusty knew how humanoids operated and how crooked some of them were. Even if he destroyed the hidden gambling establishment, the hounds wouldn't be able to get help from the guards, opening up new avenues for future hunts, something he had also planned for. He perched atop a sagging rooftop across from the den, crouched low as rain began to patter against rusted roof tiles. Below him, the gambling house pretended to be nothing more than an abandoned storehouse. Boards nailed crooked over windows, a single lantern burning dim and yellow. Yet the flow of men slipping inside and out told the truth. Busy night, good. Gleam, can you do it? Gleam hopped off his shoulder and skittered through the shadows toward the building. While she had not yet reached the next D rank, she had gained enough levels to learn several useful spells. One of them was a barrier that, with some preparation, could be woven around a wide area and keep all sound contained within it, along with not allowing anyone to escape. He waited as she worked, circling several points to form a pattern around the seemingly abandoned structure. The lone drunk guard was dragged aside by his metallic claws and quickly dealt with. Inside this den waited one of the sub-leaders, a proper D-rank combatant. This fight would not be as easy as the last, but he felt no fear. These mercenaries had gone too far, and now their lives would soon end. Some thugs were playing cards in the middle of the room over a stack of silver and copper coins piled high between them. The table was nothing more than a thick wooden crate flipped upside down, its surface scarred with knife marks and burn stains. Around it sat 6 men, all armed and loud. The gambling den reeked of ale, sweat, and damp wood. Laughter burst out as one of the men slammed his cards down. Ha! Full house! Pay up, you fuckers! Like hell! I know what you've been up to! Another snarled. You've been using marked cards all night. Nonsense! You're just a sore loser who doesn't know when to quit. Is that right? Then give me those cards, because this one looks strange. The man flipped one of the cards and pointed to the subtle pattern on the back. I don't know what you're talking about. He denied the claim, but the accuser did not let up. The other 4 men began to grow suspicious as well. Now that you point it out, it does look slightly off. They all examined their cards. The backs were meant to carry identical patterns, but in one place the lines were slightly shorter, or a tiny dot appeared where none should have been. It was a subtle technique used to mark a deck for gambling. This bastard was using marked cards. What do you mean? Those are just imperfections in the deck. If you want to blame someone, blame the boss. I got this deck straight from the hound himself. The man grinned, a golden tooth flashing in the orange lantern light of the den. Behind him sat a broad figure in half-plate armor, his face marked by old gashes and set in a deep frown. His face wasn't fully human, animalistic and resembling a wolf to some degree. If it was the boss, then... The others exchanged uneasy glances, but no one raised their voice again. Even if they had caught the man cheating, there was nothing they could do except refuse to play or find another deck of cards. The tension in the room thickened, a volatile mix of greed and fear held in check only by the presence of the scarred man in the corner. He did not care about the cheating. He only cared about the cut he would receive at the end of the hour. Shut up and deal. The leader growled like a wolf, but the next card never hit the table. Asterisk crack. Boom asterisk. At first, no one reacted. The roof of the abandoned slum house was in terrible condition, rats and rain often slipped through. Then the wood split apart. With a thunderous crash, the ceiling caved in. Rusty dropped straight through the broken beams like a falling boulder. He slammed into the center of the crate, shocking the men gathered around it. The wooden crate disintegrated into splinters, and the mountain of silver and copper coins launched into the air like shrapnel. Coins flew in every direction, striking the men in the face along with chunks of wood, but there was more than that. Long, clawed arms swung out, severing the jugular veins of two unprepared thugs. Their blood sprayed across the room as the attack began. Rusty crouched in a crater of shattered wood, his longer-than-normal limbs spread apart as he launched himself like a cat at another gambler. His weight felt light as a feather as he took off, but the moment he collided with the man, it became crushing, as if he weighed a ton. The man screamed in agony as he was pinned beneath the sudden force, and clawed hands pierced his torso. More people rushed in from the sides, only to witness the horror of 3 of their companions dying within seconds. The wolf-looking mercenary leapt to his feet and pointed at Rusty as he shouted. "Get that monster! What are you fools doing?" One thug lunged for his axe, but Rusty was faster. His strike sent the weapon and the hand that held it spinning across the gambling den before they hit the floor. The man's screams were ignored as he fell back, clutching the bloody stump. The mercenaries finally regained their senses and began circling Rusty from all sides. "Kill that thing!" Spears, axes, swords, and even arrows flew toward him, yet he did not retreat or attempt to dodge. Instead, his body shifted, growing bulkier, taller, and far more resistant than before. The weapons struck, but his durability easily surpassed the crude steel and the weakest enchantments edged into them. "What is this thing? How did it get so big?" One of the men shouted. He barely finished speaking before a massive mace slammed into his head. The blow crushed his upper torso, and his body collapsed instantly. On the other hand, a massive shield struck against 2 grown men, sending them flying up against a wall that promptly collapsed. "Useless!" the sub-leader shouted as he launched himself forward, a bludgeon gripped tightly in his hands. He struck Rusty in the back, forcing him to stumble slightly and turn around. "I'll keep this thing busy. Use blunt weapons, you stupid bastards." No wonder he is a sub-boss. He identified one of my weaknesses rather quickly. Rusty was nothing more than living armor. Though he appeared large and heavy, his body was hollow inside. Swords and spears could not truly harm him, but magic and blunt attacks made his frame vibrate and sent damaging tremors into the hidden core within. However, there was one thing the mercenaries did not realize. He was not alone. Arg! What? There are more of them. A spear pierced one of the mercenaries from behind, and another suit of armor emerged. It was pitch black, similar to Rusty's body, with a burden inside. "Ha, lowly humans! You always die so quickly." He cackled maniacally as he swung the spear in wide arcs, aiming for critical points and gaps in their armor. "What are you waiting for, hero? Have fun with me! Let us see who can kill more of these lowly peasants." Alexander, inhabiting his own suit of armor, joined the fray. He intercepted an attack with his shield and stabbed a man in the shoulder before kicking him away. It was the perfect chance to finish him. He raised his blade, but his hand trembled. He could not bring himself to kill another human. "Ah!" The man scrambled to his feet and charged, only to be pierced through by the spear of the demon lord. "Pathetic! You feel empathy for these criminals? Are you thinking about their families or something equally pathetic, hero?" A burden mocked him without restraint. These men were mercenaries and thugs, but not all of them were truly evil. Alexander knew that. Some had families, siblings, and loved ones waiting for them. He could not slaughter them without hesitation, the way the other 2 could. Alexander's hesitation cost him. A blade scraped across his side, sparks bursting from enchanted steel as one of the thugs recovered faster than expected. The impact sent him stumbling backward across the broken planks. "Focus!" Rusty's distorted voice echoed from within his towering frame as he caught the wolf-like sub-leader's bludgeon mid-swing. The weapon groaned under the pressure of metallic gauntlets squeezing tighter and tighter. "You think about their families?" A burden snarled, yanking his spear free from a collapsing corpse. "While they think about how to split you open and cut the throats of those innocents you love to protect." His words struck deep. Alexander remembered what these mercenaries had been doing. Raping, pillaging, and using force to get their way. Even if there were a few good apples among them, the organization was rotten to the core. The man charged at Alexander's white armor. This time, Alexander did not hesitate. He deflected the blow with his sword and drove the blade into the man's gut. The mercenary screamed, eyes bulging as he slumped forward. When Alexander pulled the sword free, the man collapsed to the ground among the others. "That's better, hero. No mercy for the wicked, right?" The sub-leader roared and released his weapon. He retreated a step, then slammed his bare fist into the ground. A pulse of dull orange energy rippled outward. Scatter! He shouted as the shockwave tore through the den. Rusty braced himself and widened his stance, but the tremor traveled through his hollow body and rattled his inner core. Cracks spidered across the floorboards beneath him, and for a moment, he was stunned. The leader seemed to have realized that fighting inside the building was a death sentence. Many of his men were still within, and they had started running. If even one of them managed to escape, their entire plan would be ruined. For now, he could not allow anyone to learn that he existed in the city as a monster. If that truth came out, he would have no choice but to abandon the settlement and the children he was watching over. Fortunately, the thugs and mercenaries would not get far. The first man to step outside suddenly found himself unable to move any farther. He bounced off the hidden obstacle, his nose turning bloody. What is this? There is a barrier here. Is there a mage somewhere? Like the previous hoodlums, they began bouncing off the barrier Gleam had created. She remained outside, steadily pouring more of her mana into it. The defense had its limits, and Rusty rushed out just as the wolf-like man struck the barrier, small cracks forming across its surface. Blasted thing! Rusty arrived just in time. Using his momentum, he charged at the sub-leader. His shield slammed into the man's side as he tried to evade, sending him tumbling into a pile of broken bottles nearby. Fuck, what is this? Who is doing this? The man roared into the night sky. In his mind, the monsters here were nothing more than pawns of some hidden sorcerer. No one answered. Rusty surged forward, his mace swinging, twilight energy swirling around him. The wolfman stood at the middle of D-rank, weaker than Varka's but still a capable fighter. His weapon clashed with Rusty's mace again and again. Rusty's armor dented in several places, but eventually one of the man's knees shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. No, please. If it is money you want, I will give you all of it. Rusty loomed over him. Despite the desperate plea, he felt no sympathy. This beastman still lingered in the victim's memories, Rusty had found. He had enjoyed toying with them, biting into their flesh as they screamed in pain. One of the recently murdered women had died that way, and her rage was still palpable. You deserve no mercy. You showed them none. Rusty raised his mace high and brought it down on the man's head. The crunch echoed through the rain-soaked alleyway where they stood, but no sound escaped beyond it, blocked by Gleam's magic. For a moment, the beastman's body twitched, then the light quickly faded from his eyes. The barrier shimmered faintly as Gleam's mana flowed through it, repairing the damaged sections and stopping the other men in their tracks. Some noticed that their leader was dead and clawed at the invisible wall, but most of them were only E-rankers, incapable of breaking through with their meager strength. Soon, the battle was over. Aberdan's laughter died away as he drove his spear through another man's neck. When they began, there had been close to 30 men inside the building. Now there were none. Their blood mixed with the rainwater as Rusty absorbed around 10 bodies, including the sub-leader. Great job, everyone. Gleam skittered back to him once it was done. She was in good spirits, as was Aberdan, but Alexander remained quiet. Just as planned, we'll leave it like this. They'll think the sub-leader did it and fled with the money. It was a simple plan. They intended to divide the group and make the remaining members believe their leaders had betrayed them and run off with the money. While the infighting continued, he would take the opportunity to eliminate more of them, deepening the rift and making it far easier to target Varkas, their true leader. The rain continued to fall, washing the blood toward the open slum streets. Rusty stood in the ruined gambling den and surveyed the carnage. Broken beams hung at crooked angles, lanterns flickered weakly in puddles of watered-down ale, and bodies lay strewn across splintered floorboards. To any outsider, it looked like a dispute that had turned into a massacre. With the plan complete, Rusty withdrew. He recalled Aberdan and Alexander's bodies, then shifted into his wraith form and climbed back onto the rooftops. Soon after he left, he heard shouting as the scene of the battle was discovered. From his hiding place, he saw torches approaching in the distance, along with a large number of guards and mercenaries. He moved quickly, putting distance between himself and the area before retreating to a temporary hiding place outside the city. There he switched into his smallest form and waited for morning, uncertain whether his enemies possessed the skill to track him. What do you think? It should be fine. The blood was on the other body, so they should not be able to find us here. Alexander reassured him as he sat with Gleam inside a hollow tree. They had found an entrance at the back of a massive stump. In his smaller form, Rusty could fit inside easily, and just as they expected, no one came searching. Have you heard yet? It seems it was over gambling money. They killed each other over a handful of silver coins. Greed is a terrible thing. When morning came, Rusty returned to the city, pretending he had been exploring a dungeon or hunting monsters in the forest. The guards and townsfolk were already talking. They say the Hound's third tore the place apart himself. Ran off with the night's earnings, too. Left his own men butchered. Rusty kept his pace steady as he passed through the gate, his hood low and posture relaxed. The guards barely spared him a glance. Adventurers came and went at all hours, and in this form he carried no trace of the previous night's blood. For now, his plan seemed to have worked, though he could not be certain. Caution was still necessary. He had taken the first step toward ending the Hounds, and soon more of them would be crushed beneath his mace. What do you mean they are all dead? What about Kalar? It seems Kalar has escaped. That mutt would not dare. There has to be another reason. In a stylish office sat Varkas, leader of the Hounds. His fingertips were pressed together as he leaned back in his chair. News of his men's betrayal had just reached him, yet he was not convinced that one of his sub-leaders would simply take some money and run. What should we do? What else? Find him. Varkas slammed his fist onto the desk, and the group in the room flinched. Without another word, they nodded and filed out of the mercenary leader's office. The door shut with a muted click, leaving Varkas alone. Lavish hardly began to describe the space. The building stood far from the slums where his men had died and close to the noble district. It was built of polished stone, reinforced with steel not out of necessity but for display. Inside, thick colorful carpets stretched from wall to wall, their deep crimson threads embroidered with golden patterns of hunting hounds tearing into stags. His desk was carved from dark hard oak, a rare timber imported at absurd cost by a merchant who had presented it to him for free. Off to the side sat a red armchair, with a small table beside it holding a glass of red wine. He lowered himself into the chair and studied the liquid, slowly swirling it as if imitating high-born nobility. Yet when he caught his reflection in the glass, his fingers began to tremble. His grip tightened, and the delicate stem snapped, shattering the round glass. Those bastards will not take this opportunity from me. I have worked too long to get here. He strode to the large window and tossed the shattered glass from his gloved hand. From there, he had a clear view of the city. On one side lay the slums. On the other stood the noble district. His gaze lingered on the finer buildings and the wall that kept him from entering them. A strange longing crossed his face, but the expression faltered as an uneasy sensation crept over him. Was it my imagination just now? Varkas leaned slightly out of the window and looked toward a smaller nearby building, fixing his gaze on the chimney. For a moment, he felt a presence there, but that was impossible. No one stood there, and there was not enough space for anyone to hide behind it. As he continued to stare, the strange feeling lingered. The street below bustled as usual. Merchants pushed carts. Two children ran past laughing. A carriage rolled by, escorted by hired guards. Nothing unusual. No hostile mana signatures brushed against his senses. No archers perched on the rooftops. No assassins lurked in the alley since it was far too bright outside. Am I getting paranoid? He shook his head and stepped back into his office. He closed the window behind him and drew the expensive drapes, concealing the room's interior from view. Unbeknownst to him, a small monster emerged from behind the chimney. It was a silvery ant. Gleam wiggled her antennae in relief before crouching and springing upward. Her wings unfolded, and she shot into the air. She made no sound, and though the streets below were filled with people, no one noticed the small monster moving. The small ant landed on the roof of the Black Hound mercenary and waited. Inside, Varkas muttered to himself as he read through a stack of papers. After about 20 minutes, the door opened, and the man stepped out. Only then did the small monster move. While the window was closed and protected with some magic, it posed no threat to this smart ant. After wiggling her antennae for a few minutes, the spell took shape, and the window pushed open as if an invisible hand was guiding it. Gleam slipped inside and skittered along the wall, making sure the owner would not return. Once she was certain no one was coming back, she set to work at once. She leapt onto the desk where a stack of papers lay. That the great demon Lord Alberto N would be used in such a way. A wisp of dark light floated forward, absorbing the knowledge contained in the papers while Gleam shifted them so he could scan their contents. She possessed considerable intelligence and could already read the humanoid language, but it was more efficient for a burden, who needed only a single glance to understand everything. Once the task was complete, she quickly scurried away as distant footsteps echoed through the corridor. Fortunately, they were not headed for this room. Another door opened somewhere down the hall. Gleam used the distraction to slip out and hide behind a large crystal chandelier that hung there for some reason. Once outside, she closed the window and restored the protective magic that had sealed it, a task she had become quite adept at. Then she took off once more. The flying ant traveled through the air, looking down at the settlement during the day. Everyone seemed too preoccupied with their life to notice it flying around through the air. Soon it headed to the edges of the slums, where smoke puffed from one of the chimneys and clinking of hammers was heard. "Gleam, is that you?" Rusty called out as he stood in front of the shop. His friend landed on his shoulder and folded her wings as she prepared to give her report. "Oh, you think he is starting to notice you? Maybe we should stop for now." "I see. Then what did you find out about Varkas? Did he suspect it was me?" With Gleam perched on his shoulder, Rusty stepped into the shop. Rollo was already behind the counter. Thanks to the health potions of this world, most of his wounds had healed. One injury remained. His arm had been broken by one of the mercenaries, and even with the potions, it would take another day to recover fully. The other children were gathered inside, tense as though they expected an attack at any moment. They had heard about the recent nightly deaths. Guard activity had increased, and even now, people were patrolling outside. Still, no one seemed any the wiser. For the moment, he had not been discovered. The sound of clinking metal echoed from the smithy below. He used his blacksmith puppet to create the noise, keeping up the illusion that work was being done. It served as a cover while he stood watch and paced the shop. As he did, Gleam briefed him on the situation in the city. Gleam had been keeping an eye on the mercenary leader. He was not handling the situation well, and word had already reached his superiors among the nobles. The paperwork Gleam had examined revealed several new locations they could target, much like the unfinished gambling den. Luckily, Varkas did not seem overly cautious yet, which allowed them to gather this information, but Rusty was not sure how long that would last. "For now, Gleam, keep your distance. I know you've been doing well, but sooner or later, they will realize how we're getting this information." Gleam nodded, and they retreated deeper into the shop to think things through. One of the sub-leaders was gone, but 3 remained. Thanks to the information they had gathered, there were several ways to approach the situation. One option might allow them to avoid fighting all of them and instead turn them against each other. So, with Gleam's help, we have the next location. We'll follow a Burden's plan. Of course. No reason to dirty our hands when we can make those lowly creatures destroy each other. A Burden cackled in his helmet as Rusty made the preparations. Night fell over the settlement quickly, prompting Rusty to move again even though his trail was still fresh. At the previous scene, several mercenaries lingered. They were acting as trackers and guards across various locations, which suited his purposes. He intended to make them fight one another using a simple trick. The chosen target was Derek One-Eye, another of the Hound's sub-leaders. He was brutal, suspicious, and vocally resentful over Kaler's supposed betrayal. Beneath his modest townhouse near the market district, he kept a private basement that few people knew about or cared to notice. It was where he stored emergency funds. Only Varkas knew of it, which made it perfect for the current scheme. Rusty crouched on the rooftop opposite Derek's house, watching through a narrow attic window. The building was dark, its master out searching for Kaler, the man who had escaped. Because Derek was out with the other hounds that night, the trail led everyone somewhere no one expected, his own house. "Wait, this has to be a mistake. Is it? Are you hiding something from me? Open it." Varkas stood with a large group of his men. The trail of blood and coins Rusty had taken from the former sub-leader led straight to this place. Amid the chaos of the earlier attack, a chest had been left behind, and now the mercenaries stood around it, staring. "Care to explain this? I have no idea how that got there. You have to believe me." The one-eyed man shouted as Varkas lifted a severed head, the beastman Rusty had dealt with the previous night. It had been placed inside the chest along with the coins taken from the den and other stolen loot. Rusty had planted the head, but the man truly had been stealing from his superior, which was why the ruse worked. "Oh, they are going at it." Rusty, in his smaller form, remained in the shadows outside with Gleam. He could tell a fight had broken out inside the man's home, one between the mercenary leader and one of his own. The clash revealed the fractures within the unit. Some of the men sided with Derek. A few were loyal to Varkas, while others simply followed whoever seemed stronger. Those who could no longer be trusted were struck down or subdued by the larger faction, which continued to dwindle as the fighting went on. Steel rang against steel inside the townhouse, followed by the crash of furniture and the splintering of doors. Shouts shifted from sharp accusations to full battle cries, loud enough for Rusty to hear from outside. A ring of men formed around the building, some of them city guards, while residents peered out from their homes. This was no longer the slums, and the disturbance did not go unnoticed. "You dare raise your blade against me? I've bled for you for years. And this is how you repay me." The two men shouted, but the fight was brief. The mercenary leader still stood a cut above his subcommanders, and after only a few exchanges, silence fell. At last, Varkas stepped out of the room, blood spattered across his face. With this, 2 of his strongest men had been dealt with, and just 2 remained. "We tighten ranks. No one moves alone. Double the patrols. Anyone who acts suspiciously dies." Varkas had truly lost his composure as he barked orders at the remaining men. The bodies were dragged out of the house while Rusty slipped back into the shadows. "That complicates things," Alexander said. "No, it makes things more interesting," Aberton replied, clearly amused. Rusty stayed silent until he and Gleam had put several rooftops between themselves and the scene. "That complicates things. It's going to get harder if they start moving in groups," Alexander added when they paused to talk. For some, this would have been the moment to stop and wait. The mercenaries had taken losses, but they could still recover. If Rusty stopped hunting them now, they would likely replenish their ranks within weeks and recruit a few D-rank adventurers. They had recovered their funds, and the house taken from the sub-leader alone would be enough to draw plenty of men to their banner. If they patrol together, that just makes them easier to hunt. "That's my Rusty," Aberton cackled, delighted by the bloodlust in his voice. They had been targeting the mercenaries for days and had already killed many of them. Still, Rusty knew he could not afford to be careless. He needed to remain subtle and continue relying on hidden tactics. So the hunt went on. Night after night, even as the mercenaries grew more alert, more of them disappeared. As the days passed, their numbers steadily dwindled. "Did you hear yet? Someone's targeting the hounds. I think half of them are already gone." "Ha! Serves those bastards right. One of them knocked out my tooth after he bumped into me. I think some had also fled, thinking they were being cursed by something. What about the Lord? I heard he's disappointed in them, too. Doesn't seem like he's going to help." 2 drunkards discussed the events of the past week as people continued to vanish without a trace. No bodies were ever found, and no clues pointed to who was responsible. Yet the townsfolk felt little fear. The missing men belonged to the Hounds, a mercenary band despised for abusing their authority since arriving in the settlement. It also seemed the Lord had chosen to leave the mercenaries to their fate. Some believed he had hired assassins to remove them, since they demanded too much for their upkeep and could easily be replaced by another company willing to work for less. Others thought it was a test, a chance for the Hounds to prove they could handle their own mess. Many believed all of this had been done by a previous victim or someone connected to one. They had crossed so many people that it was impossible to know who might be responsible. Still, the time the culprit was taking suggested a lack of confidence in their own power, choosing a dishonorable approach instead. "So, who do you think will win?" "Who will win? Probably the Hounds. Whoever this is may be crafty, but they cannot stand against overwhelming numbers and strength. And from what I heard, the Hounds are planning a counterattack." The drunken man smiled devilishly while his friend simply nodded. Their tones turned to whispers as he shared some rumors that he heard. "Oh? What makes you think that?" "Because a little birdie told me. I bet they will have whoever this is in chains and put them to the gallows before the next orc attack." "Ha, want to bet on it?" "You're on." The 2 men laughed. Not far away, a commotion was breaking out. A large group was heading out. The mercenaries, though weakened, were making their move. Torches in hand, and dozens of war horses assembled in the square with their leader at their head. The hooves struck stone in a restless rhythm. Varkas sat tall in the saddle at the front of the formation, a black cloak draped over polished armor. Torchlight danced across his face, sharpening the lines carved there by sleepless nights and rising fury. "They think we are prey. They think we will scatter like rats. His voice was not loud, yet his people heard him clearly. The group was much smaller than usual as the toll of the last few weeks took hold. Their numbers had dwindled tremendously, and many had abandoned the stronghold. They had distanced themselves once they realized someone was hunting them. The ones who remained were not afraid. They were Varkas's most loyal men. While we have lost some men, we have not lost our fangs. Varkas continued, his gaze sweeping across the diminished ranks. We regroup. We rebuild. After we transport this deposit safely, we will replenish our numbers with adventurers and mercenaries there. We will find whoever is responsible for this and deal with him the way hounds deal with their prey. We will tear them limb from limb. A whisper of agreement rippled through the mounted hounds. Behind them, a heavily reinforced wagon creaked forward. Iron-banded chests sat chained within, each stamped with the Lord's emblem. Gold and other treasures lay inside, and this was a mission they could not fail. There was enough gold to recruit twice their former numbers, along with capable trackers to discover who had been trying to erase them. Leader, are you sure about this? Once we leave the settlement. I know. You do not need to tell me. Varkas raised his hand as a rider approached. He was larger than the others and carried a massive axe strapped across his back. No matter what, we must complete this mission. Our future depends on it. Once we overcome this hurdle and prove ourselves, our name will rise again. Yes, Captain. The man nodded and did not press further. Yet from afar, someone was already watching the group. His form blended into the shadows, and even from this distance, he could hear every word they said. They are probably expecting us to be there, but this is the best and perhaps the only chance I will get. Rusty remained still, watching the carriage roll out with 10 horsemen surrounding it and 5 more guards inside for added protection. The group was no longer large, thanks to his nightly raids and careful subterfuge. With the burden's help, he had turned many of these humanoids against one another. Now he only needed to finish the job. His true target had always been Varkas, their leader. The mercenaries could be replaced in time, but that did not matter. The man had crossed him for long enough. For that, he needed to disappear. The carriage was similar to the one he had attacked before. It carried a fair amount of wealth and appeared to be a bribe prepared by the city's noble. Rusty had no idea who the intended recipient was, but given the political structure of these lands, it had to be someone above Boran Vexen. Likely a higher noble who helped him maintain his power in exchange for payment. After Gleam and Aberdan examined the documents, they learned the routes the carriage would take. With that information, choosing the ideal location for an ambush was not difficult. Even so, this would not be an easy mission for their small group of 4. If they failed to act now, the ranks of the hounds would be replenished once the carriage returned, and Rusty would be forced to launch another attack. He doubted he could continue that cycle forever. Sooner or later, he would be caught or overwhelmed. This group had to be eliminated now, and their leader had to answer for his crimes. The gates groaned as they opened, and the column of riders passed beyond the city walls. The hounds were leaving not only to deliver gold, but to survive. Their banner fluttered in the wind as they followed the familiar trade road. Beyond the fields lay a forest, and beyond the forest another settlement, a place where coin could quickly turn into blades. Rusty watched from the shadows of the gate tower until the last torchlight vanished down the road. So this is it. Finally. Aberdan cackled inside the helmet. No more games. No more little hunts. Just death. Alexander's voice was quieter. We should be careful. Even with their numbers diminished, this will not be easy. Gleam wiggled her antennae. Rusty nodded and shrank into his miniature form so he could climb onto Gleam's back and take flight. They soared into the sky, heading toward the place where they would set their ambush. They flew above the mounted mercenaries and their carriage. The riders scanned their surroundings, but to them Gleam would appear to be nothing more than a bird in the sky. They could not imagine that an intelligent monster was pursuing them, and that was Rusty's greatest weapon. He was an unknown enemy who could not be fought by ordinary means. Just as planned. We will strike when they cross that chasm. They will have nowhere to flee. Most of the journey followed the main road, but halfway through they would take a shortcut. It passed through a narrow gorge that offered the perfect ambush point and gave Rusty the high ground. At their current speed, he and Gleam arrived more than half a day earlier, leaving plenty of time to prepare the trap. Rusty worked in his Goliath frame, pushing boulders into position and hiding magical charges where Aberdan and Alexander directed for maximum impact. Once everything was in place, he turned to Gleam. Gleam, much of this plan depends on you. Can you do it? Good. I knew I could trust you. Rusty secured a few straps on Gleam's enchanted armor and adjusted the satchel fastened beneath her abdomen. It held several small tube-like attachments, each sealed with a lid. Do you remember how to use this? Gleam bobbed her head in a distinctly human nod. Soon, faint vibrations trembled through the ground. The mercenaries were approaching, their horses entering the narrow gorge. They are coming. It is time. Gleam leaped and shot into the sky. Rusty waited a moment before stepping toward a metal plate edged with enchantments and set to activate on a timer. Using his life detection skill and Aberdan's guidance, he calculated the precise moment, triggered the simple device, and moved into position below. Rusty slid down into the gorge. It was not especially tall, but steep enough that horses or humans would struggle to climb it quickly. At the bottom, suits of armor already lay sprawled across the ground. Most were near his landing point, though several were positioned along the sides for a surprise attack. Who goes there? The shout came from a large man wielding an axe, mounted on horseback. He was the last remaining sub-leader, the only one who had survived Rusty's earlier interference and chosen not to flee with the others in order to prove his loyalty. Rusty did not answer. He raised his hand and activated his puppet skill. The scattered suits of armor lurched to life, each gripping a large shield and spear. They formed ranks, spreading outward and bracing themselves, ready to strike if the riders advanced. For a moment, the gorge fell silent. The men on horseback reined in as they caught sight of the armored figures blocking their path. So this is our ghost. Varkas moved forward, his gaze settling on Rusty, who stood at the center surrounded by multiple suits of armor. Night was drawing near, and shadows filled the ravine, yet one thing was certain. There were no human foes. Golems, no, living armor? Is this the true identity of my adversary? A magician. The riders tightened their formation around the wagon. Shields rose. A pair of archers notched arrows and aimed at the silent, shield-bearing figures. Before either side could strike, a massive explosion tore through the gorge. The magical charges Rusty had assembled detonated, triggering a cascade of rocks and boulders. He had tried to recreate the avalanche he had experienced when he was summoned before, replacing snow with stone. Move forward! Varkas shouted. Boulders thundered down the slope, sealing the path behind the riders exactly as Rusty had planned. Dust filled the air. When it finally settled, and the mercenaries faced their enemy, fear was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a laugh escaped Varkas. Is this your grand plan? To ambush me in the very place I sent you? This will be your grave, whoever you are. The mercenary leader raised his saber high, and one of his men blew a sharp whistle. The piercing sound echoed through the gorge. Moments later, footsteps pounded from the forest flanking the ravine. Hidden figures burst from the trees. Mercenaries, adventurers, and hired blades scrambled up the ledges, bows drawn and aimed at Rusty and his smaller band of living armor. As you can see, you are the one trapped like a rat. Armed men even emerged behind him. Now Rusty appeared to be the one surrounded. He offered no reply. Instead, he silently directed his minions into position, forming a tight circle of shields and spears around him as he faced the mercenary leader without a word. So you knew that I would be here. Rusty was using a different head now, and a voice that could not be recognized as Edmund's. Of course. Did you really think I would not realize you were spying on me? Feeding you false information is as easy as killing a rat, and I will do the same to you. Varkas chuckled as his group approached. He pointed his saber at Rusty, and a barrage of arrows rained down on the metallic soldiers. Most, as expected, bounced right off, deflected by shields or by the puppet's armor. Soon, however, magic was brought into play. Arrows infused with mana pierced his constructs and even seemed to rattle his frame as he dropped to his knees and raised his arms to shield himself. That's it. Don't let them escape. Bring that magician to me. I will deal with him personally. The puppet armors began to fall once the enchanted weapons were deployed. As their formation broke, the hired mercenaries moved in. Their advance was careful and deliberate. They used long spears to keep their distance, overwhelming the remaining constructs with sheer numbers. Then Rusty was the only one left standing, and what happened next left everyone staring in confusion. His frame shifted, not into the towering Goliath built for battle, nor into the swift wrath meant for escape. Instead, he took on a smaller, bulkier form that resembled a dwarf encased in heavy armor. In his hands were two thick shield-like slabs of metal that did not appear to be weapons at all. When he brought them together, they formed a solid cone that covered his entire body. What is he doing? The remaining sub-leader frowned, unable to understand the tactic. Victory seemed certain. There were no enemies nearby, no visible traps, no way for Rusty to escape. Yet Varkas felt a sudden chill. Something was wrong. I don't know, but... The mercenary leader scanned the area. His gaze lifted to the sky, where a faint glimmer caught his eye. By then, it was already too late. The first object had fallen, striking the men positioned along one side of the chasm. Arg! Explosions thundered across the battlefield as objects rained down from above, delivered by one furious ant. Rusty remained crouched within the protective cone of metal, listening to the blasts erupt around him. This had been planned from the start, devised with the help of his guides. They knew Varkas would eventually realize how information was reaching them and would attempt to feed them false leads. They anticipated an ambush prepared long before their arrival. This was their countermeasure. Rusty had crafted as many magical explosives as he could manage. A burden had assisted with the design. Each device was a circular canister packed with enchanted crystals and explosive spells. They had all been stored inside Gleam's satchel. The moment they struck the ground, they detonated, each blast taking several mercenaries with it. Fire and destruction consumed the entire gorge. The hired blades on the ridges had expected an easy slaughter. Instead, the first wave of detonations hurled them through the air like broken dolls. Stone shattered. Men screamed. Horses reared in panic as shockwaves slammed into their flanks. Shields! Spread out! Varkas shouted with all his might, but spreading out inside a sealed ravine was easier said than done. Another row of magical bombs struck the opposite side of the gorge, cutting down the archers stationed there and sending fresh rockfall crashing into the chaos. The moment the last of the mercenaries entered the gorge, the true bombardment began. Rusty crouched in place, his body absorbing the shock through the sheer thickness of his plated armor and the enchantments layered over it. This had been his plan from the start. He would act as bait, draw them in, and let Gleam destroy them from above. They had never expected an attack from the cliffs, and now they were dying like flies. His life detection skill remained active. The group Varkas had arrived with numbered around 15, reduced to lure him in. With the hidden reinforcements, they had totaled close to 40 men. Now they were barely half that, and the number continued to fall. Gleam is quite ferocious. Alexander remarked from within his helmet as the screams continued beyond their shield. She would make a fine familiar for a demon lord. A burden cackled while preparing for the next phase of the plan. The bombardment had wiped out many of the weaker fighters, but several enemies still remained. At last, the explosions ceased, and Gleam darted to a bare rock along the gorge wall. This was the moment Rusty had been waiting for. His shields shifted, replaced by his own frame and two others. Take care of the rest while I go after Varkas. Of course, my dear Rusty. Leave it to this demon lord. I shall slaughter them all. A burden declared as his black armor emerged from the settling dust, blade already cutting toward a survivor. Leave it to us, Rusty. Alexander said from within his white frame as he charged the remaining sub-leader. The ambush had succeeded, but the battle was far from over. Rusty's frame rose from the smoke. It was not his largest form, nor his fastest. He had chosen to face his enemy in his all-purpose body. The gorge around him was unrecognizable. Stone had been split by magical explosions, and even the reinforced wagon lay on its side, one wheel still spinning lazily. Dead horses steamed in the cooling air. Surprisingly, the chest filled with money remained mostly undamaged. What are you? At the center of the devastation stood Varkas. His crimson cloak had burned away, and his face looked rugged from the blasts. Blood streamed from a cut across his brow, but with a single swig of a high-quality potion, the bleeding stopped. A few men remained around him, only 6 lesser D-ranks and 1 surviving sub-leader, the strongest among them. These were not Rusty's concern. A burden and Alexander approached in their own frames, moving to intercept them. Gleam buzzed close above, already gathering mana to support the 2 armored guides. Not talking? It doesn't matter. Once you're dead, all of this will be over. As long as I'm here, the Black Hounds will always survive. Varkas did not seem perturbed by the loss of most of his men. He appeared not to care about them at all. It was as if he saw himself as the true mercenary unit and the others as pawns to be spent in his advance. Rusty gave no reply. He had switched to his original body. There was no head of Edmund or anyone else to speak for him. He needed all his mobility to win. Varkas, a wind magic swordsman, could not be underestimated. He could punch holes through reinforced steel. Though Rusty had faced him many times in the training chamber, this would be their first true battle. This is it. He advanced with a shield and sword in hand. At first glance, he held the advantage. His armored body and defensive equipment should have resisted any cutting or slashing attack. Varkas lowered his stance. The air around his saber began to twist. Mana gathered along the edge of the blade, no longer as pure mana but as condensed green wind pressure. Strange script shone to life along the steel. Then it surged forward, a burst of compressed wind so dense it became a blade in its own right. Rusty did not retreat. He braced himself instead. The shield in his grip sizzled with energy as a blue layer of mana formed over its surface to meet the incoming strike. The forces collided, and an emerald glow filled the gorge. Wind met raw defensive mana. A shriek of tearing air echoed in every direction. The compressed green blade slammed into the shield Rusty held. Even with a skill increasing his weight, his body buckled under the impact as he was driven backward. Heavy. That was what Rusty felt. Even though this was only the first attack, his hand was barely able to hold onto his shield. His metal boots scraped against the ground as he began to slide back, but for now his body held firm. The attack subsided, leaving a small scratch across his shield of high enchanted steel. I do not think I can guard against those attacks forever. Rusty realized one thing. These attacks were deadly. If he took one directly to his body, he would suffer serious damage. He had only managed to defend himself because of the defensive enchantment on his shield. Without it, the strike would have pierced straight through. So you can block it. Varkas's voice was calm, almost pleased. Good. I would have been disappointed otherwise. He spoke, then vanished. Rusty was left baffled, but his life detection skill activated almost immediately. On the left. He thought it, but it was too late. A crescent of wind carved across his side, the green edge screeching as it bit into enchanted steel. Rusty twisted and raised his sword just in time to deflect the follow-up strike. Sparks burst in a violent arc as the saber clashed against his blade. Varkas's movements blurred, as if he were the wind itself. He did not rely solely on powerful saber techniques. Most of his skills focused on swift footwork and precise movement. Every step nearly left an afterimage as the air distorted around him. He was a man on the verge of reaching C rank, armed with a strong class and high-quality equipment that further enhanced his agility and strength. Rusty braced for each impact, blocking, parrying, and dodging as best he could. Twilight energy surged through his body as he tried to level the playing field. This was likely his toughest opponent yet, even greater than the undead spider or the summoned monsters he had faced alongside Gwen, and he loved it. This is fun. More scratches and shallow cuts appeared across his body, yet he did not falter. He stepped forward to deliver solid counterattacks, and with every passing second, he grew more accustomed to the speed. This was the real Varkas, not the training illusion he had fought before, but the movements and patterns were strikingly similar. How are you? The mercenary leader jumped back as a blade thrust toward his neck, slicing through the collar of his coat. He leapt away with tremendous speed and paused to glance at the damage to his armor. Rusty gave no reply and lunged forward. Though he had no skills that directly increased his speed, he could raise all his stats at once. With Twilight's Embrace and the Fury skill, he enhanced himself. His movements grew faster and his strikes heavier. Varkas tried to parry, but the force drove him aside like a straw doll. He struggled to steady himself and had to perform a backflip to avoid being hurled into a large boulder. How are you? The man was clearly shocked by this sudden shift. Yet it was happening. Rusty was growing stronger by the second, adapting to his opponent's movements at a rapid pace. He dodged attacks as if he knew they were coming and countered with precise cuts, leaving fresh wounds across Varkas's body. He did not give him a chance to drink another recovery potion as he pushed his opponent to the limit. There he goes again, but now I know the trick behind it. Varkas vanished once more and appeared at Rusty's right flank. This time, Rusty was ready. His blade met the green enchanted saber in a perfectly timed parry. The technique he had learned while adventuring with Gwen proved invaluable against a man who fought with only one sword. The clash rang across the battlefield. Steel shrieked against the wind-enchanted blade, and for the first time, Varkas lost his footing. Rusty twisted his arm as he deflected the strike, then stepped in and slammed his shield into the man's gut, sending him flying nearly 10 meters. Though the mercenary captain was fast and powerful, he had one weakness. His constitution was lacking. The blow sent him crashing through loose stone before he rolled into the shattered remains of a wagon. Air burst from his lungs in a ragged gasp. His saber slipped from his grip, skidding across broken rock before embedding itself point first in the ground. Rusty did not hesitate. This was the perfect moment, not just to claim victory but to seize something more, a fragment of the man's power. Throughout the battle, it had become clear that Varkas possessed rare and intriguing skills, and Rusty intended to claim one of them. He surged forward as Varkas forced himself upright. Blood spilled from the man's mouth, yet instead of reaching for a potion, he lunged for his weapon. Once again, he used that strange step forward, but this time Rusty was ready. Got you. What? Even though Varkas managed to grasp his weapon, he miscalculated badly. Rusty had already abandoned his own weapon and shield. Instead, he lunged forward, locking the man in a tight bear hug before activating his weight-increasing skill and dragging them both to the ground. Unhand me! The mercenary leader shouted as he struggled to move. Wind energy flowed into his saber, but he could not fully free his arm, which was exactly what Rusty had intended. Rusty thrust his helmet forward using his limb control skill. It hovered over Varkas's head, and a moment later, the skill absorption ability activated. Arg! Compatible skills have been found. Please choose a skill that you want to learn. Varkas cried out in agony as Rusty scanned the available skills. The man thrashed with all his strength, but he could not break free from Rusty's superior grip. Dash step. Active skill. Allows the user to briefly boost their speed to an extreme degree, propelling them forward and leaving behind an afterimage to confuse enemies if the skill level is high enough. Light swordsmanship. Passive skill. Allows the user to wield light swords with greater speed and efficiency, making them faster and deadlier. Required to unlock more advanced light sword techniques. There was little to choose from. It seemed Varkas did not possess many compatible skills. Light swordsmanship was likely a prerequisite for many of the techniques he had displayed, but taking it without the proper class would probably be a mistake. Fortunately, the skill Rusty wanted was there. The variability that had made the fight so troublesome could now become his. As with all previous victims of skill absorption, the transfer of information was painful for the target. Rusty, however, felt nothing. As a monster composed of animated armor and a magical core, he experienced no strain on his mind. Even a Burden had once remarked that when he still possessed a body of flesh, even he had felt discomfort during such transfers. Arg! Varkas screamed again, but no one came to his aid. A Burden, Alexander, and Gleam had already cut down half of the remaining mercenaries. Though their effective range was limited, the narrow gorge provided enough space for them to maneuver. Now then! We should finish this! Rusty commented as his helmet slid back onto his shoulders. Just as he was about to crush his opponent, a surge of mana exploded outward. He retreated at once, his monster core vibrating from the energy being released. He backed away as the wave of mana pushed him off Varkas, who regained his footing. Monster, I will kill you. Varkas was still alive after his skill had been absorbed. He looked confused, shaken but not yet defeated. It seemed that higher-ranked beings could partially resist the absorption and retain their sanity, but it was obvious he was finished. With his skill gone, he could no longer move as fast, and his greatest weapon had been taken from him. Although Rusty was eager to test the dash step skill, he knew better than to activate it in the middle of combat. Instead, he opened his storage system and pulled out a mana crystal, crushing it in his hand. Even though half of his mana pool was being used to sustain a Burden and Alexander, he had gained enough mana crystals from the dungeon to restore his MP almost instantly. Twilight energy surged around him as it was time for the final exchange. His sword clashed with Varkas's wind blades, which were already losing power. The man's enchantments began to falter. He could no longer concentrate properly, and that was all Rusty needed to press his advantage. Dark energy coated his blade as he struck. There was no reason to hold back. His allies were within the range of his darkness spell, but it didn't matter. His shadowy aura erupted, spreading across the entire gorge. The mercenaries were instantly affected, nausea twisting their stomachs. The darkness empowered a Burden in a strange way, while Alexander appeared weakened by Rusty's element. Varkas forced himself to fight within the suffocating darkness, blood spilling from his mouth even after he swallowed another potion. Sparks flew as steel met steel one last time. The wind around his saber expanded into a spiraling vortex. It was a final skill, tearing through Rusty's high enchanted blade. I do not know what you are, but I will break you, just like I broke everyone who stood before me. Even within the dark haze, Varkas resisted the energy to some extent. His bloodshot eyes burned with fury as his saber shredded Rusty's sword, confidence flashing across his face. The long sword shattered. The saber continued downward toward Rusty's chest. Instead, it struck his vambrace. Varkas smiled, certain that his green wind energy would carry through. But as Rusty's body began to crack under the force, it restored itself before the mercenary leader's eyes. What? Didn't count on that? My body will not break that easily. The man could not hear Rusty's taunt, but it did not matter. His shield was already flying toward Varkas's chest. Varkas had been too confident in his attack and forgot to defend himself. Another blow struck his chest and shattered his ribs at once. He was hurled backward again, crashing into a massive boulder that would become his grave. A large halberd appeared in Rusty's hand, ready to deliver the finishing strike. It shot forward like a ballista bolt. Varkas tried to raise his saber and summon the wind once more, but the mana did not form quickly enough. The emerald energy unraveled as the weapon tore through his chest, cutting him down instantly. Ack! His armor split apart, and the force of the impact drove him into the boulder behind him. The stone cracked, and for a second, everything stood still. Then the boulder exploded outward in a spray of shattered rock as the halberd pinned him to it like an insect to a board. The emerald glow of his wind mana flickered wildly, then vanished. Silence settled over the gorge, and the dark smoke slowly began to disperse. When it cleared, it revealed only broken bodies and scattered pieces of armor. The remaining mercenaries lay motionless on the ground, their blood soaking into the earth. They had already drawn their last breath. The final battle with the Black Hound mercenaries was over at last. Rusty and his guides had planned every step and emerged victorious. Amid the chaos, he sensed that his levels had risen because of the carnage. He was not alone in that gain. Gleam, his earliest companion and close friend, had shared in the rewards and reached a high enough level to advance further in her evolution. Good job, everyone, now let's clean up and head home. Rusty called out to his allies, and they answered with silent nods. The battle was over, but it was unwise to remain here for long. Before they left, however, they still needed to claim the chest waiting nearby.